Action there, absolutely no idea. Three to line up, Adam's gonna go through them all! Maybe spotted as well by Cabby. Jump base, actually no, Cabby's still looking at the wrong way again. Floppy position held, big O, 1v1, not again! Not again! Hello everyone and welcome back to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. We're into day 2 of our double elimination action as we roll on for our opening games of the quarterfinals. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by a war criminal in Dweg today. You've committed blasphemy, I think, on the Norwegian soil last night. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, very excited to dive in. I think even yesterday proved a couple of one-sided games we look at today and hopefully be more competitive, hopefully give ourselves some tough games.
Indeed, yes. You might be wondering what I'm talking about with that war criminal shtick for a moment there, Dwayne. You've had some interesting times over on Twitter. How could you do this to a beautiful bit of chocolate here in Norway?
Is this not the way to eat it?
No, that's not the way. You know as well as anyone else that's not the way to eat it. Have you never had Kit Kat?
That looks pretty normal to me. I've seen some comments down in there of the exact same thing, no issues whatsoever.
I'm sorry, I've got some evidence to prove you wrong on this one. All the Norwegian players have like, nope, you've committed a war crime here in Oslo today. Why have you done that? Why have you done that, Dwight?
Yeah, well, I just thought it was the right way. Maybe it's a lesson to be learned.
It must be a lesson to be learned. I hope you better learn it. These guys are angry with you. Hope you don't come down to the office in the studio and come wreck you, because otherwise we'll be out of a co-caster. And in fact, I might be out of a co-caster in the next edition of Heroes of Tomorrow. But for this week, you're still here, fortunately. And today we've got 2 matches coming up that should hopefully entertain the masses at home. As we again going to roll on throughout the course of our bracket. Still 2 more opening matches to play between Atlantic and Eternal Fire, and ENCE Academy versus OG Academy over the course of the day.
Just looking at Atlantic, this is a team that I don't think too many of our viewers are going to be familiar with. We know that for the Eternal Fire Academy lot, they've been in a change of quite a few iterations of the lineup since forming only a few months ago. And then for ENCE Academy, we've seen a lot of success from them locally. For OG Academy, probably one of the most experienced rosters here, so trying to see if they can get a deep run.
And of course, yesterday we did see Fnatic Rising and Mouse NXT move forward to their upper semi-final, so already the later portions of the bracket are starting to take shape and look pretty interesting as well for my money. I'm looking forward to how tomorrow's matches will go down in the upper bracket, as well as the lower bracket match between Void and Flames Ascent, which could also prove to be interesting times for the Void side to try and clap back against them. But again, today our opening matches are the focus as we continue to roll on. Atlantic Eternal Fire will be the opening game of the day. You mentioned, of course, that Atlantic are definitely in a respectable spot. I think you came into them not in I think a lot of teams, actually, a lot of viewers would come into this tournament thinking that Atlantic will be one of the bottom end teams. I reckon they're probably a lot higher up than people might expect.
It could be true. They've actually proved themselves locally to be very solid. I think if you remember Atlantic only a few months ago, you maybe remembered a Gizmo there into the lineup as a Bron. It is a brand new rebuild, so it's some new faces, some younger blood here for Atlantic, and it's all about whether they can push that experience in the youth in Denmark here into the international scene.
We'll get a chance to have a look at exactly who is on this Atlantic roster and bring you up to speed with how things look, in particular with this team coming into MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. So just walk me through the lineup that we have today.
Just having a look at everything on the paper, you've got OJ, the IGL, 17 years old, very young and a very new player to this sort of level of environment. I think Croc, he's probably a more well-established name, even though he is quite young. He was there from the previous iteration of the lineup that came over from Dream, so getting quite a lot of experience with that lot. And then Salazar, one of the newer up-and-coming AWPers from the Danish scene, been able to prove himself on LAN, over on online. I'm going to be very keen to keep my eye on him as the tournament rolls on.
Yeah, I know how much you love your young AWPers, and they certainly can be very intriguing elements to each individual roster. So Salazar, I'm definitely going to be looking at as the guy to keep my eyes out for. I do know that they've got some very nice veteran elements in this team, though, and they've got some little bit of backbone to sort of play from in the previous roster of Atlantic, right?
Yeah, of course, for Croc. I mean, I just mentioned it just then. Knowing that he played on Dream, knowing that lineup came over here to Atlantic, it's nice to see that he got held. Everybody else went to other projects. You had quite a few guys that even went over to the side of Masonic in their brand new rebuild. So working with Croc, keeping him a part of the lineup, and then thinking about progressing further. And this is a good crack for them to play on an international event, to play at quite a high level and show what they have to offer.
Well, definitely not a name that you would typically expect to be in a tournament of this sort of caliber, I certainly say. Again, they've got a lot to prove, I think, and one of those teams that we talk about having an opportunity to prove themselves against some well-established names, an established name like Eternal Fire Academy, of course. Now, this is a team that I guess probably people might be familiar of in name, not necessarily in nature. A lot of roster moves happening in these part of the woods.
Yeah, funny enough, if you're a North American supporter, you might actually familiarize yourself with a few of these names, because what is a very interesting story for a couple of them is they actually played in North America with a full Turkish lineup. So getting that experience playing at the higher end there, coming back over to Europe. There has been a lot of changes, though. There's been a lot of iterations of this entire team. So you have a look at Eternal Fire Academy, and it might not be the team that you recognize from only a few months ago.
Well, of course, coming into this tournament, we had a roster change already, actually, just prior to yesterday's proceedings. We found out that Zix is involved in this roster, and he is the guy that, of course, he's the newest element, right? He's come in place of Trojan, throwing a bit of question marks into who's going to be the AWP role in this sort of context, because he's listed as a lurker, for example. So, like, so just talking about that AWP position, like, how does that play into effect here for Eternal Fire?
Well, I know that Cyber does some secondary AWPing, and I know that Zix also does some AWPing, but not as a primary. So that might have to throw into question, will Zix be the AWPer? Will it be Cyber? It's going to be between one of those two guys. But we know that for Zix, he was on the previous iteration of Eternal Fire Academy. In fact, he's on their bench. So he's been brought forward, allowed Trojan to go down to that bench position. So for Zix, he's going to be familiar with playing with these sort of guys in the past. He's going to be familiar with playing at this sort of environment. So just coming back in, if he can perform well in this event, maybe he actually slots in even further and comes off that bench and back to the starting five again.
Nice opportunity to make a permanent space within the team itself. Obviously, this kind of does throw a little bit of stability issues, I think, into the Eternal Fire camp, which might, of course, be a point against them in this particular context. However, a point towards their favour is a head-to-head that these two teams had very recently, Drag. I think it was last season of main playoffs, and Eternal Fire took on Atlantic to make their progression happen in the upper bracket of that tournament. So, talk me through how that match went down.
Yeah, lower bracket round 4 was the matchup between Atlantic and Eternal Fire. The Turks actually went on a mad run. They had a very strong lower bracket run to get a top 4 placing, and this was a performance where it was a whitewash. It wasn't even close. We had Ancient going into a 16-5. We had Dust2 being a 16-9, the pick of the Danes, and for Eternal Fire Academy, they just romped them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm looking at that whole situation, wondering if that's going to be a big element for the Eternal Fire side. I wonder whether or not, again, the stability is going to be a problem to focus on in the near future, and I imagine that for you, taking a look at history, being a history buff yourself, probably backing Eternal Fire in this matchup as well, right?
You have to. I mean, even that head-to-head, it's not as if it was ages ago. It was the 1st of October. So we're talking not even 2 months. We're talking quite recent time. Only that last season of main playoffs. So with that in mind, the lineups are very similar to both of the teams. There's no changes for Atlantic. There's one change here for Eternal Fire. So when you consider all of that, things look very promising for the Turks.
We did list our predictions in the matches that we have coming up today prior to today's proceedings. So we'll take a look at that and show you exactly where you stood on this particular matchup and where I stood here on this particular matchup. I went the way of Atlantic in this particular context. I reckon that they're going to have a bit of an opportunity here to take something back against Eternal Fire. That roster move involved the fact that they've been on poor form elsewhere in the CS scene. That indicates to me that it's not going to be the prettiest of times for the Turks.
But then I'll ask you why. I mean, yes, okay, you've given me some arguments for the negative of Eternal Fire. What about Atlantic? Is there anything striking you there?
No, I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's a very difficult one to call because these two teams are probably some of the lowest in the division and overall of this position in this tournament. I sort of take a look at these two teams as being among the bottom three, perhaps. And that's where the key issues sort of crop up because it could well be a close affair. We could well be seeing a similar affair to what we saw from Maine. I've got to consider all those avenues of the roster changes, and I'm not sure whether Eternal Fire will stand as a result of that.
Well, I think you have a look at the Atlantic side, and I think they've proved themselves to be incredibly strong locally. Okay, maybe on the online atmosphere in the Dust 2 Delegan event, it hasn't been ideal for them. Currently 7th with 4 wins and 5 losses. But their result at MPF really caught my eye. Being able to beat Sashi, a well-rounded team, being able to even take Scepter and Alpha to some very extended maps, and knowing that you get a top 4 placement on LAN, that will give them quite a lot of energy, I think, going into a matchup like this today. I still back the Eternal Fire lot off of the basis of the head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one thing about local success, I think, right now for Atlantic side. And definitely MPF is encouraging, knowing that it was, of course, a LAN event. So you've got that whole consideration to bring to the table. You've obviously gone with Eternal Fire as the opening match here for your own sake. So I can respect the decision, right? I can understand where you come from with that, with the history involved and everything. So yeah, I sympathise with that prediction, even if I do disagree.
All right, Jay, what other evidence are you going to give me? You going to give me any more? Or just sympathising, that's it?
Just sympathising.
Just sympathising, okay. Yeah, you like to take the easy approach, don't you?
Yeah, I'm the kind of guy who in a prediction game would just always pick the favourites.
Yeah, and you know what? At the end of the tournament, I'm going to be coming out on top, so...
All right.
Easy
Okay.
as.
Well, we'll take a look at how this matchup will go down, of course, in the best of 3 context in this current moment in time. Definitely looking at a very close affair to open things up over the course of the day. The second match may certainly have some improvements in terms of the caliber of the rosters themselves, but in terms of this particular game, it could prove to be not necessarily an absolute banger per se, but one match that could be a lot closer than many people might expect.
Well, we said that about the games yesterday, if we're going to be honest. Maybe more so about the second one, and that didn't quite be able to prove that. So I think on-the-day performance is a very tough issue that's got to be cracked. And for this game, there's not a heavy favourite. So with that in mind, it could be the most competitive game of the day. I think for Atlantic, it's all about being able to provide as much to the table as possible, work with this young roster. And for Eternal Fire Academy, I want to see what the standings are going to be made of. I want to see what these last recent roster changes can actually provide.
Okay, well, we'll find out as the match is about ready to roll out. Before we get to that point, though, we've got to take a look at the back vetoes, Dwight. Now, you said that in that last best of 3, there was, I think, Ancient and Dust 2 being played out between these two teams. If we see that in this next veto here, that might become a little bit more interesting. We don't get to see Ancient as it's banned out first by Eternal Fire, but Dust 2 is immediately picked in by that Turkish squad.
That's very clever coming through from Eternal Fire. They realize, man, Ancient's a very good map for them. Let's just ban it out, not even give them an opportunity to play it. Dust 2 being picked, no surprises there whatsoever. Vertigo has never been picked from a best of 3 context for Atlantic because typically they go Ancient or they go Inferno. So with that in mind, I think you've got a decent back end of the veto coming through from the Danes, but looking at that first one of Vertigo, it's also a map that hasn't had a massive amount of success for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I consider being a punish pick as a result, right? That whole prospect of them looking into Atlantic's own opportunities and trying to use the information they've got against Eternal Fire to utilize it in that sense, right? That would be sort of the way that you play if you're an unknown team in this context, right? To go around that veto, play against your opponent's weaknesses, do your research and come in with an exploitation plan, get it to a third map and play it from there. The deciders, of course, is going to be Mirage, I believe, or Inferno.
Yeah.
The picture's wrong there, so I was a little bit confused, but it will be Inferno. How do we see that one playing into the veto process?
Again, Inferno gets picked quite a bit from the likes of Atlantic, so knowing that Inferno can come through, it looks fairly promising for the Danes. They've put up some very good performances on that map. They've put on some good history. So back end of the veto looks promising.
Okay, I'm excited to see how it goes in that sense. I do feel like the Vertigo is going to be the risky factor, though. So if they're going to get towards that end of the series, they're going to go towards 3 maps. Do you see them having an advantage there in Atlantic?
No, I don't. I think the veto looks good for them. But again, you have to look at what happened in the last head-to-head and think to yourself, it was a pounding. It was a very one-sided series. There was 32 rounds being won by the Eternal Fire side and 14 being won by the Danes. So it just gives you a bit of an idea of just how slamming some of those individual maps were.
Well, of course, Dust 2 was one of the closer ones. 16-9 was the map-up scoreline between the 2 squads. Of course, Eternal Fire taking that pretty handily as a result. However, I do look towards this one as being an opportunity for them to learn from their mistakes on the Atlantic side that a similar account. I do think that this probably would be the one map for me, if I'm going back with my 2-1 prediction, be the one map that Eternal Fire would be able to get. But I have faith in the back end of that veto there.
Now, one thing to consider with Dust 2 was that even though we saw it being the more competitive map out of the 2 with 9 rounds being gained, it was a strong first half and then it kind of got out of order very quickly. So that tells me for Atlantic, they need to put on a good showing on their CT side. They've got to give themselves enough leverage, try and work on that T side, look back at that game and see what needs repairing and what needs to be adjusted, because their T side was abysmal in that one, and that's what let them down, that didn't even have a chance of sending it to a third map.
So we're looking at a CT basis right now for Atlantic in this one.
Well, you look at it both ways. We're looking at a CT side to be strong, to give leverage, and we're also looking at a T side to be competitive.
Okay, well, CT half, of course, I believe has been picked in by the Atlantic side, given Eternal Fire picking into this map overall. So they'll have that basis to work from, at least at the start of the game. It's whether they convert it at the tail end of things, where things will start to come together for the Atlantic side. Again, I do think the map one should go the way of Eternal Fire. I'm going to have a little bit more faith in Atlantic in the back end of the series, though.
And for Atlantic, they've only played a total of 9 maps in the last 3 months on HLTV, all being against Danish teams. That might be something that can strike a conversation more, is that we talk about local result. We've actually only seen them play Danish teams. So yes, there's been a couple of events. There's been some ECA seasons outside of the local scene, but not on HLTV. So it does bring quite a lot into action where, okay, maybe the results aren't great for Eternal Fire Academy. They're still playing a lot of top teams. They're still having that opportunity of playing a vast majority of different squads and different styles.
Well, for Dustin, I've only got one result on HLTV recently. That was against a team called Scepter, which isn't exactly, I wouldn't consider a top tier team per se, and definitely not going to be very encouraging for them to have that backup in the back lines. It was during that NPF event, however, so a lot of their HLTV results will be from that NPF tournament. Why it's so significant to look at how they played out and how they placed in that tournament as a key factor to discuss in terms of their own benefits, right? Like, I do think that LAN experience is going to benefit, but it comes at the cost of it only being against Danish teams and local talent, which is the one thing that's going to limit a lot of the lesser known squads in this tournament, I think.
One thing that can also be addressed is the fact new coach, new position coming through. Ronick got signed over to this side 11 days ago. You wonder how much impact he's going to be able to have, what he's going to be able to bring to the table. Used to IGL for Astralis Talent, so an ex-pro. We've seen him coaching most recently on Atlanto before going over here to Atlantic. So we've seen ex-player in coaching roles. 11 days ago, though, it is a short amount of time.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything significant presented in this team as a result, right? There's going to be some, potentially some motivational factors, perhaps, behind the idea of taking a tactical pause, for example, and maybe using that to your favor. But I don't know if that's going to be anything majorly different in terms of tactics, right? That shouldn't be the case.
It'll probably come down on the basis where, because he is an ex-pro, he'll be able to adjust in some mid-rounds. And using just a coach will be good for the mental game, because they actually were without a coach for several months. So it seems like they've been looking, they've been trying to scout around, see what is the right piece for them, and it seems like they've at least found something.
Well, hopefully they have. Of course, the match itself will tell whether that's going to end up being the case here. Eternal Fire still about not quite ready to take on Atlantic in this. They've seen some ping problems on their side, so we're getting fixed up in the server itself. Of course, we talked a lot about Atlantic there. For Eternal Fire, I see you've got a lot of faith in this team. In terms of this one match, that certainly might apply, but in general, you've got to take a look at their form in terms of the HLTV results and in terms of other tournaments they're playing at the MistGames level, and it's not been quite as fantastic for them.
No, it hasn't, but is that part of the conversation? What's part of the conversation is getting victories and look at who they're playing. Yes, you can get into that discussion that results haven't been ideal, and actually the last few months from this team has been rough, but they've done well against Atlantic in the past. So with that in mind, if we've maybe got them in a different draw, if we've maybe got them against a different team, there's more that we can dive into, but I don't know how much that is actually applicable to this game today.
We'll talk about the wider face of the tournament itself. Does that mean that Eternal Fire are not going to have a very, very good time in the semi-finals against a team like an OG or an ENCE, for example?
Well, I think they're one of the weaker teams here. I think Void is probably at the bottom. I think Eternal Fire is a little bit higher. And then you've kind of got the rest. You've got a very strong middle pack of teams where I don't think at the moment, with the run of form from Eternal Fire, they're in that conversation.
So you have faith for them for this particular match, but you don't think it's going to be all that pretty going forward, no?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, well, we'll see how far they'll go in that particular sense. In that regard, I hope that Eternal Fire can, of course, turn things around. Obviously, they're putting a lot of resources into this Academy side, and they have had some opportunities at the Academy League level, right? We're talking a lot about the Academy League with a lot of Academy teams involved. However, they've been in and out of that scene, right? Because it really has felt unstable at that particular level. So in terms of the wider conversation of where Eternal Fire sit in, yes, in this particular match, it might look good, but you have the instability issues, the roster changes constantly coming down, you have the lack of results at a decent level, and then you sort of question as to when they're going to find that dip that might end up costing them dearly.
Well, let's take Astralis Talent as a prime example. Remember their first 6 months? Remember what their start was for their first season? They were one of the rougher teams out there. They were getting absolutely banged. They were losing game after game, and you look back at April and what they were able to do in this spring event, they won the whole thing. So it does show with these academy teams, some of them take time. Some of them do take a lot of time. Got to get some good pieces in there, make some good transfers when it comes to the market window, and allow some upgrades. But academy teams do take quite a while. So, yes, you can have a look at the results being rough. It is still early doors for them.
I don't think that's the only situation or the only factor part of that is the conversation as well. Like, you want to use Astralis Talent as an example, right? Like, they've made a bunch of roster changes coming into the last MistGames event, and it was very different from the first iteration of the roster. So, is that going to be a similar story for Eternal Fire in this one?
But you're not working with the same sample size of players. I think when you look at countries like Sweden, countries like Denmark, you've got a lot of movability. You've got options to pick up some younger talent. It might be a little bit more tricky when you look at some of the Turkish scene. I mean, we've actually seen very recently majors step down from the actual main roster. We've seen Paz doing the same, hardstyle too. Do one of those guys maybe want to try and dip down to the Academy League level? Do they want to try and get in here with the Academy side, build them up from the top down? Because it's happened in the past.
I mean, it's definitely more of a case of how that'll affect the main team more than the academy team. That certainly would be an ideal sort of like situation in this isolated example, right? In this hermetically sealed situation of the Eternal Fire Academy side versus the Eternal Fire main team. It's a case of whether they want to take away from the main team to develop the academy team.
They're already gone, aren't they?
I guess that's also a case at this particular stage. I mean, the thing about it is that obviously, like, they've got to look towards that limited pool of talents, like you mentioned, right? It's not only the case for the academy side, but also for the main team, right? So where do you go about finding that balance?
Well, I think what we have seen is you actually go back to some of your old players. We've seen previous iterations of this team. I mean, Six gets benched, but then he comes back, and we saw the same with Wacadia. He was a part of one of the first lineups formed of Eternal Fire Academy. He moved away for a few months, now he's come back. So that might be part of the process here for Eternal Fire Academy, where, okay, we get some players. Maybe they're not ready for this level just yet. We'll let them go, bring them back a few months later, and see if there's more progression, if there's more workability.
Obviously, progression is going to be a long-term issue for them at this particular stage. And certainly in this matchup, long-term might not be the concern. In terms of this week, however, that might be a bit more of a different story for this Eternal Fire side. Again, I only have so much faith in this team, right? And maybe they might pull it off in this matchup. Again, I have my doubts personally, just because I can't always put my faith in a squad that I don't know or I haven't seen much of at a higher end level, and I haven't seen much of with the new addition in the roster, right? Yes, he has been part of the team in the past, but that dynamic always changes with the player involved, right? I think you yourself have said in the past that one player difference can actually make all the difference, I think.
Context is important. I mean, that was more so with Fnatic Rising with the stand-in. I mean, it can differ from different teams, different atmospheres, different environments. I think for Eternal Fire Academy, we've seen them have deep runs in the past. It might not be on HLTV, but just look at that main season. We look back at that head-to-head they had against Atlantic. You're making top 4, and it started from the lower bracket round 1. They had to win game after game after game to actually get into a position and look for promotion, get themselves into advanced.
Yeah, and credit where it's due to them. They actually managed to beat a number of significant squads like Titans, for example. That's Flush's current team at the moment. Is it?
No,
Is it not?
It's Sunny and Oscar's team.
Right, sorry, that's
the one before, yes.
See, it's so confusing because he used to be part of Titans when they were known as Gorillas, and then Gorillas went to Titans, and Flusher went out, and then Flusher went back into new team. It's all sort of weirdness in the Swedish CS scene. But yes, no, you're right about that. That is the project that was once known as Gorillas, and that's like some former tier 1, great tier 2 sort of talents in that sense. The idea that they can beat them actually isn't that much of an easy affair, I think.
Yeah, they beat Asuba, one of the teams in the Czech scene that we know that could be quite prevalent. They beat Sashi, one of the Danish teams that we know can play at a decent level when it comes to the Tier 2 atmosphere. Beating Atlantic, beating Titans, and just going one after the other. Even having a super close series against Aves in the lower bracket semi-final. Went 3 maps, went nearly 90 rounds in that best of 3. So we can see on occasion some very deep runs here from the Turkish team.
I think my one concern with the situation talking about deep runs is the fact that there's what you mentioned there, on occasion, because when you take a look at some of their other tournaments, for example, you've got second to last in SDTV, of course, last place in We Play Season 5. You've got last in the CCT Central Europe qualifiers, 12th to 14th in the Jaxi League Balkan Series, which is a 1-3 exit in the Swiss system. So it's not exactly like it's a consistent thing you can rely on for Eternal Fire, even at the lower end levels.
I think that's why it shows these sort of events are going to be so important to these teams. For the side like Atlantic, you get more HLTV games, you give yourself another avenue to get more games on the board. bring that experience through. I think it's very similar for Eternal Fire Academy. They're playing a lot of events. It's just that not all of them are on HLTV, so this gives them a little bit more eyes, a little bit more impact to be able to prove what they can offer, and just try and get themselves off a losing streak record. Because as of right now, that they do have quite a few losses in a row on HLTV, so trying to get themselves off of that and try and get some wins on the board.
Well, at least they've got a slightly better record in the current season of ESCA. I think they're both competing in the same division of Advanced at the moment, and currently 0-1 versus 0-2. So not exactly like they've got any wins on the board as of right now, but Atlantic only recently playing their first matchup in that particular tournament. And again, as you mentioned, the current local scene, the Dust 2 League, and all those and all those sort of tournaments there that they're having respectable success in, not quite in the top end of the scene itself. I mean, they haven't played as many tournaments, I think, as Eternal Fire at least.
Oh, no, definitely not. And even when you take into account some of the numbers, you've got guys that have played HLTV maps of less than 20 for the majority of the entire lineup. It's only Croc that's up there at 71. Everybody else is quite limited right now. So being able to provide more into this team, one thing that we always know about these Danish teams, they always produce talent. They always produce some decent teams, good cohesion in the next generation. So Atlantic might be another one to put in that conversation with a Masonic, with an Australis talent, with a Copenhagen Flames, with an Ecstatic, and it just continues to bridge further and further up the tiers of Counter-Strike.
I'm kind of surprised Atlantic didn't get involved in the Danish shuffle this past gone player break, didn't they? At least
well, they did. They got players out.
Oh, did they?
Well, they got 2 players from Atlantic that went over to Masonic.
Ah, I see. Okay.
So they were the ones that actually lost players rather than gained players in the shuffle.
Okay, so they were sort of like in the very bottom end, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, they were.
Of how players moved up, which I guess sort of speaks to the depth of the Danish scene. Like, we're talking a lot about how Eternal Fire have limited options. Atlantic don't necessarily have that limitations to them. The fact that they've lost a bunch of players, a bunch of really good players to the Masonic side, who themselves are also doing extremely well in the Tier 2 environment, and now they can come back, find some new blood, bring them into this team, and now compete in MistGames. So in that sense, you have a bit more groundwork, I think, for Atlantic, which in terms of the matchup, obviously right now we've only got the players we have to play with, but in the future they've got a lot more they can pull from in terms of rebuilding and readjusting and retraining younger players.
And just knowing that this lineup has come together as a complete rebuild probably sets expectations at maybe a little bit lower level here for Atlantic, where it's okay. You know, we're starting something fresh. We're starting something new. We'll give you plenty of time. We'll give you a strong coach in there from Ronick. We'll keep you at least a little bit from the previous iteration in from Croc, and just try and get more out of some of these youngsters.
You talk about time, right? Just look at how young they really are. 17 years. Not the youngest I've seen in the world, but I mean, look, that's still
pretty young, yeah.
Well, listen, when I'm saying the youngest in the world, I mean, I've literally seen pro players of 14 years old competing in these tournaments. I think actually last time the youngest player we had was about 15 in the last edition of the MistGames series.
Remember who that was?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Right, so just mentioned it and then.
No. I remember me and Vendetta being extremely shocked. It was like, oh my word.
So shocked you can't remember.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It stunned me so much. It really did. So in that sense, I guess you can give him credit for being able to knock my socks off. And certainly some of these players could have the potential in doing so. I guess we look again towards those Orpas of Salazar as a key instance. But even Xanto, he's got an extra year on him. OJ, of course, the IGL might not be great in the numbers basis, but in terms of what he can do in terms of learning tactics, instead of understanding the game from a deeper perspective, he's got plenty of time to do amazing work.
You had a core of this team that played on Link's Legacy, one of the Danish rosters that got quite a bit of HLTV time, got some few events under their belt. So we've seen them have previous experience in the Danish scene. It's all about being able to put that together with this 4-5, and I think, again, being able to even run with the story. The old roster of Atlantic, only core 1 now of Krog, was in Advanced in season 41 of ESCA. They then got promoted into main. Then you had the new lineup, which then got promoted again. So I think here for Atlantic, it's all about continuing that promotion, all about being able to add more officials to their belt.
Just build and build upon what already established in the past. And certainly they have had to rebuild, certainly. But, you know, the establishment is still there. They've still got potential. They've still got the workability within the context of a development side. So I'm excited to see whether they continue to develop here in MistGames. Obviously, got a hell of a task ahead of them in terms of this match. But even if they get through the semi-finals, again, like I was talking about with the Eternal Fire there, you're facing up against either ENCE or OG in the next game. And that's going to be very, very tough there for how the bracket could play out.
Even looking back at, again, the Eternal Fire Academy side, M-Star, the IGL, had that experience with Yeni Cherry playing over in North America. I think that's unbelievable that you can actually have a full Turkish team in an international space like North America, using that experience, trying to bring it back over. And he's one of the guys that have been around for a longer part, him, Jota, and even Cyber, whereas Wakadia, again, came through from a previous iteration. And then Six finds himself back on the roster, looking to see if he can do some damage damage.
I want to ask you a bit more about Six, actually, just because obviously, like, his position obviously has been very, very last minute in this edition. He was added yesterday to the main team. So in terms of his position right now in the context of this roster, like, how was the dynamic change for Eternal Finance, particularly for his own individual part?
Probably not massively. I mean, he played with these guys before. He played with the core. So I think slotting himself back in, he's going to be quite familiar with. It's just whether he's going to be able to bring as much of that experience in the previous lineup as possible, bring it back here today. And you're here to do a job. You're here to come in, work with the team, work with the full five. You're going into a game where you're familiar with your opposition. You only played them just under a couple of months ago. And it's now about putting another result up on the board and being able to put some decent performances through.
An opportunity to put a result on the board here with this particular best of 3 series. However, as you can no doubt tell, we're having a few issues with getting Eternal Fire into the server at this moment in time. So we're going to head towards a short break and come back. We should be able to bring you our first match of the day between Eternal Fire and Atlantic. Don't go anywhere. Well, here we are then, folks. Time to get into our game. Apologies for the tech delay, but we are ready to get into dust to our opening game here between Eternal Fire Academy and Atlantic. We are pretty much split down the middle between who we believe is going to win this series. Dwayne, you definitely pick Eternal Fire, I definitely pick Atlantic. It's all going to rest on the CT side in this first map of Dust 2. Two players facing us along. The pistol round has already gotten started, and they're going to overwhelm the first kill. OJ able to get that trade back, but doesn't last long himself. Cyber with 2, A sights open.
Just beautiful pace coming through there from Eternal Fire, getting right out of the gates towards that longhouse control. And Atlantic just couldn't even set up a crossfire. Multi-frag in from Cyber, now the cross smokes to get up to A.
It's a big start for them on the Eternal Fire side. Of course, Atlantic forced back away from position, and Eternal Fire have been hungry to go with this matchup, but they've been the ones having the tech issues, of course. They were in the plant to come down on the default position here for Cyber. Retake will be on for Atlantic.
Even the first pick out towards that short control could be so important. MStar's keeping an eye on the backstab towards long. Instead, it's mainly action towards short.
Flash over in from Xanto, catching himself in the face, but allowing no problem to make his move in alongside Croc. The kill found on Cyber. Jota is also going to fall. A 3-on-2 ball back towards 2v2. Vicadia turns it around. MStar's caught off, and now they're just drawing attention away from the site itself. Block shots over the head to get the first man, and the second one drops the same. Headshots game for the 3K and the pistol for Eternal Fire.
A decent effort there from the Danes. They think to themselves, let's go and get that window flash up from the CT player. Let's start bringing quite a few swings out towards that elbow position, put some pace and some pressure down towards that sight hit. And instead, it's just time wasting. Wakadia ends up getting back towards that elevator position, plays out the post plant, allows the time to get stalled, gets both of those kills. Atlantic, they will be forced by a second round though.
Forced their way forward into the pistol win, of course, for Eternal Fire. Very fast kind of pacing in to get to the execution, and from there, the post plant was similarly quick from Atlantic. Coming in with, of course, the force buy, as you would expect on that CT basis. The Eagles in for 257 with 2 scouts. Rifles en masse here for EF.
Could be the exact same strat. Allow themselves to take long control, allow the cross smokes to get thrown up towards the top hit of the site, get themselves over towards ramp. They don't even have a lurk out in mid or towards the upper tunnels. Instead, it's just a complete regroup.
Scout shots connecting initially from Zix. Salazar to 31 HP, tagged up. Very responsive, of course, for Atlantic. Smokes are coming down very early from the T side. Only the 1 smoke to the cross. 4 players to receive them on the CT forces.
They've got 3 up on A, so it's all about whether they can actually set up that crossfire, and there's even a walk to go forward through those smokes.
Jota barely able to see the man, gets the kill in. The nade back from OJ, and Croc can combine to get 2 on the trade here. AK now in the hands of 1 CT. First smoke about to fade. They're not aware of the man exploiting that gap, and indeed Croc's going to be able to get a double up. Salazar does fall in trade, but the 3-on-2 still fits with Atlantic here. The Deagle's still looking to fight.
Should be able to get the bomb down. They've been able to press the CTs quite further back. You can see MStar trying to see if he can take a duel towards CT. They want another fight.
Risky, he's got the bomb on his back here. The little swings, they've seen the 1 man in the CT spawn, catching off Croc instead. That's the AK drop now. 2-on-2, OJ been tagged. Bomb going to try to get to the site as now OJ gets caught. And then PG gets that 1 headshot back. AK recovered in a 1-on-1 situation. MStar looking for the headshot himself, and wraps the corner, comes in pretty good for the second round for Eternal Fire. Damage was done though.
The damage was done, but it's not the reset. That's what you're looking for in the second round. I really like what Eternal Fire do in that sort of situation. They're in a 2v3. Yes, they've got the respect to getting the bomb down, but they slow it in. They allow themselves to fight towards city spawn, check out elevators, look back towards that short position, and it just gets very proactive. They want to try and lean for fights before they can even focus on the bomb plant.
Atlantic going to try to force the issue back anyway. Look at the FAMASas coming in.
Pretty unorthodox.
SMGs and scouts and all. I mean, look, you talk about the reset potential, right? The idea they've got to follow it up. And that seems to be the thinking on their own side of things. Follow it up. Get those guns in. No M4s, of course. No AWPs. It's certainly not. The weaker weapons and the firepower basis. You can just find those right jewels. It could still work out.
And the issue I have in this sort of round, though, is what are you going to do about the long control? Knowing that you're in for another force buy, you've got a lack of nades. You don't actually have that presence to be able to fight for it. You're starting to take some upper tunnels control. There's a lurk up there towards T-Spawn. That's MStar.
Holding his nerve. Minute and 13. The Molotov's into position is standing towards the outside of the longhouse. Meanwhile, inside of upper tunnels, it's Xanta with the opening kill.
And not much information can be brought off of the back of that. Eternal Fire could start working that long control again, allow themselves to get the cross smokes up, stacked up towards A. Atlantic reading it well.
Side with the utility support, MPG. Sat back here with the FAMAS. Teammate with him as well. Smokes onto the bomb site. Counter nades involved. That one lands pretty close from OJ. Takes a lot more in responsive, however. Still that advantage for Atlantic on the man play.
Jota try to see if he can force that early entry. They even peep before the smokes go down.
Body blocked there, gap was generated, not like it matters. The scout shot connects. Croc, however, gets himself a triple, drops that bomb. Zik suddenly alone, flanked in by MPG, bringing in that first round for Atlantic. There is that reset point.
You could just see, no problem, guy, taking that first initial duel, allowing himself to retreat, get back up there towards Goose, and Croc sets that round up. Allows himself to farm so much impact with that FAMAS, and this is what you're trying to do with a force buy. Trying to see if you can get under the skin, allow a steal round to come through. Slightly unorthodox to buy again in the third round, but being successful forces the T side on a double eco stance. They're going to have to buy it through, and this is where both teams are going to be looking for the steal.
Tech Nines and Deagles in for the Eternal Fire side. That scout headshot from Salazar looks fantastic. Arcadia out of the rounds. Smoke utility in for Xanto to try to suppress the main force of Eternal Fire, all stacked up in tunnels.
Just knowing that this time around there's no long presence, it's a little bit more emphasis out towards the B side. Even Six is trying to see if he can find a return frag out there from the mid doors. Not to be though.
Decent shooting for Atlantic, not replicated by Eternal Fire here. On the side, receiving nades down, even Cyber and Jota getting tagged up. Falling back to the scaffolding with the smokes down to the CT forces. Croc. Whole position with Xanto as well on top of the cinder blocks. Looking down upon the entry, Salazar gets another scout kill. They have allowed Cyber to peek in from CT mid though. That's one pick found, taken right back by Xanto. As the bomb drops two on the line up, makes it a triple, making it look easy as well.
It just felt there from Atlantic. A lot of success being granted by that scout. Allows the information to flow through that it is going to be a split B play. And for Xanto, he positions himself accordingly. Get out towards Car. Allow yourself to split that crossfire. Get your teammate underneath window to focus the attention up there on the upper tunnels. And then you could just peek together. 2-2 Atlantic looking to take the lead.
Imagine they might do so as well. There's not a lot of a buyback. Glocks in, 1P250, not even a good hand cannon involved for the T side, let alone any Kevlar or Major Mountain Utility. Comes back to M-Star. Peek forward does enable a TK in from Cyber. Salazar does sacrifice himself for that. That's an MP9 to play with. A much more CT presence into the tunnels, especially here. Player actually caught off through the smoke. Cyber reads it well.
And this is now things getting out of order. You've got a man advantage, you've got plenty of time, you've got to lurk out towards long. If you can force Croc to get aggressive, they might even find another pick.
Done their damage at least here for the Eternal Fire side. Probably a bit too cocky for Atlantic, a bit too overly aggressive for my money.
The thing is they realise we've got MP9s, we want to farm up money. We know that we're against an anti-eco, they're not going to have much on the table. That's why they wanted to get aggressive.
Well, that MP9 has directly dropped an AK, so in the end it has worked against Atlantic, and now they're going to use their AK to try and look for OJ. Tagged up and taken down to the second phase for M-Star. 2 players left on the CT forces, 1 per site, and they're going to lean to the B play.
Just knowing there's one individual out there towards Car, this is going to be a very difficult task indeed, because there's going to be players everywhere.
Xanto hears them. Joseph setting up a backstab as well, and Croc won't be aware of that. Xanto does come decent with a decent kill, but SMG responsive. The M4 suddenly alone at very low HP, less than 10 in the 1v3, getting that first kill, and needs a whole lot more that I just don't think he can get.
And this is a good call to actually be saving. There's no point going for it when you're on this low HP. And this is 2 rounds in which both teams have stolen off one another. From Atlantic, I don't think there was anything wrong with what they achieved there. They wanted to get aggressive. You want to farm up the money. You don't want to give them respect. The unfortunate nature is it comes back to bite you. And that's where you could just feel as if as soon as you get that pick towards top mid and the spam down there from the lower tunnels through the smoke, everything changes. Everything starts moving in favor of Eternal Fire.
It's not like it was a force buy in that situation for Eternal Fire. It was pretty much a harsher eco with 1P250. Getting a ton out of that round that it shouldn't really have done. 2 free rifles, one of which is an AK Atlantic. A little bit of buy potential, so I imagine they might consider a force buy. That was the moment where everything started to fall apart there for the CT forces.
And they'll be okay. They had plenty of money in the bank. Even though the loss bonus isn't ideal for them, they'll be able to get a rifle round together. Eternal Fire, though, back and forth with a couple of these rounds, looking to try and see if they can stabilise.
Those guns will be in, including an AWP for Salazar, so just pulling the Cyber Zone up. On a Fire Academy into Longhouse once again. Very fast plays out. Incendiaries from OJ. I think I actually missed out on Pit. swing forward, engages one, burns himself quite significantly lower. Spray continues out to the longhouse, doesn't do any more damage. Jota comes up with a trade, a 4-on-4. Meanwhile, CT's pushed into the tunnels, take think damage, but get away with a man advantage.
And now you can just see the A players retreating, knowing the idea, we've got man advantage, we've cleared out upper tunnels, let's play a retake. We can actually give full respect down to this A side.
Concern will be those HP bars on 7 individuals, one of which just went down. OJ, Den, and Buried AWP is Salazar, caught off by Arcadia. 3-on-2 now for Eternal Fire. Blind sprays for no problem. Guy does bring back on side between. He's even standing, but again, he is on 7 points of health.
Oh, Arcadia just cracking open, brute forcing a double entry down on the A side, and now with the retake, everything falls onto Xanto, and well, he's gone already. Another safe call.
One quick swing for Jota, and you're right about this. M4 is pressing up. That's a bit too risky for my money. He'll pay the price for it. No real reason to go. I mean, I guess probably to try and clutch it to avoid the reset because I haven't got a lot of cash left in the bank here. But even then, 7 points of health, that's a clutch you're not going to win.
Yes, but you also need to think context is important there. Where do you go? Like, if he starts falling back from city spawn, he might get checked, he might get cleared. He'd already committed from that point. And as soon as your teammate loses the fight, you know it's over. But you also know you're in a position where you might as well keep fighting because you start retreating and you're going to go anyway.
Either way, Atlantic will not carry anything into the next round. USP's brought out with CT forces. Stack into long as well, trying to see if they can counteract the Eternal Fire with a numbers game. AK's in for Jota. The firepower game certainly is won out by him as he proves with a quadra spray down. Making it look simple and clean, and that is exactly what it was. 5-2 now for Eternal Fire.
Eternal Fire Academy have won 6 out of 37 maps on HLTV, even with previous iterations of the lineup since forming at the beginning of the year. So I think it goes back to that conversation of what we had against the likes of Astralis Talent, that it can be a difficult first few months, it can be difficult with new iterations. They're looking to try and transfer some of that success off of HLTV events and bring it forward into these sort of environments.
Again, their HLTV matches have not been fantastic for Eternal Fire.
They're 0-8 in maps. They haven't won a single one in the last 3 months, so it's been a rough couple of affairs.
So we're going to try and turn that around. This one is on HLTV. It's just going to be the chance to break that streak. Certainly looking like they are likely to do so. Jota runs into one CT. I thought no problem guy was going to find a flank in that corner. Apparently not. Six meanwhile gets a kill back towards CT. Zento tries to hold on, doesn't do so for much longer. M-Star comes up good towards Shore. And the dismantle comes in effective for Eternal Fire.
Jeez, they look drilled, don't they? They look on point, and it's very chaotic Counter-Strike coming through from Eternal Fire Academy, which is no surprises at all. But it's just action everywhere. You've got to commit out towards the B site, you've got to walk out through the mid doors, and then you still got to lurk towards short that's continuing to do damage, to put pressure down onto some of those rotating A players.
Oh, the long player probably gets picked up here by M-Star. Turn in, adjust to the headshot, so effective. Good round. Also a fantastic round, honestly, for Eternal Fire. Really just stellar stuff. They look so confident from the word go.
And Dust 2 being the highest picked map in the pool for Eternal Fire Academy. And that run that they had in the lower bracket when it came to ACA main featured Dust 2 in pretty much all of their best of threes. So a map that they do like to tend to bring into the veto process quite a lot. And knowing that even last time around, we saw a decent CT half, we saw a decent first half competitive nature from Atlantic. We're not even seeing that this time.
Got those pistols in as a result to let another round go the way of Eternal Fire. Mentioned the CT side being important to this Danish team, and right now it's showing up absolutely nothing at the moment. 6-2, 4 rounds to the good. AKs are already up on control. You see Arcadia immediately in against Salazar. Just pick up the headshot. Molotovs and smokes down a combined cover off the cross. Let the player comes back inside, but does catch off one. Arcadia will drop. Now left to 2 here in Atlantic.
Individually, they look cracked right now. They're looking really on point, and this is what you want to see from some of these weaker end teams, is coming through and looking positive, allowing yourself to flow with the entries, you're playing off each other really well, and you're sending a message within the first 8-9 rounds of the map.
This AK out in hands of Xanto as well. See the ball in, there it is. Jota takes revenge for Zix's death. 13 kills for him in terms of this map up, so certainly seeing the stars come to life here for Eternal Fire, but just in general, look like a force to be reckoned with on the whole.
A 6-map losing streak on HLTV for Dust 2, and does not always prove what it's actually like against some of the other teams, though. And right now, 7-2, they've been able to put up quite an impressive showing. Now, the question we had a little bit earlier on was who's going to be AWPing? Is it going to be Cyber? Is it going to be Zix? Haven't actually seen much AWPing, because it's pretty much been all the riflers, but Cyber has picked it up.
And that discussion a little bit earlier on, right? We're still unsure as to how the roles fit in for Zix. Potentially a double orb setup in play for Eternal Fire when he comes out to the CT half. That's a possibility.
It is, but you also need to think about what the scoreline might be going into the second half. Because if there's not much of a scoreline, it takes a little while to get the orbs in.
Map 2?
Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, but it's Dust 2. I like double orbs on the CT side of Dust 2.
Double orbs on the side Dust 2?
Maybe not that far.
We have seen it before, though, Blake.
Yeah, we have, but I don't think we'll see it.
It's a lot more common on this map than others.
Yeah, it's actually quite common on round 15s if you've got plenty of cash, just to be able to leave another AK and spawn, but it's probably one of those effects where Eternal Fire Academy, we might see it on Inferno. I don't think we would see it on the city side of Vertigo. It's not one of those maps that tend to double orb.
We'll lean around the corner here for MStar. Making a forward face into the tunnel position. The Incendiary is sent down by Croc as well. Block off that longhouse entrance to smoke on MStar. Just the whole position here.
Trying to put some util down out towards the B side. They're just trying to see if they could draw a mistake. You've got the AWP posted, even MStar looking down towards those doors below that notch smoke, just to see if there's a slight reposition.
No one's going to go up the ghost on that one, though. Atlantic, very passive at the CT spawn in particular for one individual. AK swing for MStar. We'll check the cubby corner. OJ waits for him. Gets his own little one-way with the cinder block poking out. A double up, not quite found. The weapon runs out of ammo. And meanwhile, his backup on Salazar is dealt with. So 4-on-4 with the A site under siege and unprotected by any CT player.
And knowing that there's still a lurkout towards that B side, that could waste some time. This could make it very difficult. Deny that bomb from going down just off the basis of the incendiary, but reposition, put it out towards safe. This is going to be a tough retake for Atlantic.
A player up long, which might provide a little bit of support if Eternal Fire face him. If he gets that kill especially, no problem, guys. Expecting there to be a flanking from Zix as well. Start to make that move in towards the lower tunnels. Head will be turned to the side as well, so focus on the short presence. It's going to be an easy spray down, an easy kill. But at this point, Atlantic have committed to the site retake. Flashes over. Croc does get a kill involved, but Arcadia, again, a double alongside Cyber's AWP pick, making it look simple for Eternal Fire Academy.
Is this a simulation? They're just farming. What is going on right now? This is so easy, man. This has actually been a rollover. And it actually didn't strike that when we looked at the first few rounds of the game. We look at the first few rounds, there was a couple of stills. When, what was it, a 3-2 scoreline? It actually looked like we might be in for quite a battle. But since we've got into the rifle rounds, there hasn't been many rounds that have even looked competitive.
You're right about that. It really has looked like just such a whitewash, honestly, for Eternal Fire. They have not let go of the gas pedal since they got their early starts here. Facing against Atlantic's pistols, P250. In amongst the chaos, has managed to get at least one pick back. Can't recover that AK. Teammates start falling around him. OJ holds the line for the time being. 3-on-2, but no more than that. One man left in Xanto. All the way back on the B side. A is probably going to be taken. Eternal Fire should have no problems getting number 9.
Now, I've got to ask you, Jay, how do you like your OJ? With juicy bits or smooth?
Smooth.
Oh, no! That is outrageous! That's worse than the chocolate earlier, man. Let us know on Twitter, @MistGames, GG. Tell us, what do you think?
Nah, I'm sorry. Smooth is
Smooth! And then it's just, you're taking the orange out of the orange!
No. Here's the thing, right? If you ever want to juice a fruit, right?
Yeah.
If you want to leave the bits inside of it, that's what you use in cooking, okay?
Okay.
So like lemon juice, you use the bits inside it.
Yeah.
In cooking.
Yeah.
However, if you want to drink it on your own, it's got to be smooth.
Nah, no chance. No chance.
Honestly, you have no opinion after that tweet earlier, so...
Yeah, I think so. I think the comments have shown that.
Yep. Orps in for 2 players on the CT side. A scout in for 6. Never mind. Cyber's got the AWP pick immediately on OJ and spaces no time getting involved towards the longhouse. Kill has been found. That's a start in the round.
Yeah, so maybe they just wanted to use the scout rather than wasting so much money on the AWP, just to look down mid to see what was happening on the cross. While that's happening, you've actually got Cyber being able to win an opening man advantage to the long control, and that's just another kick in the teeth on a rifle round for Atlantic in the first 30 seconds.
Got that kill win a start. Hopefully a little bit more to gain here towards this short position. They've got one player posted on top of the car. Going out towards Pit, of course, for Croc, trying to suppress that longhouse position, but now going to focus on the crossfire itself for Atlantic. Eternal Fire making their way in extremely quickly here. The rifle's up, the bomb will go down.
This might even be another half save unless they get a kill in the next 10 seconds. If they don't, I think they've got to back off again.
Zix is ready here towards the longhouse. Attention has been drawn away from the site as these both players hold their nerve in a blue bin. Zand over towards the long control. The blue bin player is down. Meanwhile, Arcadia on short will press forward. Catch a headshot. He just reads it so well against Xanto. There's 2 left for Atlantic. Shouldn't find much in terms of the round itself. The double op's got to save, and no problem. Guy has no opportunities to hold on to his lifeline. Same thing for Salazar. Yeah, this is looking like Eternal Fire walking all over Atlantic here.
And this is where context is really important. And this is where you do have to dive deeper with some of these teams. Because you can look at Eternal Fire Academy and say, geez, they're on a 7-game losing streak on HLTV. Things aren't ideal. Dust2's not even been successful. But you have to look at results outside of HLTV. And that's what you're going to have to do with a lot of these teams to get the full picture. The last head-to-head was a stomper. And this is what we're seeing again.
Not seeing much encouragement, I think, for Atlantic. Again, we're talking about the idea that Dust2 was played previously, so Atlantic could potentially find some counter plays and adjust upon the demos and figure out what they did wrong in that particular series. That hasn't happened, clearly.
Well, I was just hoping for a stronger second half, let alone what's happened in the first.
I mean, we could still see it, but at this stage, it might be still too little at this point, you know?
You're always trying to tempt this, man. It's 2-10 down.
Did I say? Did you hear what I said after I said we could still see it?
Yeah, go on.
I said it still seems like it would be too little at this stage.
Yeah, but just got to be firm, man. Got to be firm. Don't give me like the unlikelies or the perhapses.
Well, as firm as this grip as Eternal Fire have in this series, apparently. There you go.
Okay.
There you go. See? Is that firm enough for you?
It's getting closer.
Alright. Well, a grip that will not let go, tightening continuously from the seaside line. There's a kill found on OJ. Trying to sneak in against Mercadia. Taps to the one tap to the AKs. M-Star takes his own teammate down, which usually would be embarrassing, but with 16k in his bank account with so much money to the entire Eternal Fire side, and that economy line that won't be broken in the last round of the half, it doesn't really matter.
And I wondered to myself, where is Salazar? I've seen some excellent performance from him locally, from their AWPer, their Starman. We highlighted him at the beginning. Okay, money hasn't been great here for the Atlantic side, so he actually hasn't had the AWP in his hands all that often. But when you've got a player to that sort of level, he's 2-12. You can't be having that from him.
Guns back for Atlantic. Incendiary sent down for OJ, trying to peek in ahead of the smoke at the longhouse corner. Get the kill on M-Star. Great start. Nice advantage found for the Atlantic side. Can they keep it? No, they can't.
Even no problem, Guy. It's just it's a situational point of view, Jay. Why are they getting aggressive like that? They've got man advantage. We're now starting to see a bit of tempo, a bit of acceleration over to the B side, though.
Danto caught off by Wakadia. As Atlantic try to hold their trade, but even Wakadia behind the smoke gets Salazar. And this one should go the way of Eternal Fire, as it seems like every single round does so far.
But he's looking that way. Croc just trying to see if he can play anti-flash. OJ behind him. They have to commit. They have to go for this.
At this point, they've got no choice, and they're going to fall.
Come on, boys!
Yeah.
End the streak! It was 2-3!
I haven't got anything else to add, honestly. I've just got nothing else to say. Like, I agree with you. I think they should have tried to just back yourself, get something, get anything at this stage, because we're looking at a 13-2 half here, boys. What would be, at this point, 10 rounds in a row. It's just a little bit silly.
Great shot coming through from Cyber. And I just look at that, and I think for Atlantic, I've got question marks with the calling. That round, OJ gets a perfect pick. Why is then no problem guy getting aggressive out there from the doors? I'm always with the philosophy of play smart Counter-Strike and do the basics right. Play the numbers game, play the percentages. And when you're down to 11, you can't be making risks. You can't be being proactive when you're down in deficits. And right there, they threw away such a sound opening man advantage.
The firing squad of Orps has got 2 tags, 3 tags down that mid control. Salazar and Xanto. Not quite headshots against them. Doesn't look like it matters here. I mean, they can afford those AWPs because they had 16 grand on every player prior to this point. So, Eternal Fire working with that momentum that they've got at this stage. Again, they've scored 10 in a row. All that firepower to play with will continue to come out into the tunnel's execution of these sites.
We've seen Cyber leaving one of those AKs along, just in case he does need to go back towards that T-spawn area. HE placement towards the right-hand side. Not close enough towards a car angle just yet. It's shaping up to be another B split.
Smoke down a notch. Mercadia on top of the Xbox. The smokes and Molotovs being sent in towards the entrance. Actually, it's extinguished by the smoke. Pass and blind fire comes in towards back plat. Xanto first thing to do with that for Mars, hoping for the best, and does catch a lot of tag damage towards Jota, finishing off the kill on the right-hand side of the smoke. MStar, however, picks up a kill, and the AWP strikes back. No problem, guy. SMG in the corner gets 2 picks. All important for a 3-on-2 now for Atlantic, but Eternal Fire closing in the pincers on the execution. They've crossed past the mid doors, the B doors. MStar looking in against that. SMG finally drops him. 2-on-2 on the post plant.
Even those rotates are so slow to get out from the A side. OJ and co, him and Croc to try and get the retake on again.
Yeah, plant will be secured. There are no kits in play for either of these two players either. AKA MStar gets only one. Makali gets the follow up. 13-2. Like 11 rounds in a row for Eternal Fire from the pistol conversion start. Atlantic only scored 2 after that fact with the reset on, and it doesn't look good, does it?
No, it doesn't. This has been a very good showing for Eternal Fire Academy, and I think you felt there towards the end, it was just full confidence in every situation. There was a few chances, I would say, for Atlantic, a couple of rounds where they had bad advantages, but those entries were just so rock solid. And it's just chaos across the map. It's Atlantic not closing rounds down when they should have done. Very disappointing for the Danes that they didn't provide more after what seemed to be a competitive start of that game. Eternal Fire Academy just clappered back with a very one-sided scoreline.
A scoreline that I think is not going to be brought back against by Atlantic here.
Nah, this pistol should seal it.
Like I said before, even if we see improvement from the T side, I don't think it's going to be enough. Only need 3 rounds. Any 3 rounds. Doesn't even need to be the pistol. You say this pistol will seal it. Certainly the next rifle could seal it, for that matter. Any one of these rounds could seal it. I think Eternal Fire know that. Defensive held, 2-1-2 split, ready towards the B site for the crossfire locked. Atlantic are going to go there.
It's going to be the B-pop. Get the smoke out towards the doors, flashes through. Jota's going to be on first contact.
He gets a kill for it. Doesn't quite line up the second and third, but damage has been done, and Salazar does turn back. Macadia is backup, so advantage sits with Atlantic here in the bomb plant position. Backstab's being covered off. OJ needs to get this kill, and indeed Cyber will drop. 2 left standing, an MStar and Zix, and this looks a little bit better for Atlantic.
Actually, wouldn't mind a save here coming through from the Turks. You're going to buy it up next round anyway, so hold the kit, hold the Kevlar, hold the slight upgrade, and just focus going forward into that next round. Nice execution and, of course, good entries, allowing themselves to take the side. And as soon as OJ gets that pick back into the upper tunnels, you know that's it. That's sealed the round.
Number 3 for Atlantic. 1 out of many required for this comeback, and 1 more pick back from MStar. Try and see if we can take some Kevlar out of the hands out of the backs of Atlantic at this stage. But not much will get gained in the pistol basis for Eternal Fire. It's Atlantic with the opening round of the half.
And when we saw Dust 2 in the most recent affairs for both of these teams, it was actually quite competitive. You had the one for Atlantic where they took on Scepter. They had a 16-14 as a loss, of course. And even when I think back to the CCT Central EU Series 2 closed qualifier, they took on Titans in that opening game in the GSL group stage. And it was another 16-14 loss coming through for Eternal Fire Academy. So both times we've seen Dust 2 on HLTV for both teams, it's been quite close.
Again, it's all about that previous history, right? That experience. Not looking close in this context, though.
No.
10 rounds still to make up for Atlantic. They found that pistol, sure. But again, like I said before, even the rifle round could be enough to put Eternal Fire past the finish line. So I'm looking towards that mostly as the next big point of contention for the T side. Doing some damage on that scout basis. The AKs, of course, in the standard. Eternal Fire is going to try to bait them deep into the bomb site.
We actually know that for Atlantic, in their SEA main playoff run last season, the most one-sided loss that they had was that one against Eternal Fire Academy on their map pick of Ancient for 5 rounds. This could actually be something a little bit more one-sided than that.
Star strikes back here on this Deagle, but OJ able to hold control. Jota taking more headshots of the scout. Getting a bit too expensive for Atlantic at this moment. 3-on-2 situation, losing a number of kills that I think you really shouldn't do in a round like this. On the Fire still have the Deagle and Scout in play as well, and they're going to try to place it into the mid control. Acadia headshots were gained against OJ. Now this round becomes very difficult indeed, a very awkward one for Atlantic here.
And this Deagle playing up close behind the smoke gives himself an advantage. HE placement's pretty good. The spam is even better.
The Scout set towards short, and I have no idea about this. Jota does back off though, back into CT. I think they hear his footsteps, so they'll just walk their way into the site. Utility can go down, the plant can be secured. Jota, can he go back up towards top mid and grab a rifle here? I don't think he will. Get cut off by MPG. And there it is, headshot gained. Two alive for the T side.
I mean, we saw a force buy again, and I think back to what happened in the beginning few rounds of the map. I don't think it's characteristic that we'll see another buy up here for Eternal Fire Academy. Vacadia coming away with a nice shot from the D, but not being able to follow up, not being able to multi-frag makes that round a little bit more uneasy. How many rounds are you giving Atlantic? 8? Not 8 more, but just 8 in general.
Definitely not 8 more.
Double digits?
I reckon 1 more if the rifle goes the way of Eternal Fire.
Don't give me this. I want an answer.
No, but that's what I'm saying,
I just want
right?
an answer.
Alright, fine. 1 more then. There you go.
Just 1 more?
Just 1 more. Because I reckon Eternal Fire are going to take the rifle round.
That's all I'm asking.
I think if Atlantic can get the rifle round themselves, then they'll keep it up to at least 3 more.
Don't give me that. That's not what I'm asking here.
That's what it comes down to, you know?
I've asked you a question. You're answering back with another question of something else.
I'm not giving you a question. I'm giving you a condition.
Yeah, no.
Condition,
We don't like
right?
them.
Well, I'm sorry, mate, but that's how it rolls, you know? That's how I roll. You should know this by now. Eternal Fire. Being rolled by Atlantic in the early part of this half, still hold a significant lead above the Danes. 9 rounds to make up, 8 now. Zento's caught those couple of kills up towards top mid. Jota does take it back, grab an AK. I probably should save the rifle here, right?
You'd imagine so. Keep that in play. Allow yourself to slight upgrade come the next round. For Eternal Fire Academy, it's all about that emphasis moving forward. Now, notice that Cyber's got plenty of money behind his back. He'll probably be upgrading to the AWP.
Well, a kill back from Wacadia. And closing in the pincers from the longhouse here. This can get a little bit interesting for the CT basis. More damage to be done against Atlantic. There's a kill. Okay, OJ down. Another expensive round for the T-side forces. And even the 5-7 here for Sigs wants to get a bit more. Will he swing? Will he find anything? I don't think he will. Smoke's in the way at that longhouse position, so he doesn't get away with a decent frag back. Still, only 2 players alive for Atlantic, so the money just continues to get worse and worse for the T side. And again, if Eternal Fire take this rifle round, that could be a harsh reset.
It won't be as harsh, but it would be able to put them in an awkward state, that's for sure. Eternal Fire Academy can bring that AWP forward for Cyber. They even allow the double AWP for Wacadia, so not one of the 2 individuals we were talking about that could run the double AWPs. Probably more of a positioning thing, and even an opening kill up towards top mid gets granted early.
There you go, just jump facing for info, swing out. Salazar caught off on the wrong timing. There's the opener for Eternal Fire. Atlantic forced to slow things down to a halt.
Even 6 trying to get out towards that pit control. You've got the other AWP trying to mask as much distraction as possible. M-Star can rotate forward and just try and help out with Util. Get those flashes over high.
Sent in with a smoke down as well towards Longhouse. Incendiary at the ready. Croc took a bit of damage and the Incendiary should go back. He engages one but does burn himself. Well, M-Star burns him, I should say, to a crisp 4 versus 3 for Eternal Fire.
And Xanto's starting to show some more mid-presence, get that smoke down towards spawn, allow no problem guy to start walking through. This is going to have to be quite a quick reaction to a B split.
Smokes up to the boost, the Molotov sent to the back. This AWP does land a good kill on Wacadia, but tagged up, sent away by the Goosh down and the wall bang and the aim punch throwing his aim off. Still, Jota comes in with backup and leaves OJ alone in the 1-on-4. Bomb is on his back with the smoke being sent outside of the tunnels. His position has been revealed. Spray up to 9. Caught off by Wacadia into the smoke. There is that all-important rifle for Eternal Fire. And look at the money line for Atlantic now.
Now here's something. The last head-to-head that we've had from Eternal Fire Academy on Dust 2 in the last 3 months did not feature Wacadia. That's that series against Titans. So we actually didn't know what we were going to expect from him since coming back into the lineup. And instead, he's dropped nearly 30. And he's wrecked them. He has put on a valiant showing. And no one's even come close to him.
I mean, in general, no one's come close to the Eternal Fire side as a whole. Atlantic certainly haven't shown up anything of any particular note. T-side got started, but failed to get the most important round. Now down to pistols on the rush tactic. Wacadia getting the kill against no problem. Guy fast plays in, he doubles up onto OJ. 3 players standing for the T-side forces, and from here the bomb might get planted, but really Atlantic need the round to deny match point.
And knowing that Croc's got a backstab in from mid, might be able to get granted with at least a pick. He's got to try and stall for time. That's his best outcome.
Xanto's waiting for a bit more engagement against Croc here. 17 points of health. Does fall back into the tunnels. Meanwhile, Xanto swings, sprays, bursts through against Cyber. He goes down, forcing out of the way here. Utility support from the T-side line. Molotov sent towards the center of the site itself. Xanto should get forced out of position. Dead to the right of Amstar. Alongside the double up towards Croc. Techno and Salazar does not hold on forever. It's map point for Eternal Fire.
But just when it looked as if Crockett actually pulled quite a lot of distraction, you had a couple of CTs going over there towards the doors position. You actually had a lot of people looking away from the doors and up there towards window, but not to be. 15-5, clean this up. Even the bomb plant, it helps, but it doesn't give you a perfect buy. You needed a round win. That's what you were really looking for.
Yeah, that's really all you could say. It's irrelevant at this stage how much money you've got in the bank. You just need the rounds for Atlantic. You're forcing your way all the way into overtime if you can get there, which is a big, big if at this stage. 10 rounds to go. Broken by still features the Deagle to Galil's. Scout in instead of the AWP. Only one AK on OJ here.
And this is a very strong statement, once again, from Eternal Fire, just allowing themselves to be very rock solid. OJ's going to start walking up towards long, undetected right now.
Vacadia and 6 there with the trades. Vacadia doubles up. Jota gets his frag, and Vacadia a triple. Makes it look particularly easy. 33 frags for him to close out the game, and Eternal Fire in general just couldn't really be touched, could they?
Would you like to change your prediction, Jay?
Yes, I would.
Yes! Get
Yes, I
in!
would.
Now we're talking.
Yes, I would. That again, I kind of was banking on the idea that Eternal Fire might be destabilized by that change, right? And that was the key angle I was coming out with. And I was hoping that history would not repeat itself today. Very clearly, there's a little bit more to that story in terms of what Eternal Fire are capable of in that Academy side, Dwight.
And just a disappointing performance from the Danes. It never felt like they had a way in. It never felt as if this match was even close. Yes, we had the first few rounds and it was a 3-2 scoreline, but once we got into the rifle rounds, it didn't look like there were opportunities. Didn't look like there were many chances at all. And yes, we can come up with the argument that Dust 2 was quite one-sided last time. It was. But the first half was competitive. At least there was a different outcome last time than what we saw today.
And even then, not by much, right? The previous result was a 16-9 to the favour of Eternal Fire. So the fact that they bottled it that hard on Atlantic gives me very little faith going forward. Even though it is going to be their own map pick of Vertigo, I'm still not sure whether or not the form of this team is going to be able to mount up to a decent challenge in this one, Blake.
And when you look at those sort of games, sometimes even when you're down at 5 rounds and you get absolutely smoked, you might have someone that really caught your eye, you know, someone that came close at a couple of rounds but just couldn't get it over the line. We were missing a lot of players. AWP from Salazar wasn't there. Didn't see much from the Riflers. So it's back to the question marks of what this Danish team's going to be like moving into map 2. I still do think we're going to a third map, if I'm going to be honest, but we need to see a much better showing. They've got to clean up their act.
Well, I'm not quite as convinced anymore as we head towards our break and come back with Vertigo, our second map of the best of 3, as picked by Atlantic. Can they turn it around? We'll find out after this. Well, not encouraging on the start here for Atlantic. Not their map pick, sure, but there are sometimes you have to look at a game and think to yourself, is there really a chance, even if we are going to their home territory, 16-5? Not great, Dwayne. Not great at all.
It wasn't a strong showing from them at all, and I hope that they can bounce back. I've been impressed by their Vertigo, and they've been able to show locally that it's a good map, it's a map that can be played. It's also a map that is kind of weak on the side of Eternal Fire Academy, but I still think about Dust 2 and think, well, on HLTV it was quite weak, and look at what they just did there.
I think the key thing you have to talk about, right, in terms of the map up that we just saw in the previous one, is the fact that when it comes to the individual performances, Eternal Fire just looks like in a class of their own, right? There was nothing that could be done there by Atlantic to bring anything back, to do any sort of damage, try and get any grounds on the board, and that ultimately is where I look at things and think that that's where they're going to fall apart here on Vertigo, right? Yeah, great map for them, all that can be, you know, well said, and I don't debate that at all, but my concern is more about the performance levels of Atlantic against Eternal Fire and what they can do in terms of just the individual basis on this map.
Yeah, it could be right. I mean, we know that for Atlantic, they've come through with quite a few victories in recent history, beating the likes of Sashi on this map of Vertigo, taking 14 rounds against the new look Masonic side in some of the local leagues. And of course, out on HLTV, it's not a map that we see all that often from them, but we saw a little bit when it came to the ACA main advanced playoffs. So Vertigo is a map that we've seen, and we've also seen that it can be tough for Eternal Fire Academy. So it's all about whether they can mechanically be up to scratch like they were on Dust 2.
It's all about getting those mechanics together for me. Again, that's where I'm sort of looking at my breaking point for this particular team. Again, as I said before with the break, I really would love to change my prediction if I could. I can't.
Should have just gone with me at the beginning, mate.
Yeah, I could have done. I mean, maybe I could have gone 2-0 and then try to beat you out on the basis of the score.
I don't take that. I look at the logos. That's it.
Apparently you do. Well, I don't, and then neither do the rest of MistGames. But yeah, certainly not an encouraging side for me in my prediction game already here for the Atlantic side. I've got a hope for my sake that they're able to bring it back and try reverse sweep the series again. I do have faith in the back end of the veto, but it's just a case of them showing enough skill and individual prowess really to get anything done here in this matchup. So let's see how far they can go with it. Let's see whether they can prove me wrong and get into the pistol round of Vertigo.
You got two spotters trying to see if they can search some early information out towards the B stairs, and Jota strikes immediately.
Immediate start. No problem, guy. Many problems at this stage here for him. Kill found, start up, flash over now, incoming from OJ. Molotov sent in from mid by Xanto. Join his teammate Zix in with the P2K. Gets his kill on the one good shot. Couple trades back from Croc and Salazar to the 3-on-2. The favourite Eternal Fire, but not for much longer. M-Star will drop back, swing back for the double. Can't quite get it. Julie's in. 1-on-2 now for Salazar here. Backed up behind the orange boxes, and that's a one tap with a Julie. Swinging forward. Easy kill. Pistol gain for Eternal Fire.
Now, this is very early on, but do you think Wakadi is going to come close to 30 bombing again?
It's a tough ask.
Because he looked unreal on Dust 2.
That's what I'm going to say, right? It's a tough ask for any player to be able to pull that off 2 maps in a row. But you're right. He looked lights out. The problem is of course, Atlantic didn't come close to touching him or anyone else on the board. Credit to them, by the way. They all scored, with one exception, around 12 kills each in that last map. So you can't
for Atlantic?
Yeah, for Atlantic, right?
Yeah, but kill distribution only means so much.
That's what I was saying. You can't really diss their consistency in terms of individuals, but unfortunately it won't get to the map wins, so it doesn't really matter. You're right about that. But Atlantic step up to the fold on at least one individual to get started in this one. Of course, basic eco pistols and Eternal Fire will give chase.
Oh, we've seen a couple of stills over the course of the last map, but this is one of those rounds that you're probably not expecting it at all. Knowing that you've got just blocks out, and it should be a clean-up. Arcadia out here towards the alley control, made it up onto a contact.
And Cyber swinging in the back. There it is. 4 players alive, not quite the full 5-man unit, but they do get the M4 back in on one individual, so they keep most of the rifles in for Eternal Fire. Now the guns come back for Atlantic. The AKs across the board need to get involved.
And this is where for Atlantic, we want to see more out of guys like Salazar. Maybe try and get Croc with his experience to open up some gaps, to find some weakness. And they've got to start prodding their way very early on to taking map control, charging up top ramp, and just putting pressure back onto a side like Eternal Fire Academy.
Drop in immediately for them, and Croc's going to be able to punish that, so there you go. Engaging first and foremost. It was only an SMG that dropped down there, though, so sacrificial for the Eternal Fire side. Atlantic, of course, did lose their first couple of rounds due to that, and gaining some back here for the different side of the line. Now leaving it all on Zix. Last man standing in a 1-on-4, so yes, the over-aggression gets punished again.
You just see Atlantic slowing that entire round down. They allow themselves to win that first fight from Croc down there towards the lower floor, outside of B, and then just towards ramp. You're waiting for some over-aggression, you're waiting for a response, and then you just start working with the time. Eternal Fire making more info plays, getting more aggressive, and eventually Zix is the last one left in a 1v4. This has been a very good disciplined round from Atlantic.
Molotov sent toward the sandbags. I think a little bit deep there. Not like it matters though. No one's hiding there for Eternal Fire. He's got Zix to do whatever he can in the backside. Molotovs and smoke sent past him. He is going to try and hold on to a position, get a couple of extra perhaps. That's one. No more. OJ throws it back. Holds on to the round for Atlantic. There's the start.
But just knowing that we haven't seen any Vertigo in the last 3 months for either one of these teams puts into question of what it's going to be like in this pressured environment. Of course, we've seen quite a bit of Vertigo being played, but just not on HLTV.
Small pause early here. I imagine technical in nature. Take a moment to take a look at the buy status here for Eternal Fire and assess the situation. You can see there'll be M4s out for Wacadia and should be seeing the rest of the weapons out for them. Even Cyber getting the AWP in play. One concern will be Zix and his own economy base is only $1,800 for him.
So we know that Atlantic are actually playing Sashi later on today after this game. So trying to see if they can get themselves close to a qualification land spot in the Danish scene. And if they can give themselves a little bit of confidence, maybe some positivity out of this best of 3, that might be a helping hand. It's all about being able to return the factor, to come into your map, pick a Vertigo, put on a good showing, send it to a third map, and let the battle continue on Inferno.
Of course, no battle continuing at this particular stage. Very quiet. Moment to think about things, I guess, for Atlantic. And certainly a moment to let the situation stew for them. The idea that they've been stomped out in that has got to get to your mind in some capacity, right? Whether that be a case of detriment to the mentality or a case of lighting a fire underneath yourselves to get back into the game from the second map onwards. Which one do you reckon it's going to be, Dwag?
Well, I think they'll be with a general understanding that that can be a case. You look back at the last head-to-head, there was a tough time. They've got to have the idea that going into this series today, it's going to be a tough affair. And going into your map pick of Dust 2, you might have to look at it and say there's a very good chance that we get romped here. We've got to focus in on being positive on our map pick of Vertigo if we want to make this series close.
It's their home territory. They wanted to play this, so they'll have to play it to perfection. And nothing short of that. FAMAS in for M-Star from the CT side basis. The pistols in for 6. And Cyber instantly in with a shot to the leg, not to the kill.
And trying to get as much out of this hero AWP as possible, knowing that it's a round with a FAMAS in there with a couple of M4s, a lightened up pistol. It puts a lot of emphasis forward on the AWP to be successful.
M-Star spraying through that smoke again, getting close towards NPG. Wacadia getting tagged up a little bit down of his own right. Salazar providing covering fire for OJ to swing, but I think he got spotted, gets the kill against one man. M-Star trades it. The smoke down ramp does clear, so I think Salazar should get forced back. Meanwhile, Jota in from the B stairs, reads Croc like a book. It's a 4-on-2 for Eternal Fire.
Very clean there towards the top of ramp. You could just see the way that Eternal Fire Academy want to keep that pressure on, look to continue fighting, even set up the dual crossfire out in mid. Yes, Santo gets away with one, but how quickly that P2, or the 5-7, I should say, with the pistol, is able to return, find the frag back, and Salazar's got no chance in this round.
Instant return responsive for Eternal Fire, because you're right about that. 16 HP in a 1-on-3. No chance. Not even against the first player. Jota bursting through. All 3 players that remain alive at 94 or above. Very confident in their own basis, and only the casualties taken to the CT forces won't be counteracted by Atlantic here. Money is a little bit broken. I imagine a half invest will come through at best for them.
I don't remember seeing any Vertigo coming through from the last season of Main, whether it be in the group stage or in the playoffs, some of their other events that they've been a part of. We don't often see this map. It's normally getting banned out in the first wave or even the second wave of the Veto.
Quick in on the T side, Jota's M4, duck down, Croc, get boosted, drop in, get killed off in the end. That's one rifle back for the T side line, a bit too overly aggressive again for my liking on Eternal Fire. 4-on-4 situation, however, they're getting the HP advantage.
I can't see much being presented in this round. The idea that Croc is the only player that's got armor, and he's even down to 30, so you can keep the rifle in his hands, but even multi-fragging, even allowing himself to flow with another kill could be a really difficult situation for him.
We'll see what you can find. You are right about that. The Galil being poor, I'd usually call it a hero Galil, but in reality, there wasn't really much investment from anybody else here. I mean, it's still within the same sort of money line because he had so much cash prior to the round.
And look at the respect. Like, they're so passive on A. They've realized there's no point getting aggressive. We know what sort of buy we're up against. We can even offer a bomb plant here. Just play a retake.
Passive in. M-Star still engages against 2. Almost lands up a triple. In fact, Croc gets the TK involved. That's still a 3-on-2 here for Eternal Fire. Bomb plant indeed will be secured. So money in the bank for Atlantic given the buy status here. That's actually probably a little bit encouraging. Salazar will finally forward. Croc will be dealt with on Zix's part. So that's the 4th round for Eternal Fire. The Atlantic again, $3,000 roughly. Money's going to be bolstered. There's going to be a buyback.
I like that. I really respect that from Eternal Fire Academy because, like you mentioned, it was quite aggressive towards the B stairs. You're like, I didn't really like it. Yeah, it might have been a little bit pressy, but they realise, okay, if we've given an extra rifle forward, we know that someone's going to be there with a hero. Let's give that respect. Let's play it passively. Even the single individual of M-Star close towards Orange does a lot of damage. And for Eternal Fire Academy, it was a good start out on their last map at Dust 2. It's another good start here on Vertigo.
Indeed it is, and that's encouraging, right? The fact that you've got that 4-1 to kick things off, to carry on the momentum from the previous map up, obviously, with the 11 rounds in a row that they gained at the turn of the T-side half. The fact of the matter is that they've just got to carry on that, and so long as they do that, that'll be more than fine for this map up. Again, with Atlantic's own map pick involved, you have to consider that as being a plausibility at this stage. For Atlantic, however, they've shown us a little bit more prowess, I think, when it comes to punishing Eternal Fire's aggression. I have a concern that's going to be the one sort of sticking point that will be favourable for the Danish side.
Yeah, it could be. Again, when we look at the majority of rifle rounds, we haven't seen many of them. So it's still very early to get a gauge on where we really sit. I think for Atlantic, being able to take more map control, being a little bit more positive towards ramp will be a helping hand as the continuation rolls on. And try to get an AWP forward to Salazar as well, something we haven't seen in his hands.
And that might be a key thing to take away from their own part of things for Atlantic. The fact that they haven't had that AWP posted as often as they'd like it to be, right? And that might end up being a bigger concern when it comes to the team formation and the lineup itself. The fact that you haven't got one of those key weapons on one of your key players. Talk about how impactful the AWPers always are. Salazar, a guy that we highlighted during the pre-game for good reason because that AWP is so important. The fact that they haven't got it out at any point during this matchup is probably going to be a concern if that keeps up in that sort of capacity for me.
T-side AWPing is going to be slightly tough on a map like Vertigo, but it's still in for tradability when you put yourself down there towards a forklift, when you go out for mid picks or early spawns towards the B site. So we should see a little bit more impact coming through. For Atlantic, it's all about staying strong mentally. They know that they're in a position where they've had a tough map 1, you're going to map 2, you're down by an early lead. It's still recoverable. It's still very early on to recover things.
Yeah, only 3 rounds make the difference. Eternal Fire, it could be much worse for Atlantic, and they'll definitely try and make it worse because they've already done that on Dust 2. There's guns in for both sides, the AWPs in for Salazar and for Cyrus. There is that big green on the Atlantic side. Nade sent in for Jota, immediately trying to block off aggression from the rush tactics on the B side. No one's going to go for it here though.
Just get those anti-rush nades in case anything quick comes through. Even Zix is going to be able to just a jiggle peek, focus that attention back over. OJ going back and forth for the HEs.
Nades to respond through on the T side line. M-Star with that AK, sees one, engages, that's an easy kill.
It just didn't even think anyone could be aggressive down there to the bottom right. Very aggressive in from M-Star, it does get picked off.
And again, Eternal Fire extended, Atlantic punished, so 4-on-4 situation. They're finding those mistakes, they're able to punish them pretty effectively, but it's a case of turning those into the rounds from here on out.
They're continuing to put pressure down. You've got the AWP still hunting for a pick. There has been a walk up towards that position towards Banger, so we might actually see a little bit more of intent out to the B site later on into the round. Try and catch them sleeping.
Salazar just moving up, seeing the shoulder bait and the shot to Arcadia to connect. An advantage now for Atlantic, 4-on-3 for them.
Seems like it might even be a gamble stack coming through from Eternal Fire. You've got that walk further away from Jota's POV. Cyber's looking down from ramp, not seeing anything. So now they might start shifting players back over to B.
Orpin watching down the ramp position, trying to hide behind the box. 30 seconds. Molotovs sent up and over. CT forces backed up, flashes at the ready. Taps of the AK. Salazar sending 2 over, it looks like. Going to wait for his teammates to be in position. Meanwhile, Zanto strikes in from mid. Now these 2 CTs are backed up on the site itself, so they are hitting the stacked up play, allowing the kills to come in for 6. Jota, Salazar gets the kill, but now it's a 1 versus 1 against Jota. Known entity, 10 seconds. He's going to wait and bait this player up close and personal against the bomb's position and get his triple to secure the clutch for Eternal Fire.
I actually feel there for Salazar because that was a mental round from him. He was hitting everything. He had that AWP down there towards the bottom of ramp. He gave them a man advantage. He even brings it back over to the B side. But full credit has to be given to the readability. That call there from Eternal Fire. They end up putting the AWP of Jota up there towards the top of ramp. He sees nothing and he goes, guys, just start stacking up B. And even Xanto, who's able to crack that entry from mid, it's just not even enough.
Hell of a way back for Eternal Fire. Atlantic and knocked back quite the peg here. Pistols in play for the T side. Tech-9s and a Glock. Not great on this half invest. See Jota's so ready for them to peek up from the stairs angle. He's ready for this first headshot. Might just get given it as well. There it is.
B-side XE, a lot of CTs already around. If they can get a couple of kills in a bomb plant, it could get expensive.
Backside and center of sight. Jota's going to get MPG. Swing back towards Croc. Triple in. Those are the play around that corner. Salazar forced to fall back. Alongside Xanto in position. And reboost back perhaps to allow that Tech-9 to get a kill. Possibility here. Here's the reloads up close and personal. Almost getting spammed down. Does get caught off. Get that one kill, but no more than that. The rest of the teams end up dropping. Well, Salazar still gets another good pick back. So 3 players alive for Eternal Fire.
Just trying to put as much pressure down towards that B side as possible. Just continuously overcharging here for Eternal Fire Academy. Even the drop down from Arcadia ends up finding that last kill. 6-1. Another one-sided start coming through from the Turkish side.
5 rounds to the good. Atlantic, when they felt like they were going to get back in with that one good rifle, the 4-on-2 situation that fell apart. You've got to look back to those kind of rounds and think that could be turning points that turn this fully to the favor of Eternal Fire. AKs, AWPs in versus the M4s and AWP out for Cyber. So Eternal Fire ready to roll.
Eternal Fire Academy finding a lot of success with opening picks out there towards the ramp control. Salazar with the OWP does win out that first fight towards top crane.
Consistently getting those kills on the AWP as well. Swing back from ENCE, though, just towards Salazar behind the smoke. With the kill against no problem guy involved in everything. Cyber's looking for more here. His AWP might catch the man. Indeed he does, barely spotting with the gap in that smoke. That's a 4-on-2 for Eternal Fire.
I don't really know what's happening right now. You've got Salazar creating opportunities, finding picks, but not being backed up, and that's got to be so frustrating from his part because there's been so many rounds with a start from Salazar. You go, oh, this looks good, this looks promising, and then things just crumble.
Xanto and Croc. Don't even know where to go with this one, honestly. Drag, like, Atlantic. Just when they found the positive start as well, right? Salazar got in towards that ramp control, got that first shot. It was like, okay, there you go. Opening start, and then suddenly it all falls apart. And now Cyber's AWP is looking to punish the rest of them, catching Croc with a perfect flick. It's a triple for him. They make it look so easy for Eternal Fire sometimes.
And I think it shows the conflicting playstyles that Atlantic are used to in the local scene to what is happening right here against Eternal Fire. You consider the idea that Atlantic was able to beat Sashi, go top 4 in an MPF local LAN event. They actually won the Road to Nexus LAN, which qualifies them to a final next year, all against local teams. It's been very successful. They've been able to get some good results up on the board. They've taken some good series victories. Whereas you look back at the last head-to-head between these two, it was a bit of a stomper. You're looking at what you're seeing here again, and I think it does show that the style of gameplay that these two teams have does not favor Atlantic at all.
We've been talking about like local scene CS for a number of matches over the, I mean, for the last 2 days, it's been one of the key talking points. And you have to start asking whether or not those results have any sort of stock in games like this when you think about how successful Atlantic have been in the day, and you've seen MPF was a great top 4, mentioned Road to Nexus, everything like that. When you come into against Eternal Fire, and you're right, like it's just not coming together in the sense that they want it to. Have taken attack, and at least the Tech-9 gets involved first from OJ. Kill found on Cyber, a rifle can get picked up. That's the AWP now in his hands. Passed back over to Salazar.
Get him in because he's been very impactful. He's actually been their best player here on the second map of Vertigo. He's been able to win a lot of opening man advantages, giving them some decent way in and some space creation out there towards the bottom of ramp. Eternal Fire Academy, though, won't be too phased losing that opening kill. I mean, they've still got a lot of backing in this sort of rounds.
Right, what happened in the last round? Got the opening kill on Atlantic, and Eternal Fire got 3 to return.
Very true.
So don't count them out just yet. Minute to play with, and they're slowing things down on both sides.
Start making some noise down there to the bottom of ramp, and oh, what a peek coming through from Arcadia. Does get answered back, but he sees the bomb control, knows what's going on.
Pretty crispy shot there from MPG. Bomb could still counter-rotate back to that B site, so they're inserting themselves a little bit deeper here from the CT forces. One player out, Ali, might become a bit of a concern if he extends. Smokes are coming in for Xanto, and with his execution utility, it should draw the third man back in. So defensive lines set for Eternal Fire. Atlantic swinging their way forward. Again, Croc forced to get the kill. Joseph could line up too. NPG trades it back. 5 points of health for him. M-Star, 1v3 situation.
Even a further smoke down towards that left-hand side. Best that he could do is try and spam, deny the bomb for going down.
Or swing into the hands of No Problem Guy. Get himself a quadra. And bring in the second round for Atlantic.
A lot of impact being found there for No Problem Guy with the triple to get up towards that A site. And you could just feel their opening man advantages gets gained. And any peek back in, whether it be towards the top of ramp, whether it be out towards the top of alley, there's no multi-frags. And when you're up against that sort of round, you want to really tighten. You want to be able to give yourself 2 or 3 kills for individuals to make sure that no steal comes through. For Atlantic, it was a good round, but I want to see more from them. And it comes down to the rifle round where they can really prove it.
5 to the difference, of course. Eternal Fire still hold the lead. Atlantic getting a couple of responses back on Dust 2, but pretty late in the game, and certainly didn't lead towards any difference in terms of how their game would go. So Eternal Fire have already answered back to situations like this in the past. They'll try to do so again right here. 3 for Masters in play, though. The firepower will be limited.
HE's out there towards that wide position. Jota to swing on the contact, just keep his eyes locked. Even Arcadia can get aggressive.
Gets caught off on the small crack angle. The flash support in, however, almost caught No Problem Guy. Damage up on both sides of the board here. Flash in from Zix, about to send in against OJ's peak. He's looking around the corner, catches one, very awkward spray, takes the damage, but gets the kill.
Flash comes in way too late, and now Atlantic want to go off the back of it.
Player at quad's been seen. Croc gonna wait for utility support. Molotovs will come in eventually, should force that player back. There's smoke in the way. Doesn't extend around towards the position as a result. Now backup leads to arrive at the CT bases. Croc can catch them both. Kill on the first man. Sees the second. Indeed, he gets the kill, but it's still so focused on 6 back here. He gets only 1 for his trouble. So it's left to M-Star again in the clutch, this time a 1-on-4. I don't think he goes for this.
No, I don't think so at all. That was some very good pressure being applied out there towards the B side. And for Eternal Fire Academy, you just think to yourself, if there would have been 1 flash, just 1 flash around that peak, up there towards the top of the B stairs, it could have been a very different round. And what I like there from Atlantic is that immediate reaction. They get an opening kill, they go. They don't slow it down, they don't double fake, they don't try and show presence elsewhere, they just commit. They put a lot of pressure down there towards the quad angle, they then get players to swing out wide. Croc's double out there towards generators was the difference maker.
Atlantic are making this a game now. Much better basis from what we saw over on Dust 2.
But that is expected. I mean, this is their map pick.
That is also true, but it's encouraging to see because my faith had pretty much dwindled off the back of Dust 2. So, from my personal side of things, I'm definitely encouraged to see that this team now have something to play with in this matchup. From my looking, it could have been so much worse. USP's brought in. Molotov sent. Kill found for Croc, finding Jota. That's the start.
There is a backstab in from mid, being watched from Xanto for a moment, but he might still be able to get away with 1 kill.
Nope.
Unlucky.
No chance. DC as well on Eternal Fire, so that might cause some problems, because now they're reduced to 2 on that CT forces. There should be a tech pause, of course, coming in for round 12. Obviously, it doesn't make much of a difference here, so no point in contesting the round for Eternal Fire. Kadia and Zix far away from the A-bomb site. The last 2 players left might try and go for something just to get some damage on the board, preferably. If they're lucky, a hero steal, that's very far out of the realm of possibility, but yeah, good to dream.
Eternal Fire Academy just focusing up on that next Alpha round. And for Atlantic, just about getting more comfortability forward, allow themselves to bring back the deficit, get a few rounds in a row. Something that we didn't see on Dust 2 was round streaks from them, so just trying to get some more under their belt.
A few more bonuses. 4th to the board, of course, Eternal Fire. Receive no further presence here. Atlantic. We're receiving any extra frags when we go for the hunt. I have no point in doing so. On their confidence at their 4th round. Even finding Wakalia after the fact. So there you go. Pad the stats.
You a fan of that, Joe?
It's how I got to LEM.
What? Just go for frags? Just go for numbers?
Yeah.
Good on you, mate. Good on you.
Hunt every eco round.
Oh.
Lost every game.
I was going to say, that can't be the best mentality there at all.
There's a reason I never went pro and I never went to LEM.
the reason you didn't go pro is because you anti-eco frag. That
Yep.
can't be the reason. There's got to be more.
Well, I mean, other than the fact I'm bad,
Yeah.
but that's one of many reasons as to why I'm bad. So
That's a tough game to play at high level.
I found that out the hard way.
Yeah. Oh, communication. I mean, even getting the right mix of teams, the right mix of players. It's got a lot of attributes, especially when you get higher up the rankings. You know, all about the experience, being able to play different teams, different styles. The more that Atlantic play a team like Eternal Fire Academy, I think that will probably open up their horizon to what it's like to play teams outside of the Danish scene.
Gaining experience here in the professional circuit. 3 rounds to make up for Atlantic. The guns are back in for Eternal Fire. M4s in particular across the CD board.
Yeah, no kit, so it might actually be a little bit more on the front foot, trying to see if they can adjust to some opening frags rather than being defensive.
Uh-oh.
It's alright. Gotta stop calling.
Okay. Oh. Bit more respite, I guess, in that sense, so...
I'm relaxed, mate. It's okay.
Yeah. It's all good. No damage was done, of course, and there's no... debate as whether this being a...
Do you remember when you used to be able to dive from, what was it, CT spawn to T spawn on Vertigo on the very early iteration of the map?
I do. It was such bull, to be honest. Like, I remember we all hated it because we thought it was the stupidest map in the world, me and my friend group, when it first came out, and we were just like, that's never going to make it into the competitive pool. We'll never see Vertigo play in an official tournament. And here we are today in 2022, and it's officially
it's made some changes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, back then, but even then we were just like, there's nothing redeemable about this map, and it will never be liked by anybody.
Was there any previous changes of Vertigo that you liked that disappeared away from? I used to like the window little jump that you could have from mid into the B side.
Yeah, I mean, I missed them when I had the connector into the B site as well.
Hmm.
You know,
I remember there being a squeak door, yeah.
Squeak door, yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, taking a look at that side of things, I actually really appreciate that. I had a very funny moment, actually, on that one, where I panicked.
Okay.
Because I was trying to run away from a T-side player giving me chase in mid, and I had to go through that squeaky door, shut the door behind me. Unfortunately, though, for those of you who ever play like multi-monitor setups with Counter-Strike, you'll know that if you flick the mouse hard enough, you actually can tab out by clicking.
That's what happened.
So yeah, and that's what happened. I basically got the nade out, I tried to switch to my smoke and suppress him, or the Molotov rather, and suppress him.
Yeah.
Flicked all the way to go 180, tried to throw it, and then I tabbed out of the game. And suddenly he just walked through the doorway, saw me standing there with my molly in hand, just like, hi, and then got me killed.
I can't believe we've actually come to this conversation. This has just come out of nowhere, isn't it?
That's what you have to do in a tech course. You've got to fill for some time. What's your favourite edition of Vertigo?
I used to like it when you used to be able to go from spawn all the way down towards like ramp without having to go around the connector position. Like going from like the elevators angle when that was open on the right side.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if I appreciate that.
No?
I didn't like that one that much.
Yeah, there's been a few changes.
A few.
Yeah, it's
Been a
quite
number of changes
Yeah.
over on Vertigo. Haven't seen any in the recent times though. What would be the thing that you changed the most about the current version of the map?
Nothing. I love the map. I love the map and every map. No map
Really?
needs changes.
Wow.
I don't like change. I mean, I'm just a classic CS person, aren't I?
You wouldn't even change situations like the economy state or anything like that?
No.
No.
No,
You would make no changes to Counter-Strike ever.
I think at the moment it's alright. Yeah.
You wouldn't even update, I don't know, visual assets or anything.
Well, Source 2. Well, that's what we're all come for.
There we go. So yeah,
Yeah.
I found one. I found one.
Yeah. As long
Yeah.
the only change I would make of making it like easily more accessible on non-high-end computers. You know, making it more accessible for everyone.
It's already super accessible for everyone though. Like,
Yeah, but it could be better with Source 2.
something tells me that's not going to be the case. But anyway, back into the game. 7-4 for Eternal Fire at this stage. M4s across that board. No changes in the buy strategy here for the CC forces. But Jota trying to swing forward against the T-side line. Engagement finds Croc. That's a star. Wrapping around towards the white box. Flashing from 6. Might provide a little bit of support. Trying to engage, but doesn't get anything out for it. OJ instead gets Jota. Then PG strikes back at Sandbag. And M-Star falls to 4 on 3.
Just when there's a lot of pressure being built up there towards the top of the B stairs, you could see the reaction. No problem guy coming through with an all-important fight. He is down low, and now the pace can slow down. Atlantic can start regrouping, getting their way out towards that ramp control. Now, there is one player from Wakadia that does spot out no problem, guys. So now the bomb might actually go back to B.
That is the low HP player taken back out. They're playing their way towards ramp, though. A site under siege. But in the very early stages of that being the case.
And there's no nades and no kit here for Eternal Fire, so they're going to have to keep prodding their way around for more information. Wakadia has come back into the A control. He's back here towards Orange as of right now. And Atlantic showing more ramp presence.
Molotov sent to the back of the sandbags. They've got players at the back of the site for Eternal Fire. They've got rotations coming in for the backstabs themselves. Very careful about this position, though. Smokes are being sent. They'll make their way towards the A play. The Molotov's up and over. OJ trying to lead that charge. Firing coming through from the CT forces. They'll get that bomb plot down, though.
Atlantic all about being able to get into good post-plant positions. OJ's got to try and reposition away. Might even find himself up to the railings.
Responsive almost there for Xanto. Can't get a kill. Third time is the charm. Zix will fall. Cyber and Wakadia getting a trade back. Wakadia is low HP. Can't afford to stick around to that Molotov. Play around the ramp. Oh, actually the alley entrance doesn't go back towards ramp because now Cyber's extended. He's going to go falling. Wakadia with it all to do. Gets that first pick. Unawares of the player at Sandbag. Salazar holds his nerve in that one-on-one and keeps it together for Atlantic. That is 5 now for the Danish board. And they really have brought this back against the Eternal Fire side. I think that's 4 rounds in a row.
Again, a good streak of rounds. And I think it just shows there for Atlantic being able to provide a lot of time stalling, beacon on each other's contact. Yes, it does come down to a clutch situation, but that was never going to be winnable when you don't have that information. You haven't been able to draw the sandbags player out into the open. And knowing that there's another hero rifle up onto the board for Wakadia, he's going to have to get a lot out of this.
M4 standing alone in this one. Ton of fire might allow this one to go down to the wire, perhaps. 7-5, still 2 rounds to go for Atlantic to equalise the situation. They're going to slow things down themselves.
And just knowing that for Eternal Fire, that you do have that M4 in play for Wakadia, you want to try and set him up. You want to maybe get some baits forward of a couple of teammates on a crossfire. You want to try and get as much maximum potential out of this rifle as possible.
Got plenty of guns coming forward as standard. Players up and into the ramp position. And Molotov sent over as well. Smokes down from Salazar. Rock leads in. 2 players wrap the corner. Both players get mowed down in an instant.
Aggressive maneuver not working out at all. And more players down towards that A site will get clothesline. Croc with yet another pick in the rounds.
Now, it's only that M4 that should have been set up, but ultimately will be left to fall back. Preferably not fall down if possible.
No, it will go down.
The safe call perhaps. Molotov sent him towards position. Player caught. Adjustment to the second. That's okay. 27 HP though. 35 seconds to play with. All 3 T-side players got to come in from ramp and alley. And has backed off because of the concerns about a backstab himself. So he's being a bit more paranoid than one might expect. Ultimately, the HP bar is a little bit too much to hold the defensive here.
And the idea that it was a 1v5, now the 1v3.
If you got those 2 kills without taking damage, it becomes a bit more doable. Momentum swing to my favour.
Nah, don't give me that. No kit, no util. It puts yourself in a position where you want to try and look for economical damage. You want to try and get as much out of it as possible. You realise, okay, I've got a couple of kills. This is my time now. Let's back out. Let's get out of here. Let's give that respect forward and focus up in the next rifle round.
There will be 6 to the board of Atlantic. Ultimately, Wakadia will go for the smarter option of saving. Could go for exit frags from here, actually.
Spam, yeah.
Spam through the, I don't know what you call it, that weird sort of plastic thing. Is it the chute?
Well, the plastic chute.
That makes sense. Well, he could spam through and get the killing as the AWP player, perhaps? Well, not for it. Okay, well, that's a shame.
You ever seen one of those in real life?
I haven't, no.
No, really?
No. Actually, have I?
Yeah, a lot of building sites, and if they want to chuck stuff down from the top.
Yeah, I know what they're for, obviously. It's like, I don't think I've ever seen one in real life.
Well, considering the fact you've just said I've never seen one, I thought you might need a little history lesson.
Well, yeah, I know. Don't worry. Calm down.
Yeah, the only one I've seen is on Vertigo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Is that real life? Counter-Strike is my life.
Yeah, well,
so,
yeah, I guess so.
I'd work with it. I'd count it as real life. These players got to count it as their lives. Atlantic clawing some life back in this series with this comeback here. 7-6 now from the 7-1 that Eternal Fire had at the lead in this second map. Guns are back in play though. The AWP, the M4s across the board, the rifles are in.
Yeah, there is an aggressive stance down here towards the bottom of the tarps though, putting some pressure down there to the bottom of ramp. You got a dual crossfire out towards B, just spamming down in case there's a boost up towards Banger or over to the right-hand side. No problem, guys, expecting some aggression. Instead, it does come through. He's only able to get a trade though.
Losing that AWP for it there. You were right, he was expecting aggression, but his teammate, however, was so focused on the upwards movement into that ramp position position that he was not expecting Arcadia to be so close. It's a bit of miscoordination there. Could have potentially been a 5-on-4 for Atlantic instead.
Atlantic don't actually have much map control here at all. You've got a mid lurk that's actually being re-aggressed. 6 around the corner does deal with Xanto.
Advantage now for the CT forces. Eternal Fire getting those trades together, but can they hold on to that advantage? Atlantic boosting the AK up, looking over to the backside. Croc does catch Jota, so 3-on-3 situation, making it 2 in the adjustment on Zix.
Putting a lot of pressure down here out towards the Guardian position. Croc looking for another pick. Swing around the corner from the left-hand side. M-Star gets away with 1.
Now it's left onto Cyber's AWP, 1 versus 2 here. Both players are tagged. The AWP fires back, expect the player to be up close and personal, and the AK just wins that spray down. Croc with a quadra. And Atlantic are finally going to equalize against Eternal Fire.
That's a very unusual way to play that round, if I'm going to be honest, for Atlantic. You're down there in a 3v4. They had plenty of nades. They had 3 smokes behind them. I was thinking, okay, well, they're going to get a left and right side Jenny smoke, maybe a flash over high, and instead it's a little bit more pacey. It catches players off guard. It's very dry, and I think that's where Croc is able to land so much success.
7 apiece. Atlantic have finally found their way in against Eternal Fire. Chance to take the half here on the T side and all by a single round, sure, but taking the half nonetheless. Cyber, however, wants to put a stop to those thoughts. Kill on Salazar, going to put a stop to him up ramp, and 6 is going to find a kill on Xanto in mid.
Very successful with the opening couple of man advantages within the first 20 seconds of the round. No problem, guy does answer back, but they need more. They've got to try and pull some more overswings out.
Zix is low, so with that kill found, it does start to equalize things a little bit more for Atlantic. Bomb of MPG will make his way up and into the B contact. Meanwhile, aggression from the CT forces will start prodding into ramp. Meanwhile, Jota and Cyber hold the crossfire towards B. No problem. Guy needs a full-on ace to clutch this. Taking that shot back will be able to reveal his position, get at least a trade, but needs a whole lot more on this one.
M-Star making the much awareness play that if there is a backstab, he's going to keep an eye on it. Even your B-Anchor should be passive. Shouldn't be looking too much of a fight. Pull attention away, back yourself up towards the generators, but not have too much aggression.
Probably going to almost score that player, but not able to find the full-on kill shot. Way down, Cyber's Orb now posted to the gap. Smoke clears, does spot him. Doesn't get the kill, not like it matters though. CT's moving into the backstab. And they struggle a little bit to get that kill, but they get it in the end. So 8-7 at the turn of the half for Eternal Fire. But you can see Atlantic did really well to bring it back to close. It could have been a very much more one-sided affair, but done well on the T side.
Yeah, they'll be happy with their performance. I think Croc is stand tall as being an individual to watch out for. A lot of multi-frag rounds, a lot of impact from him. I think even the orb of Salazar, while maybe it doesn't show on the kill counts, he did find quite a lot of trade frags with that AWP down there from the bottom of ramp control. Things looking quite positive into the second half of the Danes.
Definitely a lot more positive than it was on Dust 2, so give them credit where it's due. But obviously still only part of the work being done for them. Eternal Fire. Now get to the T side half. Is this going to be an opportunity for them to smack back and get back in control of this game?
No, I think it's quite even right now. I don't think either team's got a huge advantage going into the second half. One thing that we can say is that Eternal Fire have consistently got off to good leads.
Try and hold their nerve with the pistol basis. AK's inbound immediately against the pistol rounds. Flashes over, nades in, Molotov sent. Very fast in from the T side line. Eternal Fire storming the A play, getting the kill on OJ to start things off. NPG just clapped back against M-Star, but the bomb does go down here.
A lot of damage going down to Zyber and Arcadia, and now for the CTs, they're starting to get into position.
4-on-4 scenario, they're on the bomb site. Swing from Cyber, going to hold on to possession. Draw them back in towards the ramp control. Tap from Xanto with a stick. In fact, MPG and Salazar get those kills. And Atlantic cannot get a chance to force them away. Eternal Fire do get those kills, but a hair too late. It's 8-8 on the board.
There should be a force buy up here. 100% for Eternal Fire Academy. They got a lot of damage. They took everyone out of play. They got the extra bomb plant bonus, so more of a cash injection. As from Atlantic, there's just distraction on that. Get your player with the kit onto the bomb, allow everybody else to take the contact, and even if you start losing fights, it doesn't matter. You're still going to win the rounds.
Bring it together to equalize again. Eternal Fire can't seem to catch a break, it seems. Atlantic very quickly in against them, sprays through against the Eternal Fire. Move in with the bomb on their back. 6 is back in particular. missile sent from MistGames to try and hold up against the defensive line, try and force them away from any of those common pre-fire angles.
Got 3 over towards A. Even Xanto with that aggressive mid stance up there with the height advantage works out for 1.
MPG comes back with one of his own, however, 5 on 3. Atlantic, decent enough. OJ SMG now inserted out towards Ali, unchecked by the player up close, and the kill gets found again. Wakadia down, 2 left here for Eternal Fire.
Even Six trying to see if he can find the response out there towards the elevators. He finds one, but he's got to keep brute forcing a lot of these duels in the open. Even though Problem Guy can just smoke down to the right-hand side, play it very cautiously. There's still so much time left on the clock.
4 on 2 situation for it. Atlantic working well within their means. Eternal Fire, gonna have to force them back out of the site. They have got a bit of breathing room here. Smokes down towards the elevator, going to keep one man suppressed. Got MPG hoping for extensions, a little bit too aggressive, but the bomb should go down with this.
No problem, guys. Expecting some aggression, expecting the T's to start fighting for some more map control. Get out there towards the sniper's nest, up there to the elevators. Should allow a fairly easy bomb plant at least. Some
money at least going for Eternal Fire, but really they want the round here. Try fight to get it, but getting aggressive. Atlantic have done well to punish them in these aggressive positions, so Six will be the man to fall. Jota in a world of hurt now on the site defensive, is ready up close and personal against one player in from the elevator position. Flash over, still lines up a double. Any more in this position? Perhaps there might be. Face them closer for the triple, but not for the quadra. Croc locks it down for Atlantic's lead.
Do you know what I can smell? Another force by Jay. Another one going to be coming here for the Eternal Fire side. And they're coming close. They're coming ever so close to being able to force that reset. For Atlantic's POV, that got a little bit out of order towards the end there. I think you got a 4v2. You do it quite nicely where you're able to drop another player, but then it gets a little bit quick. You line up for a moment, and it ends up being very expensive and opens up that chance for that immediate reset even easier.
So lead for them. For now. Again, it's about gaining these positions and then capitalizing upon them to go further on from just a single round lead. Now to get it to a map win on their board. And you're right about Eternal Fire. You mentioned the force by potential. Already knocked back by the HGs of Xanto. Perfectly placed in mid. Cyber down to 45, Jota down to 75. Kadia will be the first man in towards the map control.
Got some nades moving out towards mid. A little bit more of a walk setup coming through for Eternal Fire. Could actually shape themselves up for a B split in this round.
Try that had it here, perhaps. Aggression coming in towards Ramsden and OJ, and won't see anything with it. Minute and 20, and they have their angles set.
Croc, just waiting to see if there's a response playing out there from quad. Even OJ giving a lot of respect for it, and it seems like they want to allow Eternal Fire to take a lot of this space. Salazar out here towards the mid control doing work with Xanto.
Okay, there gets one responsive, but Salazar gets his double up. Triple in overall. Croc able to lock down on Zix, and that is a confident round from Atlantic. Eternal Fire were playing with the force buy. They were playing with potential of a harsh reset to return. You mentioned the force buy potential there. Didn't work out for them at all, though.
That's probably one of the best rounds we've seen from Atlantic yet. And in such a crucial moment where you know your economy's on the ropes, you have to deliver in a strong field, and they do exactly that. You have the MP9 aggressive there up from mid. Allow Salazar to do a lot of damage. Xanto on the contact does quite a lot with the M4. Double digits in the 10th round games.
Only pistols now for Eternal Fire. Atlantic in prime position here. Taps to the AK. Salazar does catch up with Kania and double up towards Cyber as well. Blind firing, hoping for the best, and the best came their way.
But just knowing that now you're down to 3, still so much time left on the clock. You want to see if you can draw some players out in the open. If you can drop the likes of Croc or even a Salazar, try and remove an AK. That might help going into the next rifle.
If you can find them, of course. If you can hit the shots appropriate. The Deagle's in. Jota and M-Star will be the two players you watch out to try and get those picks. Xanto nades up towards that B stairs angle, hoping to engage a player, but they're making their way into a pretty open A bomb site. So again, bomb plant potential for Eternal Fire. The money will continue bolstering.
What do we think about the steal here? 3v5, bomb down, a lot of respect being given for Atlantic.
If they hit their shots, it's doable. That's all down to the ifs and buts. And again, M-Star's going to extend and get punished for it. Not dead yet, but 20 HP on one of those important Deagles. Jota at long range, going to want the sniper's nest. See one player peeking out, take a quick shot. Able to do some damage, not quite the kill. Xanto instead against that man. So 2 left standing, 1 player left in M-Star. Low HP, dealt with by no problem guy. No problem at all for that retake, so no steal in this case for Eternal Fire.
11 rounds being gained from Atlantic, but for Eternal Fire, it does feel like they're coming closer. They're not giving a huge amount of money bonus as of yet. They can now start answering back, but they do need to come through successfully quickly. We haven't seen Wakadia having as much success on this second map like we did on Dust 2. Have a look at Jota to be more of the impact man.
$18 kills deep for him. Wakadia in a close second towards that player. Again, the kill spread for Atlantic is still pretty close for them. This time on a much more better basis, right? Like we talked about how it wasn't doing too much of an impactful thing over on Dust 2. Here, where the situation is a bit more balanced, that will suddenly come to the favour of Atlantic, I think. All players getting involved with their respective rounds. 3 in the lead now for the CT side, and Eternal Fire taking a much more slower and passive approach to these ones.
A kill distribution only really matters when you've got a lead and when you're finding opening mount advantages. That's when it's a little bit key to get an idea on exactly how the cohesive unit's working out, how the discipline is continuing forward. Jota just trying to see if he can sell him on a little bit of a fake out towards the B site. Missed util there from Croc.
OJ, 60 seconds left, backed up in from the T side line. Jota's going to grab that bomb. Commit it into the ramp default here. That's where Eternal Fire are going to go.
Salazar still not seeing anything out there towards the top of the B stairs. No problem, guys. Going to put a lurk smoke down, try and play around it on the default boxes.
OJ has his line out towards the alley position. 6 is nade at the ready. We'll try and force him back. If we're successful in doing that much. Start with a Molotov. Away from permanency here. Nade's down, swing forward, spray through, catches one. Wakadia trying to look for a second player on the boost. He's so successful with that, he's got a 5-on-3.
This should be a round over. Should be no way back here for Atlantic. Knowing that there is cash in the reserve, I'd like to see them stay around. Look for some extra kills, try and keep it expensive, but don't go for the retake, that's for sure.
Yeah, they'll back off, they'll save. Not even going to go for the exits in this case.
Yeah, maybe too much respect.
Money is there for the Atlantic side, so I wouldn't disrespect it if they tried their hand at some sort of 3v5 sort of hero play. Better to hold on to the AK, ideally. Both of the AKs, in fact. Eternal Fire getting involved now. In this T side, they found their 9th round.
It just, Wakadia finds himself in the right position at the right time. The smokes are starting to clear. He walks up towards the right-hand side, focuses his attention back there towards Ali and the front side of Yellow, and then gets onto the railing, gives himself a little bit of height, and geez, look at those exit frags. That's actually going to make quite a bit of difference, because yes, we can have the conversation, there's money in the bank, they've got some extra economy to work with, but it's almost like you're wasting those weapons. You didn't look to hunt at all, you end up just saving, and then you get hunted yourselves.
Bigger waste for me, I think you're right about that, yeah. 2 rounds brought back by Eternal Fire, only 2 to make up. Position now with the reinvest, of course, the Tor's going to come through. I imagine it's tactical for Atlantic, because at this point, find a way to break this Eternal Fire side, because they're starting to look as dangerous as they did on Dust 2.
It's just knowing that Eternal Fire Academy are looking for that good run, looking to get themselves in with an early victory, continue their stance here in the upper bracket, and prove to everyone that while they haven't had a massive amount of success this year, this could be the event. This could be the one for them. And we've seen them participate in quite a tough few events. And this is one where maybe they look at the sample size and say, you know what, we've got a couple of chances in best of 3s.
Generated a number of opportunities here and now. Smokes, nades sent, re-smokes down to the CT basis. It's slow. Eternal Fire happy to play as carefully as they usually do.
Even OJ putting down some incendiaries towards the front side of the tarps, just being able to put a little bit more of that attention towards that ramp control. Not seeing anything. A lot of respect being given up. You can see Eternal Fire Academy are super deep outside of ramp right now.
Nice nade down on Jota to start. 8Gs to follow suit on towards Croc with the Molotovs that also were sent out there to try and indicate more presence towards the B site. Back for that bomb though, try and commit it into the bridge. Very fast plays it back from the T sideline. A lot more utility being thrown out here, so this A execution seems to be on the table. Atlantic as passive as usual.
It's all about the initial entry here for Eternal Fire Academy, whether they can crack it open. Now they've shown themselves to be aggressive up here to the top of ramp, but they're actually waiting for a timing. They're waiting for a reaction.
Might not get it though. Cyber leaning in. Head of the smokes, one player will be seen. The Cyber's going to connect that. OJ able to respond though. Arcadia able to fall. 4-on-4 situation. M4 swinging in. Will try to get aggressive. Joe's going to get one. OJ able to respond though. Zix back in against Croc. They also lose Xanto. OJ forced on a reload though. 28 seconds. Swings back for the bomb carrier's position. And Cyber drops him with the AWP. Brings in his double. Brings in number 10.
And what I love there from Eternal Fire Academy is just the discipline. Yes, they've shown the presence. Yes, I can almost guarantee that Atlantic know it's going to be an A play, but you're waiting to see what your AWP can find. And you could just see Cyber. He was just peering on the right side of the smoke. And as soon as he sees that pixel out towards Sniper's Nest, you're a goner. You are absolutely done from that point onwards. And for OJ, it was a decent hold from him. He actually multi-fragged quite well towards Yellow. Where was the help? Where was the crossfires for him?
Couldn't be seen.
Not at all.
As a result, they're down to pistols. Atlantic. USPs on 3. The Eagles and 5-7s in for 2 others. OJ, no problem, guy. You're going to find a way to use these pistols to great effect because there's nothing else to play with in Atlantic. Really need a win here soon. Might lose themselves to coming back in against the against this next rifle round, and equalization, of course, stands up for the Eternal Fire side. They get ripped apart pretty effectively. Wallbang the AWPs, the AKs find all the players, let them walk no further than their original common positions. It's 11 apiece. Eternal Fire going to apply pressure to Atlantic again.
Do you know what sounds like Xanto? 2-0.
Ooh, that's good. That's good.
It's only a few more rounds. And for Eternal Fire Academy, I don't think they got off to a very good start here in the second half, but these last couple of rifle rounds have actually shown that they can bridge the gap. And for Atlantic, if they don't respond here quickly, it might be very tough for them to send it to a third map.
Nade placement is still pretty fantastic from them out towards that mid position, especially. Zix is down to 54. Start on the HP bars here. Damage can be done and can compound towards kills later in the round, but they've got to actually find those kills. As of right now, it's still a 5-on-5.
And just knowing that Eternal Fire Academy are starting to get the groove of their pacing. Got a lurk out there towards the B site, looking under the stairs, not seeing anything. Everybody else is going to regroup. Haven't seen a B hit for a few rounds here for the Turkish side.
Might end up being this round, though.
Just an A fake, just trying to toy him on the fact.
Good attempt from M-Start. No problem, guys, expecting mid-control, though, so he might be seeing some of that utility flashes being sent over. Smoke's down as well. Croc in a quad, undetected. Smoke's down the back. Plat, and they're so concentrated on the backside. Haven't dealt with Croc still. Xanto engages one. M-Star now making his move in, but he's lost the majority of his teammates. Needs to get this double up and only gets the 1 kill. Zix now standing alone against them all here in a 1-on-3. Low HP, bomb on his back. But surely the crossfire is locked, and Atlantic will let him go no further.
And I think it just shows without a molly there towards that quad angle, it's going to be so tough to brute force that duel out because both players aren't even checking the angle, doesn't even get crossed, and you put the smoke down and it just drives attention. It drives so much of that force forward out to quad. It then sets up the crossfire out there towards the generators and the rotates in from mid. The problem here is Eternal Fire Academy going to have another buy, and their money's still rock solid after this round.
Getting tense, isn't it? Eternal Fire. Got so close to gaining control of Atlantic. Atlantic, however, not willing to give up this lead so easily. Jota gives up the first frag, though. Rock finds him again. OJ recognizes the player out there, gets his kill. M-Star drops. Arcadia can at least respond. Needs a bit more out of this, though.
Trying to keep that pressure down out towards the B stairs. Croc actually multi-frags. And this is both times Eternal Fire are looking to try and catch a timing, walk through that smoke, and just get disallowed.
Some of these play attempts from Eternal Fire just look so half-hearted in my eyes. Just walking forward dry without utility support into the ire of the CT forces. Molotov's in that AWP. Force left and right. Burns in the end. 2-on-2. That smoke's too late. Nades down, doing very little damage from the CT forces. Xanto falls away from position. His teammate on the backstab, though. That's the bomb in the sights. But Wicania still wins out the fight.
What an incredible duel that was. And now for Xanto, he's being baited back and forth. Does he go out towards A, over at B? This could be an incredible turnaround.
M4 involved in this one, but it's all a ruse. Wicania with information game, trying to bait him back over to that B plane, making noise and falling back as Cyber takes the A site control, recognizing there's no defensive there. So it's a free bomb plant and a 1-on-2 for Xanto.
And this could be a very tough clutch because even though you've got Cyber up there on low HP, he's aggressive. He's already pressed the issue close towards CT spawn in Sniper's Nest.
He's so ready for him to peek as well. Shot connects it, doesn't even give him a second look in. 12 apiece. Eternal Fire have equalized again. And money's getting whittled down here for the Atlantic side. This will be a force buy if they go for it.
No, they won't buy here. They won't buy. Keep it light. No point investing it up. And you would be fuming at that round if you are the side of Atlantic, because I think you find yourself in a pretty good position. You're down in a 2v2. You've got eyes on the bomb control at that lower portion of the map. And Wakadi just domes you. He just jiggles around the corner, finds that immediate connection. And if that kill does not present itself, that's a completely different round.
The end result is pistols here for CT sideline. Atlantic do get the opening kill. Wakadi is going to drop. Crocs Deagle in against it. They're going to run right past him as well. Oh, this is very, very nasty indeed. Kill AK picked up, trying to drop that bomb. Cyber's got to get involved here, and indeed he does. 4 on 3, still favors the CT side. Atlantic have given up the bomb site though.
Even that HE placement's fairly good. Xanto's trying to see if he can deny the bomb again.
It's not that heavily tagged up by the HE regardless. AK's now in, pistols moving closer. Jota gets a line-up, trades from no problem. Guy come up decent enough. It's a one-on-one with the AWP and the AK. Cyber looking for one good bullet. Leans in and gets his shot and brings in 13 for Eternal Fire.
He's been incredibly consistent over the course of this entire best of 3, and just when you consider the idea, there were question marks. Who is going to AWP? Is it going to be Cyber? Is it going to be the man off on the bench there as Zix? And we've actually seen some very good AWPing today out from Cyber.
Advantage for Eternal Fire again, Atlantic. On the back foot as they have been throughout the majority of this series, but over the course of this map, it felt like, especially at the turn of the half, it was all going to be theirs. Xanto again wins a fight against Zix pretty easily. Wacadia drops to OJ. A 5-on-3 gain by the just straight wide and aim duels against the aggressive T-side forces. Atlantic punish that aggression again.
And they can't find themselves in a better state. You've got so much advantage to work with here in round 26. Eternal Fire Academy, you're going to hope to try and see if you can force them over aggressive peaks. Try and gather some more info plays and work together. Brute force a lot of these duels dry.
On the dry face for M-Star.
Ah, come on though. You can't. It's 3v5. You've got to make a play. You start using util, you give away your element of surprise there.
Still throw away a further man advantage at this point, though.
Yeah, but you have to make a play when you're down like that. You're in a 3v5. You're not in a winnable position. You have to take risk with these sort of duels.
Risk does not play off in this case here for Eternal Fire. Jota, Cyber. AK involved. Kill found against OJ. Molotov sent back to try cut off the rotations into the hands of Croc. He responds back, Cyber alone. 1-on-4 situation. Trying to work his way back into the A play, having drawn attention towards the B site on his teammate. I think no problem, Guy and Salazar, they read it. It presses forwards. It's 13 apiece again.
And the buy is going to be very awkward here for Eternal Fire Academy. We could either see a force up or just a light half invest, get a rifle down for a single individual to go in for a hero. They needed to follow up there, wanted to make a couple of rounds in a row, not to be. Forcing would be a massive risk in this case.
You said they needed to take risks. Is this one worth it?
Oh, it's down to philosophy. You know, you have to back your IGL. Got to back M-Star to say, mate, if you make us the call, if you tell us to force, let's do it. Let's have confidence. Let's put everything into this round. You lose it, you might lose the map. You might end up going to map 3. But it's on the fly, it's in the moment, and you've got to trust your IGL.
Round 27 will be played for the lead. Who's going to get it, though? Eternal Fire have indeed forced up into round 27. Going to go in with their AKs on 4, a Galil on 1. Atlantic. Rifles, as you would expect, with 1 AK saved. This will not be a pretty sight. Default setting towards mid-control for Eternal Fire. The nade stacks from No Problem Guy and Co. Get themselves 3 kills between them. In fact, MPG's credited with all 3 of them. And it's decimation against Eternal Fire.
Just a perfect start to the round. You get your anti-rush nades in. You have a dual nade set up out there through the window towards the generator. And it just does mass damage. Eternal Fire Academy force up and find themselves in such a dangerous spot.
Utterly wrecked in this round. We get back in, rotate around, but go where from here?
It can't be many places. Even a save call starts opening your idea. You're in 2v5, you haven't got map control. I wouldn't mind seeing a save.
Flash forward from Arcadia. Prod out towards that ramp position. Give away the info, at least force one seat to the back. OJ seen him, falls out of position immediately with the incendiary down.
Arcadia, we've seen how clinical he could be with some of these entries attempts. He's going to have to do it again up to the A side.
Oh, the pressing. OJ's now got back up at the crossfire here. Going to be passive on that crossfire basis. No further utility except for one smoke for Zix. Cross out towards the closer range. Lock it down, get the bomb on the site, get it planted. It's OJ. M4 holds, the AK leans in, the AWP is baited. They see both those individuals, they get planted.
HE is coming close towards the bomb carrier, and even Zix being able to reposition takes so much damage in the process with the spam.
37 HP. The second HE didn't land towards him though, so it didn't deny the bomb plant here. 2 versus 5 for Eternal Fire. Wacadia's got a lot of work to do for me. Taps up, seeing the player on the site. 6 is down. Wacadia baited, sprayed, now spotted, smoked off. Engagement's desperate to get anything out of the situation. They can get on the bomb right now. Tap first through, gets killed off by OJ. And Atlantic have 14.
And this is where it might be unorthodox, but I think you got to buy again. You start thinking to yourself, we're down 13 or 14, we've got an extra bomb plant. Do we want to play for OT? Do we want to go through with a light eco, upgrade maybe to $2,000 and focus up in the next round? I think force it up.
Or half buy to overtime. That's the other option for Eternal Fire, the one that they will take this one. Went for a very big risk in the previous round, like you mentioned, Dwayne, and it did not pay off at all. Footsteps heard, Saladar's heard all the information. OJ knows it's a rush tactic. Incendiary's down with the HG's involved. AK sprayed through on 1. Not quite a second. Not able to do anything with it. Tech 9 in for 6, wraps that corner. 4 versus 3. They get at least that one trade, but they're continuing to fall in the Eternal Fire camp with the main portion of the execution now taken back to AK is all that remains here. 6 to the double up. Needs so much more than this. Round the corner they will feed him, but they'll find the frag in the end.
Really needed a bomb plant in that round because you got guys like Jota, M-Star 2 that have got money, but it's not fantastic. Zix, that Tech 9 doing quite a bit of work. Salazar with that AWP being up to be the establishing entity up onto the crossfire towards the elevators. 15 to 13. This is looking like it's going to map 3.
I reckon so too. Eternal Fire didn't have any utility in that previous round to play with, of course. They come with some here in this particular one. Got to use it though, Dweg. I've not been a fan of how they've used utility or lack thereof there in this matchup. It's cost them a lot of great rounds that could have easily put them in this position of 15-13 themselves. Spray through on no problem guy. M-Star down to less than half HP.
Salazar playing that AWP up here towards the top of the ramp sandbags. You got Croc just jiggling, trying to see if he can spot any information down to the B stairs. It might actually be a slight info play, flash forward towards the banger.
Burst spray through. Nades up to suppress. Eternal Fire. Back away from the B site, play towards the A default.
Even OJ going to start putting some more anti-rush nades down there towards the tops. Haven't seen a boost up towards yellow in quite a few rounds. They're actually going to keep it quite tempered, quite back passive.
Croc's watching down at the edge of the smoke. Utility sent in with the incendiaries backed up. Back sight, there goes, no problem, Guy. 2 more players in from Suddenly. Salazar's the AWP of one of them. With Wacadia needs to get involved. Sees 2, just drops 1. OJ got a kill in the interim, a 3-on-3 situation. M-Star in mid, meanwhile going to cut the rotations. The back's a turn. Croc goes falling. Advantage now for Eternal Fire Academy. Salazar inserts himself with a decent kill. And on the bomb site, Jota gets Santo to drop. It's Salazar left alone. Up in the clutch. 2 players to find, wrap that corner C, 1 individual. Tap burst spray through, 1-on-1, M-Star revealed here. Diffuse kit on him, will try tap it once, swing back into the open, loses life, and Eternal Fire stay alive.
Very good effort, very tight there towards the tail end. And what I love in that round is just how much success and how much respect they have for the mid lurk. You realize you get the bomb down out towards A, and M-Star just finds himself in the back lines, allows himself to waste some time. Salazar does his absolute best to get the clutch together, but it's just not enough. Round 30, here we come.
Will Atlantic close it? Will Eternal Fire rest on that half-by basis to go to the overtime? Fast rush in. Oh, it's all just decimation. 2 for 1. Xanto and Croc have held down that B-side control. Jota's on 6 HP. Cyber and Wacania. A lot of work to do here.
Just try to beat them with pace, get out towards that B stairs incredibly quick, and it's cost them big time. Now there's even counter flashes in from OJ to help out his teammates.
Nades in. Does not quite land to the T side line. Felt like it was going to be a slam dunk right there on Wacania or Jota. Not to be the case in this one. Look at that bomb inserted. Dead to the right of Croc. Wacania even gets a TK involved in this one. Last player standing in the 1-on-3. Bomb on site. I think it's over.
It does seem like that. You've got too strong of a crossfire down here towards the B side, and even no problem guy out towards quad could just bait on the contact.
Flash forward, there's the kill. 16-14, Atlantic going to take us to a third map in the best of 3. Quite a struggle towards the tail end there with Eternal Fire going back and forth. But honestly, Dwayne, I feel like they made a ton of mistakes there on that Eternal Fire side towards the end there. I'm not a fan of the utility usage in that map up, and I think that they probably threw that map away for me.
I think you're being quite critical, to be honest. I mean, I gave you my thoughts in some of those rounds to explain why that was the case. As for a team like Atlantic, I think they came in very drilled. They allowed themselves to play as a cohesive unit. I think Salazar definitely picked up his act when we think back to what he was like out on map number 1. And just across the board, we saw some strong crossfires being established from them. I
sympathise with your position, however. I also take a look at the number of rounds which they had full sets of utility and they always went down holding them rather than utilising them to any sort of effect. And that's the key issue that I have for Eternal Fire. The fact that they took so many dry phases, even in those 5-on-5 scenarios where they tried to get the opening fights just by going straight in and hoping for the best, right? The best didn't come out for them, and that ultimately cost them the rounds for me. And it's those situations I'm more concerned about for Eternal Fire going into map 3.
Yeah, it might be something that we can keep an eye on, see if it carries over. I think for Atlantic, you have to consider the idea that they were down in difficult positions in the first half, in there from the second, but coming through with some important clutches, some important rifle rounds, it gets them over the line. It was a tough affair. I mean, it's still 16-14.
It still is a third map, however. So for Atlantic, the fact that they've been able to turn it around from any sort of deficit like it was over on Dust 2 and be able to bring together a map is in of its own right, does restore a little bit of confidence in me. I kind of had them written off for map number 2, and here they are in Inferno now, the third and final map of the series.
It shows that you have to give a lot of stake into map picks. Yes, Dust 2 was one-sided, but we also know that Vertigo's a strong map in for the Danes, and they proved it right here. Maybe not to the scoreline that they used to, and one of the scorelines that we see from them back home, but against Eternal Fire Academy, they got the job done. They're sending it to a third.
Well, as I said, Inferno will be the last map of this best of 3 to see who's walking away with our third opening game of the MistGames series. So tomorrow, so join us after this break. We'll return with Inferno, our final map. Well, Atlantic barely get it past the finish line and take their own map pick at 16-14, encouraging us a little bit for the final map of this best of 3 on Inferno as we will do our battle for the final time today. I again still have a few concerns about the situation for Eternal Fire coming into this final map today, but I'm hoping as we start to get cleaned up, and for Atlantic as well, man, it's a lifeline gained.
Yeah, but can't you just compare the score lines and say, how can you have doubts? How can you think that way when map number 1 was super one-sided, map number 2 could have been a 2-0?
I think about the fact we talked about the back end of the beta and how encouraging it is for Atlantic at the same time, though. The fact that they were able to, yes, lose out the opposing map pick, the fact that things did look a little bit awkward from Eternal Fire towards the end, in my personal opinion. I'm still kind of looking towards this one as still having a potential to see Atlantic come back towards their favour and try and take this series once again.
So what you're actually telling me is you predicted Atlantic, map number 1 happened, it flipped, and now you're going back to Atlantic.
I'm flip-flopping more than a beach on the sea bait, right?
Yeah, ridiculous, really.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, you know. I'm happy.
Stick with me. I don't change.
Yeah, I see you saying that. At the same time, though, Eternal Fire again. I'm still having concerns about the position, right? You know, I look towards how that map ended up. I'm still establishing that I wasn't a fan of how the utility was placed out there. I'll keep drilling that point until the end of time, I feel like. But listen, it's their chance to turn it around, right? Inferno could still be theirs to rule.
Yeah, we know that Inferno gets picked actually a fair amount from both of these teams. We've seen Atlantic being Inferno as their second highest picked map in the pool. For the likes of Eternal Fire Academy, it's their third highest picked map in the pool. So it's actually got a lot of game time, even outside of HLTV.
Yeah, on HLTV, though, the encouraging stats are not there for Eternal Fire. A different level of team, of course, but still having 4 losses in the last 4 maps that they played in it, so not very great. Even against teams like Titans, for example, they've beaten pretty handily in the past in the FCA main. Not able to get much in terms of their own potential on that map against them during the CCT event. So again, Eternal Fire have had a couple of hiccups here and there when it comes to this final map of the best of 3.
And they've also actually had a couple of early losses in their advanced season. 0-2 down there towards the tail end of the board. Both of their games that they played in their opening 2 best of 1s were Inferno. So that's only in the last couple of days when we're thinking about a time scan.
Yeah, and I guess obviously the little bit of match sharpness in there will definitely be encouraging for their own starts of things. I have to look back at the series itself, though, and think about like what we've seen so far in this matchup to encourage us overall. And again, I feel like Eternal Fire might be in a bit of a dire spot overall.
Oh,
you know?
mate, there's no way you could say that. The idea they banged them on map 1, lost 16-14, and things are dire. Come on, Jay.
I still believe the back end of the veto has
You can't say
encouragement
words
for
like it's
Atlantic.
dire, though. You can't.
Well, look, the only way we can find out who's right is to play the game. And find out exactly who is in the more dire position, Dwayne. Myself with my side of things, or with your prediction over for the Eternal Fire side. Atlantic on the CT basis as we get involved with the flashes over for M-Star. The smoke in for that man as well. Diffuse kit over on Croc as Atlantic's at the 4-man crossfire on the A side of the pistol rounds.
Jay's just so desperate to get his prediction right. Just wants to get things started.
Come on, Atlantic. Let's go. Let's go, boys.
Well, for Eternal Fire Academy, we can start seeing the way that they're slowly maneuvering their way up towards a half wall, gaining that top of banana control. And with a heavy A stack involved, if there is a B take, if it is just the pop execution, we might end up seeing a mass rotation come over and the first player on B falling quite quickly.
Salazar, that cross holding his USP, still USP in for no problem guy. Meanwhile, out towards that bracket position, sees one individual. That's information gained by the CT side, but not really able to utilize it at all. Swing back into me, we'll see what's really going on as he backs up. They've got to commit right now.
And know that they've got a kit in play. They might even try and boost a player up towards a flower pot. Eternal Fire getting free range and full respect here to the B side.
Damage being done to Acadia, 6 down to 70 points of HP. Plant will be secured. Eternal Fire taking quite the amount of damage here. Atlantic have conceded the bomb site. They're going to get that opening picked up. M-Star draws out 2 of them instead. Salazar with a trade, but M-Star with a 666 gets 1 back onto Zanto. And it's all to no problem guy who's got all the problems in the world dealt with on the pistol basis for Eternal Fire.
I just like what the Turkish team end up doing there. They realise, okay, there's obviously an A-stack involved. We've gathered quite a bit of info towards brackets. Rather than being quite stagnant, let's look for fights. Let's try and get on the front foot. They aggress out towards construction, allow themselves to swing towards that the coffin sightline, and that's where the triple and where so much impact comes through from M-Star. Atlantic will be forcing it up. We've even got a shotgun for OJ to play out to the B side.
Yeah, Mag 7. We can utilise it to a decent effect. About this position out towards this banana angle. Well enough for the shotguns in play. The nade sets are what we're going to do the damage first and foremost here. The Eagles will take on the long range fights. Damage done to M-Star at 12 HP.
It's still got an aggressive sightline out towards the apartment, so if Eternal Fire can get baited forward with that single lurk, things can get a little bit more awkward. I like the intent here for Atlantic. Show a lot of B presence and then start rotating a gamble stack back to A.
Closer calls out to the apartments meanwhile for 2 players on either side. One man starting to make that move, and I think that's Wacadia up there. Might end up engaging. One man in the corner. Indeed, Wacadia will get that frag. Start things off in the other side of the map.
OJ just being a little bit impatient there. Could have held the sightline for a little bit longer. Started realizing, okay, maybe I'll move forward, try and get a glimpse of what's going on, and it comes back to the detriment. Zanto continuing to jiggle peek, just try and spot. Even he might think about rotating back over to A.
Positive signs on the HP bars here for Atlantic, still leading against M-Star at 12 HP, but the issue is going to be that that damage done by the rifle from the SMG. Cyber comes up against Zanto, gets that kill in, also tagged up low, but now with an advantage in the man play for Eternal Fire.
Well, this round's over, isn't it? As soon as you start gamble stacking over towards A, and you lose that player that was moving over, there's nothing else that's going to get granted. Yes, Cyber goes down, but this should be a full-on save. No way a retake's coming through here.
I imagine so too. 3-on-3 situation. Maybe if they got more tags and had the intonation to Acadia and 6 being tagged up, then maybe that might be something to send back in, but ultimately holding on to the Kevlar, the pistol upgrades. Even the 2-0 start for Eternal Fire, that is the best call, especially with an AK now in Croc's hands.
Eternal Fire Academy, though, can look at this and say, we haven't got reset. One of the issues I think both teams have had is that it hasn't always been clean after winning the pistol. There's been some back and forth affairs. We've seen a couple of steal rounds. So for Eternal Fire Academy, going out to Inferno, getting off to a 2-0 start, and looking to try and press it to 3-0.
We'll have their line for now. Atlantic won't receive any exit attempts from Eternal Fire's side. Star was hoping for a lucky shot down there, underpass, but doesn't really find it. Money should not bolster for the 2 players that went down, so it was a good start with the HEs. But again, it was this point where things started to fall apart for Atlantic.
Last week, we saw Atlantic taking on Flames Ascent in a best-of-1 on Inferno. 16-4 was the result for Atlantic. One of the more one-sided best-of-1s that we've seen from them in recent history. One of the other teams that are playing in the competition. Down in that lower bracket, trying to see if they can get a bit of a run going.
Might meet them at some point if this keeps up.
And I'm correct. Is that what you're getting at then?
I'm not saying.
Well, how else are they going to meet them in the grand final?
If it keeps up.
Okay.
If it keeps up. I didn't say it will keep up. Nades down, damage done again by Atlantic. The HG placement towards Banana has been pretty stellar so far in the early game. Molotov's back to suppress and try and cancel the execution here from Eternal Fire. They're going to press forward with it anyway, though. Wait for the flames to be extinguished and counter Molly's back. First box is the big concern here, and that player does falling for it.
Nice preamp coming there from M-Star. Even OJ might get caught off to the left-hand side. Ooh, not bad.
Okay. Not bad at all. Flick to the buckshot. Have considered the B site, though. Got a buy in the next round, though. They want to try and commit with these rifles.
Nah. Look for exits towards bottom of Banana, but that should be it. There won't be much in this.
3-0. Eternal Fire. Leaving Atlantic pretty high and dry. Xanto might look for some exits here, and he might catch one, actually. A bit awkward, but does come up away with M-Star's position, so 3-on-3. Nothing facing Banana, therefore no further exits for the Galil here of OJ. The AK is staying in for Croc, and that's the important thing for Atlantic side.
And I think where Atlantic took a lot of people by surprise coming into this MistGames event was that result at the local LAN of MPF. The two best of threes that they took on against Sashi in the upper bracket quarterfinal and against Scepter in the upper bracket semi-final featured Inferno as map picks. So the last couple of best of threes that we've seen from them have featured this map.
How well did they go for them?
The first time around was actually quite successful with a 16-13, and then the next time was an overtime loss.
Okay. So pushed quite far in those occasions. But they get pushed far in this particular one. Tactical pause taken by Atlantic here. Orps in for Salazar. We've got the rifles up, the AK, the M4s, the Galil in for OJ as well. On fire. Still rocking a Mac 10 on 6's part. Can actually be pretty impactful. There's two players without helmets in this one here for the Atlantic side. Bonus round here.
Yeah, they proved to have some very good city sides in both of those affairs, so maybe that's something that we need to consider on what the scoreline is roughly going to be towards the tail end of the first half.
3-0 sits for now for Eternal Fire. The early doors in the first half with the guns back in for Atlantic. The AWP for Salazar being the highlight weapon of the CT basis. Smoke sent up, counter incendiaries back. KG's that are ready for Croc. Going to be evaded this time by Eternal Fire. She staggers it a little bit. Might still catch some damage. Not quite.
Aggressive apartments lane coming through. Mac 10 doing well with that opening man advantage. And even that tradability is just not even there. Instead, his teammate's going to fall back. That's more noise that Mac 10's holding.
Not even a player without a helmet either. It was OJ with full helmet Kevlar. M-Star leaning in with the AK against the next player. Drops no problem, guy. Eternal Fire. Eternally brilliant right now on the site as they just wreck everybody on the defensive.
And they've even left a player down here towards the bottom of Banana just to try and cut some rotates. That's more damage in from Jota.
Smoke just clearing, giving up the information. Xanto able to get that one trade, but needs 4 more to try and hold a clutch. It's not going to happen. Cyber knows it. Puts him down in an instant for the 4-0 on Eternal Fire start. Atlantic had that buy up, but nothing went right for them.
That opening man advantage was just everything, and it was just more information. You leave Jota to try and close that round down. M-Star with some of those entries, and I think him and maybe Wakadia were very impressive on Dust 2 on T side, just opening up bomb sites, allowing multi-kills to flow through. There will be another buy on the table here from Atlantic, just off of the basis of the max round loss bonus, but it's still going to be some struggles. You've got a couple of FAMASas in there, backed up by the 2 M4s and the AWP.
Big greens on both sides. It stacks back and forth from both teams. Atlantic smokes incendiaries up to position and try and block off angles of entry towards that banana control. They're fighting very hard for banana control over the course of this game. Double nades in from 6 and Wakadia. Nice and effective on no problem going OJ down and out of this round.
See you later. That's a great nade stack coming through. We saw one of those in the last map of Vertigo, didn't we?
I believe we did, yeah. Jota now reading angles so well with a double up as well. Wakadia able to get a double in of his own right. Eternal Fire. They've got everything on the board of Atlantic.
So, Jay, I want to ask you, does this look dire for Eternal Fire Academy? Doesn't even look close. Mate, you're the one that said it. Honestly, I can't believe you said that when they 16-5'd on Dust 2, and then they go 30 rounds on map 2.
We said the back end of the veto was still looking good, right? I still have faith. I still have faith.
Even now?
Even now.
Really?
It does look fantastic for the time being, but remember what happened over on Vertigo. We saw Eternal Fire pulling ahead, Atlantic brought the comeback,
but then...
got the lead, Eternal Fire brought it back. It was a very
Yeah.
streaky game, so I can imagine this is the opening streak.
Yeah, but the problem there is we know Eternal Fire don't like Vertigo. We know that that's not been a successful map at all for them, whereas at least Inferno, there's a lot more bases. There's a lot more results to pull from for this team.
That's also true, you're right about that. I still have faith.
Yeah, but I'm trying to like edge it forward for you to give me evidence, and you're not giving me any. All you're saying is faith. Faith is not evidence.
Look, it's something that you always said, Dwayne. Sometimes on-the-day performance is all that can matter at times. Whether or not the on-the-day performance will come up for Atlantic is about to be seen here. The Deagles in USP is brought out. Eternal Fire certainly are playing with much more confidence than they did in the tail end of that Vertigo. I'll give you that. Here they stand against the pistol, which should lead to this 6-0.
I think we're just seeing what we saw in Dust 2. A lot of freedom, a lot of chaotic duels, and a lot of success with entries. And that's where they were so clinical out on that first half of Dust 2. Now moving over here towards Inferno, we're seeing Impact out to the top of the B side. We're seeing it out there to the apartments. And for Atlantic, we're still searching for a star individual. We're searching for someone that's going to be able to return the fire and put a good performance in.
The start's not been fantastic for the CT forces. Again, pistols pulled in. Got Kronk over to the B-side defensive at the cross. The smoke's down against him, of course. Even not for much. Mid-controllers get gained by Atlantic, who do strike onto 6. They do get the bomb plant meanwhile. Still unawares of where Krok's position is. The man advantage sits with Atlantic. The firepower still stays with Eternal Fire, and they're going to use it to bring it back to evens.
There is a player in construction, mate, and they are leaving the bomb site. So watch out in case there is a slight ninja defuse, actually.
The Eagle shots. They're putting more distraction away, in fact. Eternal Fire. How left the player back here, though? The AWP is going to watch it. So Cyber did get the inkling there might be some sort of wraparound, but unfortunately, Atlantic doesn't seem like they're going to commit to even that here. So 6-0 to the start for Eternal Fire.
That's actually a pretty good eco round. You didn't bring much to the table. You come through with a couple of casualties. You allow yourself to get a couple of picks. You bring an AK, an M4 forward into the next round. And you've got to focus up. I'd like to see maybe a tactical here coming through from Atlantic. Just know the idea. We've got to respond in quickly. Let's get that AWP out from Salazar and let's make something happen. Let's try and change the fact.
Take his fights as appropriate. Decent work being done by those Deagles, but not enough to get the round, and significant damage not done to Eternal Fire. The money's bolstered. The streak coming in effective. Atlantic have their gun by again. Need to get started soon.
It's all about an open amount of advantage, I think, here from Atlantic. Trying to see if they can maneuver their way into a slight info play. They've got to try and shut down this banana control too.
Nades up, HE's down. Damage done to Joe to Incendiaries. Sent ahead of those smokes to Acadia. Molotov's up and over towards boiler position. M-Star flashes at the ready. The Molotov's going to go again, sailing right past those smokes. Xanto. HE's placed the position. Won't do that much here.
Just the retreat off. Now there is 4-8 from Atlantic, just leaving that single individual of Xanto out there towards the CT cross. Salazar getting it smoked off towards a long control. HE's continuing to do some tag damage.
Chipping away. Turn it into a kill soon. Gonna need to. They're backed up passive. 4-man stack out towards the A site. Eternal Fire had to walk right into the trap, it seems.
This is going to be tough to break open. You've got the AWP up onto the cross, trying to see if they can catch out OJ on the jiggle. Bomb gets dropped out in the open now.
Crack angle cracked open. Cyber down. Rock. Gonna play anti-flash. Gets the kill on M-Star. Continues the spray in against damage being done to the next player back. 5-on-3. Falls away from position. That AWP also gets back out of dodge. There it is. 2-man advantage for Atlantic here.
And now there's an open up. Jota's been able to get a pick deep into the apartments. Now they can start pincering through from the shore control.
Molotov sent back to back site. Acadia hearing footsteps on the site itself. Smokes. And Molotov's coming in. They know that this player's close, and now Krok makes his way in ahead of them. Re-smokes back down, catches one player. That's the bomb being dropped at the other side of default. Rotation should get called in soon. OJ ready up, shadow seen, player spotted. Jota left alone, and Salazar catches that AWP pick, giving the first round for Atlantic at last.
And I think it just shows there for Atlantic how important the read is. The idea that you have 4-A, and it's not very deep in the bomb site. You allow OJ to try and spot out, and as soon as he gets that pick towards Boiler and the bomb gets dropped, that's when they know, right, let's just establish the crossfires, play off one another. We do that, this round is ours.
Indeed, it is theirs. Cross on the board, rebuy coming in for Eternal Fire. A lot of money left in them again. 6 rounds in a row, and it's going to bolster the economy state. So, AWP in for Cyber. AK set for Eternal Fire. Atlantic there with the M4s and the AK safety on 2 individuals. So, firepower could be workable for Xanto and OJ. More sounds on the AWP Eternal Fire in the apartments early.
Just start working some of that boiler control, get themselves deep again, like what Jota was able to do in that last round. Now, this is a very similar setup again for Atlantic. They've got 2 out towards a long control, though.
Minute and 20 to work with. Smokes up. Counter incendiaries back. OJ trying to get out of the way here at quad. Watching boiler position. Nades sent. Molotovs at the ready. Trying to burst through. Smoke sent back. Incendiaries on Xanto's position. Just going to try and continue to jiggle peeks out towards the B site. All the action's down at A, though.
And they know that Porch is completely clear, and they can actually start showing a slight more amount of banana presence. I am thoroughly surprised that Xanto even puts another one of those smokes down. There's no utility, there's no presence at all, just trying to see if he can get baited with nades. At least some of his teammates have dropped him some out in the corner towards tree.
That second smoke, so if he takes contact, in fact, he's going to put it up very early. Well timed on that one with a HE on position as well. That's a lot of damage down to 6. Incendiary put up as well. Gap in that smoke could be exploited. They're not up against it, however. A resmoke does come down. Bomb should get planted.
Retake mode, 5v5. Eternal Fire Academy looking to take map control.
M-Star swings, sees 2, gets 1. OJ responds, and M-Star barely escapes the ire of the trading CT player. 2 more CT still on the way into the rotation, though.
And they're taking their time. They were thinking there was another one of those backstabs in from brackets. Atlantic have to follow through and use their util accordingly.
Flash over. OJ trying to get someone set in. Cyber gets his AWP pick. Salazar able to respond. There must be a player up close. Jota in the backside gets his kill. Doubles up as well. Croc dealt with. Last man standing. 1-on-2. Swing for the hit. Only gets one of them. Dives out of the way. Double up can't be gained. He's back up in construction and Mercadia will take him down. They'll keep all players in the bomb side, but it's 7 rounds now for Eternal Fire.
And I think Xanto just got baited way too hard there. There's not even presence. Yes, you can look at it and say, oh, well, the smoke went down in time. He had so many more nades behind him. Think about the idea of what could have happened if that smoke goes down. He puts a nade up to try and deny the bomb. He puts an incendiary down for the retake. Just, to me, it seemed like those nades out on your B-site player got used way too early.
Guns up, M4s, AKs, AWP out. Atlantic setting with Eternal Fire on the inside line. Spray burst through from Jota. HG's put up incendiaries. We're down against them. Re-smokes and re-mollies. Jota's going to get out of the way.
Croc's just hoping to see if he can get a lucky spam. Try and see if he can find some connections on any of those T-side players. Trying to get aggressive up to the top of the logs. But instead, it's just back and forth with you two. I say back and forth. It's pretty much just Atlantic, and there's no one there. No one even trying to see if they could charge that banana control. It's deep, it's passive. Atlantic are even bringing 3 players over to this B site.
Flash at the ready for Xanto. Might allow a bit of aggressive peek or just suppress them. Cyber, in fact, just gets the kill against Salazar straight up. Flashbang forward, and indeed they detect Croc so easily. Gun barrel poking out, and Cyber's looking in for a triple. He might even get it as well. Adjustment against Xanto looks so sick. And Atlantic are overwhelmed again.
Getting pumped. Once again, this first half's been deadly. Eternal Fire just working off of the basis of the AWP. And knowing that Cyber is on 100 points of health, Jay, you've got to expect a trade. You've got to expect a slight reposition, some level of pressure. They just gave him so much respect. And all 3 of those duels were individuals. There was no crossfire in any of them.
OJ swinging in to grab these 2 picks, at least against 6 in Jota. Some exits to gain for Atlantic's play, but ultimately 8 on the board of Eternal Fire. They have at the half, and they might not even get away with these guns. They won't. No, they won't.
Eternal Fire Academy, one of the highest played maps in the pool in the last 3 months, is Inferno, of course. Bit of a loss streak, 0-4 when it comes to the win record, but a 52.8 round win percentage on T-side tells us on average maybe 7 to 8 rounds. That's kind of the ballpark of what we're looking at in first half scorelines from them. I think we're getting double digits and more. I think we're getting one hell of a juicy lead into that second half.
Well, the way this is going, you might be right. Atlantic down at pistols. Might be looking at a best case scenario of 6 to 9 for them. Nades again placed so well, doing the early damage, but need to get the kill scorer and just Croc peeking out. Now they're making the same mistake that Eternal Fire were on Vertigo.
You have to remember, though, that this is an eco round. You know, you have to play it a little bit more risky. You've got to try and see if you could take some individual duels. Try and keep it more expensive, because even getting a chokehold on the economy game of a reset's going to be incredibly tough.
Stack their way back in towards the cross, try and insert themselves into the B site against these rifles here. Booster in play. They've got an engagement against OJ, up close and personal against Salazar. 2 left, 1 left. Very far away for no problem, guy. No problems at all for Eternal Fire.
Doesn't seem likely. Atlantic. Just hoping for one more exit frag. That dig from no problem, guy. Let's get away with one. Any more than that. Got the aggression coming through from Jota. 9 up on the board now for Eternal Fire Academy. And I think it shows a bit of a statement. Dust 2, and it shows Inferno. If you're maybe another team in the bracket, if you're another team that might have to go up against Eternal Fire Academy, you're thinking, geez, we either need to do some homework on what to expect on those 2 maps or try and ban it out. Don't even let it float through in a veto.
8 to the good. Guns back in for Atlantic. Ops and M4s in Atlantic. Just do all that they can to try to get another round on the board here. The AWP does get caught off first. Salazar playing a passive angle, forcing side before, not forcing him, but just catching him, going very far forward. Croc can't get a kill on Jota. The nade back doesn't quite catch him either. He presses onwards here ahead of the smoke. I don't think he's going to get caught off though. Neither side might do. Flashes back and force to get that player out of the way. Meanwhile, Arcadia strikes at apartments, walking into OJ.
Out in the open, even flashes himself down, get out towards Meanie Peer to put pressure onto no problem, guy. That's the A side now cracked open with a mono smoke.
And now they're just playing with confidence, aren't they? 4 on 3, Atlantic. Can't break this streak, can't seem to find any way back against Eternal Fire, it seems. Stacking up the B site as they already have the A control. It's a safe call here. Nothing they're going to make up.
And I think it just shows that for OJ, you're caught sleeping there. You've either got to jiggle, have your weapon drawn, you get caught with a nade out in the open, you're just going to lose that fight. And then as soon as the drop down comes out to Minipet, once no problem guy falls, that's it. You're done at that point. And there's even a lurk towards top banana, so there might be another player to drop here. There could be even more damage being done to the economy.
Zanto picks up Jota. Brings back 1 kill for the CT side, but it doesn't mean much here. Looking 10th for Eternal Fire. Atlantic might even get hunted down as well. We haven't seen him defend these rifles so much during these post-round positions. Flashes forward, tees at aggress. Looking against it, the bomb should go up here. No resistance, no sort of counteraction. Kills. M-Star does get away from the ire of the CT side. The backside player does not, though. It's 1 more casualty to add to the tally.
And do you know what? They might not even buy now. I think with 3 rifles staying in play, you 100% get a rifle round out for the next. But knowing that there's only 2, you might just have to half buy it.
Or force it.
Yeah, I guess you're 110 down at the same time. You got to take these opportunities, even if it is a slight limitation. But it's a shame, because it would have been rifles out for everyone.
That's true. 9 to make up for Atlantic. Can do as best as 5 so far on the CT basis, and even that's doubtful right now. Eternal Fire have come in storming into this game. Not allowed the vertigo streakiness to come back from Atlantic. I've not allowed them any breathing room at all. You can see what the end result is, of course.
They're putting in a very solid performance today, and I think it shows the depth that they have on T-side, and it's the confidence too. Like, it's not always play style, it is confidence. There's a lot of wide swings, there's a lot of multi-frags, and for Atlantic, we're not seeing much of a response. We're still searching for someone to give us some life, someone that's going to give us some X-Factor.
Gun set in, engagement found out towards the second mid position for both sides. OJ striking onto Zix. Arcadia trades him back though in a 4-on-4. I've still got players aggressing up towards the T apartments here from the CT forces, which might catch some Eternal Fire players off guard. Arcadia's expecting an aggression, but not at the angle that he's looking.
I am liking the creativity here for Atlantic. You realise you're down by 1 hell of a deficit. Let's get on the front foot. Let's start taking map control away. We take the aggressive approach out towards the apartments. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Now, later on in the round, if they still don't see any mid presence here from the player out in second mid, they might end up just stacking the B side.
Taps through Zanto. Force forward here, out into second mid. No problem, guy. Just wades into the open. And that's an easy kill for Arcadia. Didn't hold the apartments, gave himself up. Cyber gets a kill onto Zanto. And that's the A site fallen. This will be a bomb plant.
And at the same time, though, how can you expect, if you've got aggression in the apartments, you haven't seen anything, that a minute on the clock, you start aggressing further forward, and there's still someone second mid. There's still someone towards bridge or towards that lower portion. That is something you can't expect. You can't imagine that that's going to be the case at all.
Eternal Fire have their 11th. Exits at least here for Croc, but revealing his position. They might go hunting again, take these guns out of their hands, and continue to hurt the economy state, hurt the buy state going forward for Atlantic. They are not short on problems. They certainly are short on fixes, though.
If this AWP drops, that will make the buy so much worse come the next round. Flashes around the corner. Wakadia trying to put some pressure on, even smoking off that coffin sightline, just so we can look into the site directly.
They're surrounded. Making their way up. Player core. Line up. Both of them down. That's not great. Atlantic getting wrecked now.
Getting wrecked now? Come on, Jay. It's 11-1. Getting wrecked about, I don't know, 7 rounds ago?
It doesn't change the fact that they're getting wrecked now. So, you know.
It's been a tough affair. It's been a very tough first half from them. There hasn't been many winnable situations. And I think Eternal Fire have just closed in just how deadly they can be on T-side.
10 to the good. Atlantic pistols only. AK in for 6. Gets his kill on OJ. Checks out that mid position with effective prejudice. Atlantic. Try to work around the banana control, but the slow wraps in from 6. Checking out quad, out in the open for no problem guy. Kill found. Atlantic will also lose Xanto. Jota continues to press in up close and personal for Croc. Doesn't get much out for Salazar either, so 12-1. It's on fire.
And it is a shame, because even that round, you think if both of those rifles, that M4 and that AWP, stay in play and don't get hunted towards the construction angle, you probably get another buy on the table. And I think it just shows that Eternal Fire's mindset is, no matter what the round is, we're always hunting. Because the more players they drop towards the tail end of the round, the less chance there is that they're up against another buy round.
Double orbs in play for Atlantic. I'm going to bring this out just to get something, anything involved in this. Passive positions for Salazar does press forward. There's Cyber, first to fall.
Even Xanto, aggressive up here towards the top of Banana, has been seen. The car player could trade.
Completely unawares of how that player in stack could be involved in this one. Tagged up against him. M-Star does fall, and Xanto gets out of the way. So no trades found by Eternal Fire. Finally, something going right for Atlantic.
But there is a walk forward out to the apartments, try and see if they can catch an A player repositioning. Salazar with that AWP, still not seeing anything out in brackets. This is one of the first times in a while that we've seen a mass man advantage round going the way of Atlantic.
Kadia out, flashbang catches him blind as he just jump faces into no problem guy. Dixon Jota, now tag up on Jota's part of things. Forward into the position, the AWP and the AK. Known relatively soon here to the CT side.
Xanto's playing a huge off angle right now, and what it means is that he's hoping to catch them on the run out. He's hoping to catch them looking towards New Box or Dark.
There's the shot for Croc. 6 and a 1 on 5, gets the first. He's the second at least. Backed up behind the smokes, back up on the way as well from mid and from CT. Flash forward, gets that secondary pick here. Isolating each individual fight. Atlantic better not give these up towards him. Back up here towards Banana. Checking the stack. Does not face all the way against no problem, guys. So he's backing into the site here. 16 seconds. Open position. Eb4 getting his kill. Bringing second for Atlantic at last. But that was a hell of a streak for Eternal Fire. Followed up by the initial 6 rounds that they got. Still a hell of a way back. One out of many they need.
And knowing that even going into round 15, you don't even have that leverage of, oh yes, we've reset them, we've got them on the ropes. No, there's just so much money. There's so much cash being farmed up for these last few rounds that there'll be no limitations. You'll get the AWP back out for Cyber, you'll get AKs for everyone. Even running a double AWP on T-side, they probably left one of those AKs back in spawn.
So you didn't want to see the double AWPs on T-side?
I said round 15!
Engagement for the leg shot against Cyber is not an encouraging start. That certainly is, though, for Wakadia. Xanto is at least able to trade it with the HEs down. And Wakadia took some damage to the AWP of Salazar, so it's a frag back to a 4-on-4 here.
Even no problem, guy. Gonna try and see if they can slow down out towards the brackets contest. Croc with that NWP does get baited, so a good opening start getting presented even further with the orbs.
Atlantic seemingly finding their rhythm. Very late stage here in the map up though, and a very late stage in the half most certainly. Orb up close, dealt with by Jota. Xanto, however, still stuck at first box. Bait and switch kill, found low HP on the last two T-side players. Atlantic will look for the consolation prize of 3 rounds on the CT basis. But they've rotated away from A, thinking it's going to be the B commit. It's Eternal Flyer. Should get themselves onto the site. OJ peeking back in though, reading there might be something else alright. Does get a kill back, Arcadia with a response.
But this is still very winnable coming through from Arcadia. We've seen him in some of these Unreal rounds, 1v2, bomb site open, actually taking his time to reposition out to short.
The problem guy expecting him to reposition him from long, actually, trying to go aggressive. Atlantic giving him so much respect. They'll let him get the bomb down. What can they do after that fact?
They could put a HE to bounce off the skylight, allow themselves to get it back into the bomb site. Arcadia clearing out as much as possible. Both CTs are just playing off one another, super close.
Plant down on the site, footsteps heard. All up against it, tucked away. M4 looking to engage, utility in hand, Gale found. And there it is, 3rd round for Atlantic, but man alive, what a struggle it was to get there. Eternal Fire. In the last map of the best of 3 looked like a unit and a force to be reckoned with.
When I think back to that MPF result, the one best of 3 against Sashi, which was successful on Inferno, that 16-13, 10 rounds on the CT side for Atlantic. A very different situation today. And just knowing that it's a successful recovery towards the tail end of the half doesn't speak and give us volumes about what happened in the first 13 rounds, because that was incredibly one-sided and just an incredible showing out from Eternal Fire Academy again.
A pistol round for Atlantic, much like it was on Dust 2, to turn up that one and turn it into a comeback, an impossible one it seems. Unlikely at best. Got to make it happen if they want to stay alive in the upper bracket and in this series as well. 9 rounds to make up for them. They're going to go quickly into this banana position, go for the direct engagement. Jota with the kill to open up. Arcade is going to go down. Jota and M-Star also caught off. And Atlantic, much like on Dust 2, start things off in the pistol second half and in much better form.
You can see the CTs coming quickly in from that bottom of banana position. If they get another frag out here towards the sandbags, this could be on.
Cyber's looking for more. He's seen a player backed up towards Coffins. We'll check the back site as well. But both of those T-side members had to make their way in towards this in construction. No problem, guy. Catches a headshot, puts Cyber back in his place. And it's Zix now alone, up against 2. Making his way in on the defuse. He'll tap it once, force one player out into the open. Xanto's going to make noise as well. Taps at a headshot. Seeing that second man back on the defuse. No kits in play, but holding the 10 seconds. And Xanto's not called his bluff. Xanto's not called his bluff. Eternal Fire going to win this from the defuse alone. Zix has played this to perfection and even gets the kill to close for good measure. Atlantic started fantastic, closed in disaster. It's a pistol for Eternal Fire.
I actually don't have the words to break that down. That's a 4v2 advantage. They had so much. How is Zix able to stick a 10-second defuse in a 1v1? What is happening? Oh, no. I think it's one of those maps and it's one of those series where it just feels like everything's gone wrong on Dust 2 and Inferno.
Yeah, I'm with you there. My faith is dwindling once again. It's been dwindling for a while, actually, if I'm being honest with ourselves here, Doig.
Totally just kicked in at the 3:13 marker. He's so convinced about the predictions.
Oh, Croc again going to try force the issue out towards the B site. Gets the kill on Wakadia. Jota able to trade it. Is forced back passive at low HP, so they could get a bomb plant into this one, but look at the sprays through from M-Star. Tagged up, incendiary sent, bomb plant can be secured at least.
This is still very winnable for Atlantic. Get the bomb down, you need fights though. You've got to take map territory away. I think they've got to get aggressive towards construction.
Hold position, wait for the CTs to make their move in. Are they backing off? Yeah, they're going to save. HPs aren't great, I think. Seems to be the call in from the Eternal Fire camp. Yeah, save their weapons, save whatever they can. I mean, they've got plenty of rounds, so there's no reason not to. Similarly, however, that probably isn't a reason to charge forward. Just give it a shot.
Well, you have to consider if they go for it and lose all of their players, they're on double eco status. They've got, what, Deagle armor for everyone. You save, you got 2 M4s and 2 MP9s. You've got so much more weaponry on the force buy back in the next round. Yeah, but you've also got to be sensible. Because anytime you initiate a comeback, you don't want to give respect forward. I think that's a very smart call there from Eternal Fire. No point wasting it if you don't have confidence in the round.
Well, back to a 9-round deficit for Atlantic to make up. Of course, the guns will return for Eternal Fire, recovering what very little they have at this stage. Khalil's in on 2 for Marcin on 1, AKs on OJ and Croc. Eternal Fire, SMGs along 3, the M4s on 2 others, one of which does get boosted up. Cyber looking up and over into mid-control, spots the one, gets the kill.
That's a very unorthodox boost. Don't see that very often. Works out really nicely there for the M4. And for Atlantic, unfortunately, because no one was there close towards the bracket smoke, no one's even close to a spam or any sort of connection that could offer up a trade.
It's casualty taken. Nade sent back as well. Jota receiving a little bit of utility now with his teammate in support. Flashbangs at the ready. Smokes back. Arcadia. Engagement out towards Arch, meanwhile. Emster catches off OJ.
And now they can put more pressure out here towards a banana control, establish that crossfire. Things are getting so ugly here in this round for Atlantic.
Smoke and flash in. Arcadia not going to swing for it. However, Smoke will clear. He'll see them line up 2 kills. Only get one of them. Jota there to close it back. No problem, guy. Now in a clutch. 1 on 4 for him.
Okay, let's see the goods. Let's see what he's going to be able to achieve. The best thing that he could do here is just fight immediately. Try and isolate a couple of individuals. But for Eternal Fire Academy, look at how close they're getting into position already.
Zix leaning in with the M4. Cyber coming in from construction, checking out the back of the coffins. To the backside, spot the man, spray him down. Kill found. Retake gains. 14 back on the board for Eternal Fire.
And this doesn't help the economy game at all here from Atlantic, but I think you kind of have to force it. You've got Salazar that can go in for an AK buy, same as Xanto. And then for everybody else, you might be disadvantaged down towards a Galil or even a MAC-10 if you want to get some more utility, but you have to buy it here. You've got to keep that pressure on. As soon as you just Glock it or light eco that round, you've just given the game away. I like this call. Got to buy it up here.
2 Eagles, 3 AKs. Atlantic. Seeing the wrath of Cyber's nades already put up towards that top mid position. Blind fire ahead of the smokes in from the bracket's entrance. Flashes in against the 2 CTs with nades in place as well. Doing some damage, but minimal across the board.
Xanto trying to hope that if he can get some of his teammates in with the pistols to bait for him, he could be the second guy in, get initial trades and at least the counter action. Now you've got even Banana being taken quite heavily here for Eternal Fire.
OJ up, the Eagle taps through, Cyber dead to rights, AK involved for OJ, trying to see if he can get a decent pick back, but M-Star blind firing through the smoke gets that player back to a 4 on 4.
It seems like they have to commit, but instead they're thinking about a double pump. They're slowing it right down. It's giving time for an over-rotation. Wakadi is now rotated off of B, and so is his other teammate. They might have to at least swing one player back over.
Atlantic working in with their guns, of course, against the low HP players of Eternal Fire, and I think you're right about this. Flash in. The man in brackets can still cut off a number of casualties here, though. They're checking the apartments rather than brackets itself.
And no problem, guy deals with one, but you could already see the filter through. Wakadia should be able to catch him off, and there's a player at B already.
See what he can do in his own defensive run. Let's go to the high HP individual. Lines up 2, only gets 1. Xanto is low. Jota's been tagged to 10 HP himself, but he is alive here. The Molotov probably catches him to 1 point of health. How has he survived that?
And now the retake's on. Put that pressure in with the man advantage. No backstab out towards Banana. Everyone's going to filter through from spawn.
Smokes at the entrance. Kill found. Salazar with it all to do. 1 kill, 2 kills found. 1 on 1. 1 HP. You can't concede that. Through the smoke, Jota catches him. And it's match point for Eternal Fire.
He's just got spammed. He's actually done so much right there for Salazar. He's got aggressive. He's taken jewels. He's been able to counteract out there towards City Spawn. He repositions, plays it passively. You get behind the smoke and there's just a lucky stray bullet, a straight connection in from that M4. A Eternal Fire Academy looking to do one better than they did on Dust 2. What a scoreline we're looking at right now.
That should never be a kill. But it is. 11 match points to play with. Cyber in. No problem, guy. Out.
Now they can even aggress down mid. You can start charging forward. Even the nades out towards Banana should do some damage.
That was the one rifle in play as well, taken out already. Atlantic storming their way forward. Matt Tinton against it. Do get a 2-for-1. And overall a 3-on-3. Making it 2 with ENCE dropping. Salazar punishing that aggression. Switching back to another rifle. Bomb plant will be secured. Now they're going to fend off the retake.
Things get very hungry out towards Banana and from bottom mid. And Atlantic actually take that into their own. They start punishing. This should actually be a 5th round for them.
Zix wraps in, gets the kill back, almost spots the second player as well. OJ putting Molotovs back, and possibly that could end up being the case of that 5th. Yeah, Eternal Fire will back off in the end, can see that much. Again, they've got that buffer. Money's not in the best of places, so best to hold on to the rifles. Atlantic given yet another lifeline, but they've done so little with their lifelines in the past that I'm not certain this comeback is on this time.
No, it might be on for a couple of rounds, but that should be pretty much the whole scale of things. Atlantic, I've not looked in with a chance outside of their map pick, and even that you can look back at hindsight, and no matter how you think the game was addressed, the scoreline tells us a big picture, and it was a 16-14. Both map 1 and map 3 have been stomped. They have been super one-sided.
Atlantic have let me down on this day. Survival is still in play for the time being, though. Then the question is more how long than if the comeback is on. Cyber caught, tagged up, taken down by Salazar. Kicking things off for the T side once again with that AK. One more player up the corner. Salazar tagging his own teammate to get that frag. With 6 full drop as well. 5-on-3.
Only one player back over towards the A side out from Library. They might try and see if they can sneak behind the smoke. There actually is a T-side individual that's watching it.
Joe to swing in. Croc ready. Mac 10 versus 2. It's number 1. Struggles on number 2, so that's one big back, and the retention can get drawn in towards that top mid control. Second player, they can roughly read where he is now with the sight being gained here. See this plant to come down, and the retake should not be secured by Eternal Fire.
Arcadia trying to see if he can walk through this moto smoke. It's ballsy.
Caught up by Salazar regardless. Jota left alone.
Hold on to that for Mars, bring it forward. And there's a few lifelines here for Atlantic. You look at the next round, you think, okay, it's going to be a harsh eco. You've got FAMAS to deal with. That's going to be their only hero weapon. Now you start thinking about the idea of, okay, let's get to double digits first. Let's keep the goals small. Let's not just think about, we need another 9 rounds to get to OT. Just take it one round at a time.
Develop a process, not a goal, as they say.
Who says that?
I don't know. I just saw it on Facebook once. I'm not gonna lie. But it comes with this image, right?
They
like,
say this. Oh yeah,
no,
I just saw it on a random post.
There's
yeah.
a post, right? And it comes with an image of like a big mountain, right?
Okay.
And you've got the goal, which is to climb the mountain, and the process, which is just make some steps.
Yeah, I mean...
So that's kind of what this is. The goal is to climb the mountain of the 10-round deficit, and the steps are round by round. See?
Wise words.
Wise words.
Stolen from someone else, yeah.
Stolen from someone else, yeah. I didn't make that. I'm not that smart, unfortunately. As is proven by my prediction in the series, so...
Didn't even have to say it.
Yeah,
Love this. Love this.
I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong sometimes. I certainly was wrong on this case.
Admitting defeat, Jay. This is giving
not
me
defeat, not defeat.
Not defeat, right.
Not defeat, just admitting I'm wrong.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah. What do you think about this round? I'm not expecting much.
No.
There is a gamble stack towards A at least, and they're playing the FAMAS, the only rifle, out to the B side. So either way, it's like a trap setup. One way goes into the rifle, the other way goes into mass players.
Damage done to Croc in a tiny amount to start off this round. Tunnel fire from FAMAS set in by Jota. Croc gonna wrap in. No, that's not good. Salazar's there to bail him out though. Lucky stuff from them. That could have been very awkward indeed. They are taking a lot of damage to these pistols here. They're actually going to catch OJ for it. 4-on-4 situation. Player out towards the apartments. They're going to be able to deal with M-Star at least. 4-on-2 for Atlantic here.
Zeus. Unfortunately, the ranges are so long now that we're not going to see anything. Do love myself some Zeus action on the anti-ecos.
Doesn't work in most positions on Inferno, sadly. Like,
Nah, come on. There's heaps.
oh, I mean, in apartments and out towards the half wall. That's it.
First Origins.
Okay.
I've actually seen some being played from outside balcony and mini pit, actually. I mean, mini pit's a little bit of a tougher one.
Yeah, I mean, at balcony, basically apartments, right? So
Cold Zero box.
Cold Zero. Which one's that one?
Like, if you come round short, and it's like on your close left, on the left-hand side, towards default. Yeah, you don't know Cold Zero box?
I never called it Cold Zero box.
Mate, that's like the most common call-out out there.
Seems like an Aussie call-out to me. I'm not
Oh,
gonna lie.
don't give me that.
Like a Mustang and Sally. Who calls it Mustang and
Mate,
Sally?
you actually have no idea. Like, I literally just played at a LAN, and everyone was calling it that.
It's because, wait. That's because you've come to the UK.
No,
you've installed it on Homeland.
It's a European call-out at this point.
I dispute that, I'm afraid.
With all your knowledge playing in with all the
Playing
Europeans
with
at the high level.
yeah.
Yeah, those matchmaking gods, man. They don't know the call-outs.
8 rounds to the good. Eternal Fire. Still rocking a FAMAS on Jotus. They are having some bite troubles at this stage, but still should have the full guns in. AWP in for Salazar, and the AKs out for Atlantic. Set in their defaults down towards bottom mid, and in the apartments is where Atlantic will look.
Very defensive here from Eternal Fire Academy, and this is not the similar signs we've seen in the last few rounds. Maybe that's what they realized going into round 23. We've given them a little edge in, we've given them a few rounds. Let's just play super deep in the bomb sites. Let's not take banana control. Let's not get aggressive in the apartments, and instead play it by the book.
Very quiet from Atlantic here. Smokes. There to be taking nades down for Jota. Of course, no one's really there to receive them on Atlantic. They've backed all the way up towards Banana.
Nade stack could be involved too from Arcadia. Try and get it up towards the top of the half wall. Instead, it's not really being taken at all. They are going to rotate a third player over, maybe drop some nades.
Hold the defensive line, but no commitment from Atlantic to the B site. That bomb's still out towards top mid. Could go wherever they like it to at this stage. 40 seconds, they're going to have to make a decision.
They're going to get long smoke down, and Santo allows an opening pick to come through to B, and actually doubles up. This could actually still be a fake, though. They don't need to commit B.
They're going to do so anyway, though. Bomb's on its way in. One player left on the defensive line. Until it gets sent with the flashes. Incoming and inbound. Making their way upswing out from M-Star. At least has the flash support with him, but it's from the T side more so than anything else. He gets caught blinded himself. There's dry peaks again from Eternal Fire. Enabling an 8th round for Atlantic now.
Really nicely done from Xanto, one of the young boys on this team and one of the youngest guys that we have in the competition at 17. Doing work there, triple entry to open up that B site. Of course, those 2 frags up there towards a car and the top of Banana were real the damage dealer, and then even the CT try to pop flash away forward, try and find a response here, ends up finding a triple. Zex down here towards the bottom of Banana might actually be able to find a rifle, so pick up an extra AK.
Xanto picked up for 1 decent frag. I think Nate sent that sent that AK deeper into Banana, so I don't think he's going to get it. Flashes just in case they try and go for it, but won't happen for the Eternal Fire camp. Atlantic with their 8th round. I wonder what the economy state looks like. They've put quite a lot into this previous one for Eternal Fire. Should be on max loss bonus at this stage, I think.
Yeah, well, they've got 2 rifles, so they could probably still buy it, I think. Get 4 M4s out and an MP9. Well,
2 M4s in. The Eagles, half in best. I say half in best, Jota's down less than $1,000, so...
Yeah, that's okay, though, because they know that max round loss bonus in the next round, try and get as much damage out of it and try and see if we can create a steal.
Hero Deagle. You ever seen that?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, because there's still a very good counteraction that they can save rifles in this round at the end of it.
Cyber's caught the first kill with the M4 out in the apartments. No problem, guys. Down. Follow-up from OJ. Wakadia gets the Deagle onto the man. A 4-on-3. Crocs dropped to 2 now. Pistols pulled out. They've walked past 1, but fortunately Xanto gets that pick back in, making their way into the B side. Smoke's coming down. There's 1 player on the site defensive they've got to deal with. They don't check the back corner. I think they do, though. Doesn't see him until the last moment. Caught jumping, but Salazar gets it to a 2-on-2.
The Banana players are coming in quickly, getting their way up towards a half wall. Even Salazar's focusing the attention down towards Coffins.
Xanto's caught. Salazar needs a shot in. in. Molotov pulled out as they start peeking forward. He's now backed up in a corner, quite literally here. Tech9 pulled, headshot gain, one-on-one. Cyber's known, but he's still playing with a pistol at his low HP and peeking out aggressive to give up the ghost. 16-8. Eternal Fire will eventually push it past the finish line and gain control of the series 2-1 in the best of 3.
Very impressive performance today coming here from the Turkish team. Map 1 and Map 3 was convincing. 16-5 out on Dust 2 and then Inferno at 16-8. They showed it's all in the T-sides and it's all in the confidence.
Apparently so, yes. Confidence was really the name of the game there for Inferno, for my money, right? The fact that they did so much in that T half, right? The fact that they did so much in terms of just the confident plays on the T half, right? Just jumping out of the apartments, getting the kills for it, swinging ahead of smokes, getting the kills for it, holding their nerve in second mid, getting the kills for it, over and over again. It just worked so wonderfully for them in the first half for me.
And I think it just shows here for the entire side of the Eternal Fire Academy lot that while there's been some changes with the lineup, didn't seem like it was in too much of effect today. Yes, okay, maybe Vertigo wasn't the best of affairs. It did go down to a loss. It was still a 16-14 on a map that's had a big losing streak from them on their comfort picks, or at least their comfort zones, your Dust 2s and your Infernos that you played quite a lot. I was impressed by the performance of them today. Yeah,
look, the first and third map definitely looked okay. The second map, I do think that there were some issues that could crop up in later on in the tournament, right? Obviously, for the matchup itself, it was a victory at the end of the day. However, if you're going to have mistakes like that in the later portions of the tournament, I can see why Eternal Fire be rated as favourites in your eyes in this matchup, but not for the tournament going forward.
I think it just shows for them you've got to take it one game at a time. We've got to get more of a sample size against a stronger competition. You know, you put them up against one of the teams that are a household name in the academy scene. You give them a team that's got a lot of experience on the international side in the last few months, and I think we'll get a slightly different picture of where they sit. But for today, they beat them once before. They beat them again.
Well, time I'm MVP at this particular stage, Dwayne. You do the honours. Who have you got down for me?
I think it's a bit of a one-sided one and a bit of an easy one. Wakadia. He was everything down here in this best of 3. He played incredibly well. He had the X factor. He had the multi-frags. And even in some of the rounds where it looked like it was done, it looked like, 2v3, things aren't really working out well, he still comes through so successfully in this best of 3.
Yeah, I'm very glad you said that, honestly, because I can't really find anyone else that could really come up to mount the potential, right? It started in map 1 with those 33 kills on Dust 2, as he was part of the reason why they just stomped Atlantic. Atlantic couldn't come close to anybody on that side, but he led the charge and, I don't want to say carried Eternal Fire, but certainly put them on their backs and did so much great work within the context of those 33 picks, right? And it just carried forward into the second map, into the third map as well. Obviously still looked lights out on the impactful basis. So yeah, I can't debate it. MVP.
And for him, I think that may be one of the best individual showings we've seen so far in this tournament, knowing that you've been consistent map after map, always putting in a good showing. I think Wakadia will be very happy with the win today to move them forward into the next round of the upper bracket.
Someone else that will be happy with the win today is M-Star, who's joining us right now on the other side of the line to talk about the victory. M-Star, welcome to you, my friend. Congratulations on the win. Looked very dominant in maps 1 and 3, but map 2 was a little bit more shaky for you guys. Talk to me a bit about Vertigo. Why did that go so far down to the wire for you lot? I'm afraid you're unmuted at the moment, my friend. I think you've... Yes. Let's quickly double check those things. There we go. Now I can hear you. So yeah, Vertigo, talk to me about that.
Yeah, as you said, the first map was pretty easy for us, but the Vertigo was like a little shaky because we're not playing Vertigo since we got 16-0 by Spirit in FPV Play Academy League. So we're not working on it so much. So we were not like playing for almost like 3 months. So we just try to play like how we play. It didn't go really well, and I was not in the game like whole 3 matches. So yeah, it was like that. It didn't really go well, but like, I mean, in T side, we could have finished it, but we did some, we take some wrong decisions, so we couldn't finish it. But it was a good game, really. They also played really well.
And talking about Atlantic, obviously you played them before in ACA main. You romped them in that game. Wasn't really competitive. It saw very similar signs in map 1 and map 3 today. So tell me, was there much from that previous game that you noticed here again today, or did they change things up?
Well, I mean, we also like changing lineups like pretty much. So we took Wakadia, we took Trojan. Then Trojan is not able to play right now as an upper, so Cyber switches role to upper. So I mean, of course, they play really well. We've been stepping up because we're also working a lot, really like almost 8-10 hours a day. So it's a lot. We've been improving, but we're changing a lot of stuff. So it's not good. But yeah, still they play well. They did really good performance. As I said, even if I was not in the game, we did actually play like comfortable. and we were like enjoying the game. So of course they improve, but we also improve as well.
I'm glad you mentioned the roster change there, because actually I wanted to ask a little bit more about Six and his sort of like transition into the team. You know, first of all, like what was the motivation for making that roster change, and second of all, what does Six do right that can benefit Eternal Fire Academy?
The problem in our team, it was we didn't have an upper in main league. We didn't play with an upper, so everybody was like playing the up when they feel comfortable, you know. So we needed an upper, so we took Trojan from the NA. He came from NA. He was playing FPL there, and he's also my friend. I also played with him like a couple of seasons. He's advanced when I was in NA in North America. So he was my longtime friend. So he came back to Turkey. So we just wanted to switch the up role. So we give it to him, but he was not able to play like this tournament, so he couldn't play. So we continue with our substitutes, G6. He also welcome today. G6 was playing really well today in every maps. As I said, I was like the lowest performance today, but it's okay. My team won. That's all matters. Doesn't matter. Everybody can have a bad performance. So yeah, like we needed an upper. We took Trojan, and YKD was available. We also know him, so we took him because we also want to play. We play Academy League. Or ages was becoming a problem because I'm also 23, and we had somebody else also 23 years old, so we couldn't play. We play Academy League like next season. We wanted to play. I hope we can play. So that's like the main reasons of it, as I can say. Yeah, I speak a lot and fast. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I feel you, mate. Trust me.
I want to ask about Inferno as well. Looked very confident from you guys on T side, you know, very pacey, very up close and personal. I remember seeing a couple of your Infernos only in the last few days on Advanced, and they weren't too successful. So tell me, from Advanced to this event, what changed on Inferno?
You're actually looking too many things, pretty much, as I can say, because yeah, we play two advanced maps in Inferno. We lose both because we did some mistakes about roles, because I think I should have played on A. I'm not comfortable to play on A side, but like as an A player, but I needed to do it because the A was a problem for us. So we couldn't. The problem is we didn't feel comfortable on A side, so we didn't even had the chance to play on B side. So we took YKD to B, and I just switched my role back to A. So now I'm playing short. Yeah, that's the main reason. I mean, I think for me to play on B was not a right idea. I should have played on A, so I can like rotate back to B and come back to A, like block mid and go help B, blah blah blah. So I think that's changed a lot, or in our Inferno, because as you said, we didn't win like 2 games in advance, but now we play comfortable. We knew that what they're gonna do, I guess, because whatever setup they do, we always like kill them, you know, on apps. I mean, on boiler, on B, we use our utility like properly. So it was comfortable for us, as I can say. Yeah, I think we read them like a little bit. Yeah.
Well, comfortability certainly shined through in that last map of the best of 3. One more question for you, though, because you've moved on to the upper semi-finals. You're up against ENCE Academy. You're up against either ENCE Academy or OG Academy, rather, I should say, in the next match up on stream. So I wanted to ask you about thoughts about both those teams. I know you've been saying about Academy League and such, so give me some thoughts about that next potential match.
Well, ENCE Academy is so strong. OG Academy is so strong. They're playing for a long time with each other, as I know, if I'm not wrong. So it's gonna be a tough match. But if you ask me who's gonna win, I think the OG Academy will win. That's what I think. But awesome. I wish luck to both teams.
Awesome. Well, we'll look forward to seeing how well you will do against potentially OG Academy. For now, though, you've got a solid win, so congratulations to you and your team. Good luck going into the semi-finals, and we hope to speak to you very soon.
Thank you so much.
There you go, Dweg. Looking confident, feeling confident, sounding confident. All confidence, it seems, for Eternal Fire Academy in this matchup. Again, reservations for the next game, though? How do you think they'll fare there?
I think they'll be in for a tougher affair. I mean, he said it themselves. You're looking at some tough teams, and you have to bring your A game. I think it shows not only with the roster is there some movability, but with the roles too. This is going to have to be a really tough next few days for Eternal Fire Academy. Doing their homework, coming through prepared, because you've got a sub in at the moment. You don't have your fifth. You're moving players from A to B, so there's a lot going on.
Indeed, there is a lot going on, and we continue to have a lot going on today's stream. Again, Eternal Fire will take on either ENCE or OG in our second matchup of the day in this one. It should be an exciting one. We've said it yesterday. This could be our highlight match to watch out for. Certainly, if the first one's gone to 3 maps, I can see the second one going to 3 maps as well.
Yeah, I think so. ENCE Academy have been able to prove quite a lot in the short span of time in recent history. OG Academy look like they're on the brink of that deep run. It's just, when is it going to come?
Could be here today. It could be here this week. We'll find out as we head towards a break and come back with our second best of 3 of the Heroes of Tomorrow. And welcome back to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. We're rolling very quickly into our second match of the day. Eternal Fire Academy, of course, managing to trump already their task against Atlantic earlier on. And now ENCE Academy will take on OG Academy to meet them in the upper semi-final.
This is going to be a proper keen game. You've got two teams that have been able to make quite a lot of impressive segments in the last couple of months, and going up against one another in a head-to-head so early on in the bracket is going to put one of the favourite teams down in the lower position.
This is going to be an interesting match because, much like the last one, I guess, in terms of our split decision, there is no clear favourite in this context, right? These are two teams that are competing at a very similar level. This is going to be, I think, a very interesting affair. You mentioned before the break, you can see it going towards 3 maps. I think there's an angle in which you could argue that both sides could be able to take a victory for me.
I don't know if I'd be on that sort of line. I think that there's more favoritism in this game than there was in the last. But it is still quite close. I think for ENCE Academy, they've been able to show that the last few weeks have been very successful for them locally. It's just whether they can transfer some of those results from Finland over here to the international space.
We've been talking a lot about translating local results into the international space, and it's not always been a hit for everyone. Atlantic, for example, didn't win that last matchup. Void, for example, didn't win their game in the opening start of things. So it's not always that defines that idea that ENCE will be able to hold their own. However, you are right. They've been fantastic on the finish stage, and that's one of the things that could end up proving towards their nature, knowing the fact they're going towards a land final.
And knowing that they've been able to get win after win. Now, the one caveat I will make is since the lineup's inception, all the way back about 5 months ago, they've played a total of 4 best-of-3s. They've all been against Finnish teams. We have not seen a single best-of-3 from these guys against anyone outside of Finland.
I've started to see a bit more from these guys in terms of international siesta. We've been covering the Academy League a fair amount, Dwayne, and we did see a little bit from ENCE Academy being okay. Not amazing, not stand out, but they had some great moments, I think. And I think if they can build upon those moments, they could be a defined team. I'm not certain whether it's going to be as solid in this context, though.
You've got a decent lineup behind you. I think Server, the IGL, can bring quite a lot of backing when it comes to the tactical depth. You've got an Orpa of Poddy who has been able to show quite a lot of success locally. That you've got Miltsy that comes through with some international experience, and then even Joissi who has probably caught our eye more so than most players in the last few weeks or so.
Yeah, he's been ridiculous, honestly. He's had some very hard carry moments, I think. Not always consistently at that, which I think is one sort of key issue overall, is to try and replicate that over and over again in every single matchup. But when he's going, man, he is lights out. He is unbelievably good. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether we can apply that against OG Academy, who you could argue are one of the key rivals for ENCE Academy at the moment.
It could be. They haven't played each other in quite some time. They didn't get a chance this time because they're in different groups. But you have a look at the OG Academy side, and geez, I mean, there's some good players on this team. You have a look at Oxygen, what he was able to do on Skade, Murex, what he was able to do on Sprout, Sounds, what he was able to achieve in some of the local scenes with Nexus, Dementor, okay, maybe not as known, and then Awaken, maybe similar boat from him. But you've got a strong core here with a lot of experience in the Tier 2 atmosphere.
That's the key thing, right? It's the difference between a local Finnish team that haven't got quite as much, like, known level experience versus a team of players that are very well known, I guess. You talked a lot about some of the experienced guys in this sort of sense. I think of the guy like Murex, for example, who's probably our highlight player for this team because he's been part of many a great roster in the past, just in the Tier 2 space alone.
I don't know about that. I mean, Sprout, yes. I mean, before that, he'd played on a lot more of the lower divisions, playing in the German scene quite a bit, and playing on some of the lineups like Spark, CCO, Lowland Lines, Diffuse Kids as well in the Benelux region too. It wasn't until he was able to get to Sprout where we got to see him at some of the higher levels, challenged against some of the top tier 2 teams in the world. And for Murix, he is a key individual, one of their stronger riflers on this team here of OG Academy.
Well, sadly, Sprout couldn't make it work out with him, so of course having the opportunity to prove them wrong here in the OG Academy side could be very encouraging. And certainly they've had the one-up when it comes to head-to-head history between these two teams. You mentioned they haven't played each other in a fair while, but when they did play each other, both the games went over to the OG Academy side. 16-13 on Overpass is what we were talking about there in the Academy League. They were best of ones, which might throw a caveat in, but if Overpass comes out in this veto, Dwayne, that could be interesting to say the least.
No, both teams pick a lot of Overpass, so I would actually assume that if we do get Overpass, it's probably going to be a pick from ENCE Academy.
Let's take a look whether it will end up being the case here. Veto's up on screen. Let's see whether Overpass will be coming in, and it will not be. Banned out at the very last stage there by OG Academy. Dust 2 is picked by OG. ENCE going to go towards Mirage, and Ancient with the final one in the best of 3. What do you think about that?
I don't think you play Ancient against OG Academy.
That's what I was thinking too.
So this is the other way I should say. OG. I mean they're a very good Ancient team. They pick it in best of 3s. It's a map that has been able to provide quite a lot of strength in map picks and in 3-map deciders. So for ENCE Academy, I'm looking at the Mirage and saying, okay, probably offers up something. I'm a little bit surprised about the Overpass. I guess it's the lesser of 2 evils. You know it's a strong map for both teams, so if you pick into it, it is a risk because you might not even win it.
I do love how we've gone from like very pug-style maps into just straight Ancient towards the tail end of the series. I mean, at the end of the day, obviously the picks and bans do have their own individual, a basis of their own right. You are right about that last map, though. I think there's some major concerns for ENCE if they get it towards 3.
Yeah, for their sake, they're not going to be able to win it in 2. I don't think either team can win it in 2 if we're going to be honest with ourselves. I look at OG Academy and think that they're going to be out for blood. They had a disappointing game last night against Mouse NXT. They would have loved to have been able to win that game, get into the playoffs of the Academy League. Instead, they didn't. They actually got knocked out of the tournament. So you get here into MistGames. You've played a team of ENCE Academy before. Yes, it has been some time ago, but it's your upper bracket game. It's a chance to get up onto the board, and I think it's a chance for them to be successful.
If you want to go into more specifics in terms of chain logic, though, in the Academy League itself, obviously both teams are playing there, and ENCE weren't even able to make it to the Gauntlet. So, in terms of just that own tournament as just a basis to compare from, you're already looking at OG being potentially the better team just by default in that sort of sense. Is that applicable here?
Yeah, I don't think it's that much off of just a result standpoint. I think that they're a team that have got more experience in best of 3s. I think they're a team that have proved that they can go slightly deeper than the likes of ENCE Academy have been able to in the last few months.
When you say this matchup will not go towards 2 maps, you think it's going to be a 3-map affair. So 2-1 to whose favour, Dwayne?
To OG Academy. I think that they're the stronger team in this one. They've been able to prove more. They even had a very close series against Mouse. Like, it wasn't a whitewash. It was actually one that went quite down to the wire. Map 3 even went all the way to a double OT. So for OG Academy, I think that they've got what it takes to win this series out.
I'm with you on that one. For once, we're not going to be in conflict with our predictions this time. It's going to be all OG in this sense. I just think that they're just a better team. You know, the head-to-heads work towards their favour. They've got the backing overall, and whilst, yes, ENCE have got some respectable positions in terms of some individual players, I think the experience levels of OG in terms of what they've done in the Tier 2 space might be more beneficial in this kind of head-to-head.
Now, something to keep an eye out for is that ENCE Academy, they don't like Inferno, and they don't like Dust 2. So those are always the 2 maps they try and ban. Now, they haven't even had a chance to ban Dust 2 in the second wave of the veto. So with this in mind, we don't see Dust 2 being played from the Finns at all. So I actually have no idea what we're going to expect on this map because they have not played Dust 2 since the inception of the lineup.
I think the fact that they avoided that probably is telling of how confident they are, however, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, yeah, again, I mean, they always ban it in the second wave, so it's not a map that they like floating, even for a 3rd map decider.
In this case, it'll be the first map of the best of 3 as picked by OG Academy, and we'll get started right now with the pistol round between these 2 sides here. An opportunity for ENCE to prove us all wrong and try to take this one back and steal one away from the OG Academy side. They're on the seat to start things as the pistol round goes live.
Now, Oxygen, a player to watch out for on Dust 2, always very consistent. Aggressive charge up from top mid, does drop the bomb. Juicy starting things on the right foot.
There's that your man that you highlighted, Oxygen going down. Milty able to respond towards Sound and double up towards Awaken. ENCE in control of the situation. 4-on-2 for the CT forces.
OG Academy find themselves in a position where you have to keep fighting towards top mid just to try and get some of that control back to the bomb presence. Potty, great tap, even up to Marix, down towards Suicide. Dementa, the last one left in a 1v4.
Making it look real simple there with these taps as appropriate. See Milty looking in for a little bit more. Already found 2 kills. Triple potentially being found himself Out towards long, it's Henry that sees what's really going on. Taps through the Julies, gets his piece of the pie, and brings in the pistol for ENCE Academy.
And this is a chance for ENCE Academy to get more events under their belt. I would actually say for both of these teams. They're actually not one of the grindy Academy teams, don't often find themselves in the ACA leagues, some of the open qualifiers too. They normally try and stay clear of many events.
Not a lot of playing time, I guess.
Yeah, and it probably means that they're going to have more time to prep, more time to do their homework in an event like this and come through successfully. Because I look at OG Academy's perspective, and they've got to be placing top 3 or top 4 at minimum in this event.
This is one of those events where you take a look at them and think that, yeah, maybe the Academy League might have been a bit of a disappointment, but MistGames should be an opportunity for them to really step up and show what they can do and show how deep they can go in the right competition, in the right environment here. To get a little bit of farm going and get themselves in with a confident basis going forward into the end of the year. M4's in for Poddy, going to get Dementa to start things off for the ENCE Academy side though. They've got the guns versus the pistols, Harsh Rico for OG. They've got Henry there to back up his man. 5-on-3.
And nothing too surprising in a round like this. Anti-Eco round with the full Glocks out. OG Academy trying to bring down the pace up to A. They do deal with Henry, so it's at least one casualty.
One M4 drop that can't get recovered either by ENCE Academy, so damage being done in a slight amount. Should still be playing the bonus weapons in with that one reinvestment for Henu's part. And a good start for ENCE 2-0.
Just to compare the experience levels, all maps played on HLTV across all 5 players for ENCE Academy works out to be 368. For OG Academy as a total, it's 1,091. So much more when it comes to experience. And actually, someone like Oxygen brings a lot of those maps up.
It's part of the Bulgarian scene, of course.
They played with Skade for a couple of years.
Yep. Part of the Bulgarian Civil War, as I like to call it, in Tier 2. Well, back and forths into the Fiend side and provided some great moments in his own individual career, let alone the run that Skate team had. Provided services to OG Academy and do work in the mid, so he's leaning in first, but seeing nothing.
You can see ENCE Academy not putting much pressure down here on towards mid at all. Nothing peeking forward towards the lower tunnels. Nothing out here aggressive towards short. So a little respect being given up. The server just putting some nades down towards the upper tunnels, jiggling for a contact.
Ocean with his smokes up. Blocking off the CT vision for Poddy's part. Got the counter incendiary down to try to block him away from the mid doors. Flashes in for Marix. Trying to join his teammates up on the short presence. He might get smoked off by ENCE here.
It's all a matter of timing here for Henu. He's got a smoke and a molly that could waste a lot of time. OG Academy going to be the short XE.
Server going to block off the tunnels just in case there's anybody out there, but really the emphasis is all towards the A site. Smokes in, flashes over. And here they come. MilkSea will not see anything. Hoping there's some sort of mid-face in from the T side. That's not to be the case though. Henu holds his mark. Counter smokes also into block off vision. Flashes will try and suppress the OG Academy side. They'll charge forward anyway with flashes of their own right. Dementa the first man in, tapping blind behind those smokes. The sound sprays through against it. Damage done to Oxygen, but Henu is the first to fall. Bomb on site. Trace with server only goes so well because Poddy traded back. Backs a turn towards sound, makes it a double. That's a bomb plant regained.
Even that peek out towards a long challenge is just too late. Server's able to come through with a pick, but he's going to fall.
Nice nade. Indeed, he's dead. Juvissi now, 1 versus 3, and as a man I could trust in a clutch like this, it would be him on the ENCE Academy side. Of FAMAS, however, is a limiting factor, and only one flash of utility here. Taking his sweet time getting the position, and will not get a crack at it. It's Dementa that puts him down, brings in the first for OG.
I don't know about that. I mean, 1v3, there's just nothing presented there at all. I would have loved to have seen that from our save, bring it back out towards the long control, help out the buy in the next round. It just feels like it was an unnecessary challenge to go in for that retake, knowing you're going to force buy next round anyway.
I can concur with that. Certainly. Better options available for them. Ultimately, ENCE will still force the issue back. However, with 3 M4s in play, that FAMAS being in certainly does look juicy. Juvissi instead holds the Dingle in alongside MilkSea. Play in towards the Longhouse early contact against the Incendiaries. The smokes come down against them, so no real push forward from OG.
3 wins in a row out here for OG Academy when it comes to Dust 2. Trying to see if they can find some more success on this map in recent history. Quick up towards the short control again. Oxygen waiting to see if there's going to be a mistake out from Xbox.
Flash in to allow him to peek forward into that short control for his teammates. Smokes back as well towards CT. Xbox smoke will clear. Still holding their line out towards Longhouse. Very little attention drawn towards short.
You've even got the bomb carrier of Awaken keeping his eyes locked from top mid out towards that Longhouse in case there is a little prod, in case there's a slight maneuver of information. Someone to start aggressing up, reeling a bit of a backstab towards that top mid area. It could be shaping up for a B split. Two players out here have to defend off one another.
Smokes in. Molotov's up. Ooh, missed smoke there at the CT cross. That's not great, but no one's watching it for the CT side. So ENCE lose one out towards the A site, B site rather. Body to strike towards A. miltz will drop anyway by Awaken's hand. So despite that missed utility, OG still hold the line.
Good entries coming through from Awaken. Very good crosshair placement. Allows himself to multi-frag. And anytime you split and B and you deal with the anchors quickly, there should be no way that there's a successful retake.
It could have been disastrous, but ultimately was not. So that's more than fine for OG Academy. 2-all to the board. ENCE will hold on to these guns here. Marix is hoping that someone makes his way in towards tunnels, but they're all backed out towards long, so they'll sit there and wait and hope that OG go a bit too extensive or just save the weapons in general. Seems to be the latter of those options. So OG have a lot of cash to go ahead and afford a hunt, so just fall back towards spawn. Keep 4 alive.
Now, OG Academy are one of the most experienced Academy teams, but yet it still feels like something's missing with them.
Yeah.
There's been a tough 6 months for the organisation, still waiting for that deep run, and this is where you've got to picture yourself for OG and say, okay, Fnatic Rising, they're a threat. Mauser XD, they're probably another one, but we're in the top 3 conversation. We're one of these teams that should go deep in MistGames. We need to put on a show, because if it is an early exit, if it is a disappointing run, then it's back to the poor results for OG Academy.
No, you're right about that. I have to agree. Like, again, OG Academy is very much the gorillas of the Academy scene, if you ask me. You know, they've got a bunch of these great individual players who are established, well-known names, and still they can't quite find the formula to bring themselves up to the position which you should argue that they could be at for the players alone. Might take some more development time for now, though. Playing well against ENCE Academy, 2 casualties in against Poddy and Juicy.
And knowing that this is a buy and that you've been able to get both picks out towards long so early, you're going to bait some further mistakes. You got a slight info play from Server. He's aggressed in the upper tunnels, going down to lower. Could get caught off in the mid control if he continues to peek forward.
miltz is just watching for contact. The smokes flashes sent down by Marix, countering incendiaries for Henu. Leaning in away from that longhouse. They're actually going to make their way in towards the tunnels. You can see the CT up there. Server's 5-7, able to get a decent kill, but Dementa takes him right back out. So all left to the B site being pretty opened up. One man about to make his way in. Dementa's ready for it though, and he gets the kill.
But the issue there is yes, Server is in an aggressive stance. He needs way more than 1 kill. He's got to get 2, maybe even 3 if they want to make that round winnable. Oxygen going down to a hun. I cannot see miltz holding onto this rifle.
Yeah, tease him enough cash to justify this push forward. Now that he's got an AK, especially take that out of his hands and find Oxygen in with the kill. Advantage now gained by OG Academy.
And we know that they have a round win percentage of 57.7 on the T side in the last 3 months of Dust 2. So oftentimes we see leads being extended in first halves from them. ENCE Academy do not have much of a lead when it comes to the scoreline or the economical state, so another harsh eco for them.
P250s and Deagle still pulled out, so a bit of firepower. But without Kevlar, without the utility either, it feels like pretty much it is an eco here for ENCE Academy. Hoping that maybe Henu or miltz can get some decent shots on the heads, do some damage, get some casualties, take some AKs out of the hands of OG, if possible. But possible does not mean likely here.
Awaken playing his 70th map on HLTV today. One of the newer pieces here for OG Academy, coming into the lineup on the 5th of October.
About a little under a month.
Not that long.
Not long for this round to be taken away by OG Academy as well. Swinging against pistols. Again, the eco going about as well as the ecos do go. A couple of dinks off damage done to Marix and Dementa. But the important part, the kills are not being found by them. So all 5 are alive with sound finds Server. And that is 4-2. The start for OG's map pick is going pretty swimmingly so far.
And they'll be happy with what they've achieved. They've had some good dictation of pace. Things aren't getting wild on the anti-eco rounds. That's when you know you're in for a good sign. When you start losing mass casualties to USPs and a couple of upgraded pistols, you know you're going to be in for a rough time on your map pick. But so far it's been fairly clean, and they've been able to farm up a crazy amount of cash too.
Money in the bank. Maybe splashed out when appropriate here for their guns. NWP for Awaken, of course, is one of those key weapons. The T's work their way into the mid control, but very passively at that. Awaken ready with the smokes in, flashes at the ready, don't let them pop flashed into the mid control. Molotov's also sent up to try and ensure that there's no threats involved.
Dust 2 is tied with Ancient for the highest rated map in the pool for Awaken, so expect some good stuff from him and the Orb.
So far, only 2 kills deep. Sounds the one that's making the real noise in the mid control. MistGames dropping. Second CT on the way, and Oxygen's caught him damaged as well. Poddy will reveal his position with the incendiary thrown. Will drive the T-side players back, but not get a trade for ENCE.
OG Academy are just exploiting with just default stuff. Working off on the mid control, working around the utility. We're seeing so many deaths coming through for ENCE Academy. And even this walk up towards A is going to present a single A player.
Sat back, ready for Juicy at the corner. Counter flashing, does not extend so far as the short entrance, so smokes are in. Tees will go for the ENCE, he's falling right back towards Long. Will start turning his attention towards the side, but if he doesn't get at least 2 kills here, I don't think ENCE will go for the retake.
I think it should be a save already. Should be no way back in. Very good utility usage down towards that car angle, and Sound is clearing all of Goose, all towards his car position, and out towards Long. Juicy's gone, that's it.
Yeah, 5 on 3 now for OG. Tried to stand and fight, do some sort of heroic play, but didn't quite find it. Menta might even drop down towards CT spawn, catch those 2 players on the other side of it, but they've all fallen back anyway, so a little bit too late for him to peek. OG will have 5 on their board, 5 rounds in a row for the T side. They look pretty stellar thus far, Dweg.
ENCE Academy haven't had many chances at all, losing a lot of fights towards that short control. Out towards mid and the lower tunnels has been unsuccessful. ENCE Academy, on a map that they don't play, are having some struggles.
Be expected, I guess.
Yeah, no, it is. That's the thing when ENCE Academy are playing OG Academy in a best of 3. You have to come to the recognition that ENCE don't like Dust 2, they don't like Inferno, and that actually works really nicely for the map pool for a team like OG Academy. So whatever doesn't get banned is going to get picked.
You can see the effects of that on your screens as well. Still early doors, so still potentially which ENCE can come back from. 3 rounds only to the good for OG. Oh, but those shots from Awaken are taking those chances away piece by piece. Server down to 30 HP. MistGames forcing forward like ENCE did on the pistol round, but this time with M4s in play. Only damage done to Marix though, no casualties taken.
Early information that long control is being established. Oxygen can get a molly down towards that car state, allow themselves to cross over into the pit control, try and get that AWP to just hide out there.
Smoke's also inbound as well. Locked away from the ramp cross. Not much else being seen here. OG are being silent.
Marix is expecting a backstab to come through from Longhouse, and it's understandable because they did see an aggressive mid player come through from MistGames. Slowing things right down, wanting to see if there is just a slight reaction, a slight overpeak, but it will be the long contact, it will be the take up to A.
Re-smoke on, close range smoke. One sent far with the Molotovs down towards that short position, will try to stop them, making their way forward. Flashes in, counter nades back, Henu. Watch past those smokes, hoping for some sort of combat against the T-side line. Molotov sent back and forth from OG, going to sandwich in ENCE Academy. Got 1 player holding in the midst of the smokers. Juicy gets that kill against Oxygen. So starting things off here for the ENCE side for once. A 5 on 4 has been gained. The bomb site has been lost and Sound lines up 2. Unawares of the 3rd man, but the 4 on 3 sits for OG Academy as Awaken Zorb lands on server, and suddenly those chances get reduced to almost naught here. 1 man on elbow, spotted, tapped up by Marix, and Poddy's left alone.
Has to try and save again, and this is a super uncomfortable first half where ENCE Academy are just saving almost in every rifle round. Sound is playing at an unbelievably high level right now. That multi-frag from him, aggressive out towards a rice bags, was everything.
Trying to get hunted down as well, OG Academy. Pressing players up towards that top mid position, the smokes down at Suicide. Leading their way forward. Catch this man off if they can do so here. The M4 will be valuable for the ENCE Academy side, so OG want to take it away. Marix, check position, doesn't catch him, he's all the way backed up, so no opportunities today here. Keep that 1 weapon in play, but it's still another round here for the OG camp.
And it was heartbreak for OG Academies. They lost to Mouse NXT yesterday, not qualifying to the playoffs and being knocked out of the event. That's twice now, 2 events back-to-back, where they've come close. They've come ever so close to having that playoff run in the Academy League, has not come through. And what I like from that to today is look at the change. Okay, yeah, you have a tough one. You know, you have a game that you really need to win. Doesn't happen. You come into a new event. You come in with a fresh mindset, and they look very well drilled. They don't look mentally affected from that series yesterday.
It's always a good thing here. One loss, fine, against the team you could argue is better, so I don't know that affects your own confidence. Maybe if they face Mouse later on in the bracket, that might be a bit of a problem, but for now, it's ENCE Academy. They're looking pretty lights out for the time being. The one rifle on Poddy's already dropped as well, the opening frag going the way of OG.
They have missed that Xbox smoke. They're going to dive the AWP back in towards a pit control where Awaken can just watch out, help that cross forward. There's even a lurk towards the upper tunnel, so there's a very good chance that pretty much everyone falls down here for ENCE Academy.
Flashes forward, team making their way up, burst spray through, Henu down. Next player spotted, not quite tapped up. Molotov sent Marek to get his server. In the end, the player on site, Juwisi, will go falling. Not much able to get gained from ENCE's efforts in this one. 7-2 to the T side.
Oh, we've seen some impeccable T sides when I think about today and even what we saw in the last couple of series. Just showing the strength that OG Academy have, and no familiar signs to what happened in the best of ones, and that is very understandable. Always the counteraction, the factors that we have with best of ones, it's middle of the map pool. You're playing into a map that both teams like. I mean, Overpass, we even spoke about it in the video. Both teams like picking it in best of threes. You're going into Dust 2. It's a decent map for OG Academy. It never gets played for ENCE Academy, so you can have some one-sided affairs. It can just happen in best of threes.
I think the big concern for ENCE is whether or not they'll let it happen throughout the course of the rest of the series and just let it just be this one map, which is their big downfall. Above letting maps 2 and 3, potentially just only map 2 go like this. Of course, still the first half, still only 9 rounds deep, so in theory, there is a way back for ENCE Academy, but it's all just theoreticals we're talking about here. Nothing really shown in practice that shows it's possible.
Awaken going in for the mid pick again.
Lovely.
And winning it out onto Miltsy. He's been very consistent in the first part here at Dust 2.
And just like Eternal Fire we're looking like earlier on, it's just playing with confidence now for OG Academy. Not overconfident and nothing flashy about it, but connecting those shots consistently always looks good for you. One man down, ENCE. You have to find a second bit of contact, let alone a trade.
Server taking that big green, looking down towards the B side. He's going to have to multi-frag here.
There's Sound going down, go back to the automatic M4. Swing back from the AWP Poddy, who actually lands on Marek to provide some support from outside of the site. Smokes in, counter flashes. Oxygen will lean forward, continue to hear the shots coming in, but Poddy's going to get caught back. 3 versus 3, making it 2. Trying to make it 1 for Server, who holds his line on the triple and looks for that quadra against Awaken. 1 man left, does pick up at least 1 pick back above that smoke. He's spotted, and Server holds down the line. You wanted more frags from him. That's exactly what you got.
And it just shows towards the back of the bomb site how much distraction can get pulled. You get a impeccable shot there from Poddy. So Server gets the first one, he goes back towards a rifle. Look at this though, that is a ripper onto Marek, because I'm almost convinced that if Marek stays alive there, runs towards the big box, Server's down. There is not the time and the coverage to be able to deal with that player swinging out so quickly.
Difference a kill makes. OG Academy feeling a bit more pressure from ENCE at this particular stage. Double AWP setup coming in for the CT side as well. Blind sprays from Juwisi, tagging 1 player down, but not taking Sound out of the round.
We know that Miltsy loves picking up that double AWP. Great hybrid player for this ENCE Academy side. Get himself in a stance where they give a lot of respect over towards Long, and I think the reason for that is because they haven't been able to find a way to fight Long. Anytime they've gone up towards a blue bins or out towards a pit control, it just hasn't been successful. So it does feel as if the Finns, anytime that they open up Longhouse for the respect of OG Academy, they just give it to them. They say, hey, you could just take it.
That's what they'll do. Tag up on Sound might become a concern for OG. Smokes up to the cross, drawing a lot of CT attention towards this A site, so B might again rest on 1 man to defend with no support this time.
Henu focusing that attention on the jump spot down there towards the lower tunnels, but it's going to be a fake out towards A. That bomb's leading it to B.
These two players are going to get a kill as well. ENCE might even draw attention away from the site itself. Server and Juicy still hold the line. Server on the back of the B site, especially the AWP of Sound, gets his kill. Unawares where that second player is, still unaware of where Server's playing from. Gets on top of the blocks, gets a kill in. Dementa found one and doubles up alongside Oxygen. MilkSea's up ahead of the smoke. Gets Oxygen to return, however. That bomb on the B site with one man to try clutch it in this one-on-one situation. MilkSea making no noise, peeking in at the right moment, catching the double up and catching the fourth round for ENCE.
ENCE Academy going down to another strong B-site anchor hold in there from Server. Just wasting a lot of time, being able to provide some assistance. Sound gets back into the action, Dementa in with a multi-frag, Oxygen not quite holding his own. And then the clutch being won out, ENCE Academy giving themselves some lifelines.
A tactical take-in now by OG. Got a lot of cash in the bank, of course, from the 7 rounds they got. A lot of them in a streak. Now a potential that ENCE could start to catch up to them. Only 3 rounds to make up, of course. Tactics will be discussed. What can they bring to the table here?
We've seen for OG Academy, they've played quite a lot of best of threes in closed qualifiers on HLTV, not being too successful in that matter. Taking a win against Control and Beyond Possible, but losing to the likes of Partisan, 9 and Asuba. Trying to see if they can show what they can offer against more Academy teams. Get themselves some more comfortability in the upper bracket. ENCE Academy, though, bringing quite a bit of emphasis towards a mid-control this time.
Careful about the position, though. Not going to try and take full aggressive force forward with mid. Smokes in with the flashes down for Awaken. Oxygen. Molotov set here as he makes his way forward into the mid-control. Still Poddy has that AWP set, gets the kill against the man, falls back.
Sound taking a lot of damage to that incendiary. Another peek might be found here towards a lower position of the doors, though.
Got a CT pressing forward there in that position for ENCE. Does engage, but does fall back with the same. This play is much closer than he expected. Incendiary and flash in, gets out of the way.
Just start retreating back up towards the A site. And OG Academy have not been able to catch anyone repositioning, be able to get a player out in the open. And knowing that the HP bars are quite low for Dementa, Sound, and Awaken, it puts pressure onto Marix to find some space, find an entry, and allow a side path to be taken.
He's playing around the lower tunnels position for the time being. Smokes back here from the CT forces will suppress him from the tunnel's entrance. In towards mid, he'll make his way up here. His teammates about to run into the SMG, though. Only one kill for Juicy. Sound with the trade.
It seemed like he was going to get a multi-frag there. Marix hoping to cut a rotate out towards a B-side, spots the timing, but needs the kill.
Doesn't opt to go for it, though. Cross back towards short. The CT to be aware of this. That player pushing in from tunnels will catch the info. Meanwhile, the run boost out towards long. Try and catch off these individuals here. The AWP bringing out Marix, leaning further forward. Molotov sent to the back of car. That player should get forced out into the open. Burned quite significantly. Henry going to catch Marix being well out towards short. Sound with a responsive. 2 players standing for OG versus 3 of ENCE. Make it 1 player now for OG and none as MilkSea doubles up.
And it's starting to gather a little bit of momentum here from the Finns. They're starting to tail a couple of rounds in a row. They're starting to get quite confident with the opening picks. I think Poddy's been able to show quite a decent level with that AWP when it comes to opening man advantages.
Working with it well at the moment. MilkSea with the closing frag, though. They look particularly impressive for my money. 2 rounds to the good. ENCE Academy bring this back from a very dire position that OG had them at.
Poddy looking in for the mid-duel again. This time it will get one out from Awaken.
Ready for it in suicide. Crack angle held by the OG player. Comes up better for it as a result. Teams working their way in. Sprays from Henry a little bit high, but does find Oxygen's head. So 4-on-4 game, flash forward, and still Sound is more blind than Henry was. Kills on, they continue to spray through the smokes, and they just rip them all apart.
Just poor utility usage there coming through from OG Academy. Yes, they won out the opening pick in from mid, but out there towards the lock control, you just don't have the flashes in the right spot. Your player around the corner, that second man in, he can't be blinded. He can't allow Sound to receive any of the flash.
Not even that we received some of the flash, but the fact that his opponent wasn't even blinded himself. Very awkward utility placement there from OG. Forms in play for Awaken again. Going to start things off in mid. A bit more aggressive this time. Can they find a follow-up here? Tunnels might be in the next place of port of call here for ENCE. Even that player's going to back away.
And this is 2 rounds in a row in which an opening pick has been granted from Awaken. Get that Xbox smoke down out from top mid. There might be a slight maneuver coming through with Juicy out to the longhouse control. Rap stab in.
And hold their nerve against these two CTs. Mid control established by OG Academy, but the concern again is going to be the info that they gain on ENCE from that B position. Server's going to lead that charge. Extend very far forward for it.
They still don't know about a player down towards underpass. This could be actually a really good duel. No, it actually goes the way of Server.
4-on-4 for it. Marek's dropping. Poddy now. And that AWP into the mid control. Smokes back to try to suppress. Look above a catwalk. Probably not going to see anything for it. Server rotate and join him.
There's still another player coming through from the stairs towards the upper tunnels. Flash out towards mid. Put some pressure onto Poddy. It might just be the B-split again.
Great count nades onto Menta here. Poddy can't see anything at the crack angle. Hearing those footsteps though, so Server's going to get called in as a defensive line on the B side. He's been stellar with it as well. Flash in, Oxygen going to lean up, spray him down, bring it into a 4-on-3 with smokes at the doorways. It should be a bomb plant.
This looks like it's round over already. ENCE Academy are going to have a tough time at the retake. Try and deny the bomb for going down.
Flash into that one player to peek it, but Sound somehow adjusts to the kill. Leans forward at 6 HP. 2 players left for ENCE Academy though. Nades to suppress him and further away. And they will back off and save.
They just realized to themselves that if they go for it, not everyone is going to be perfect on the buy in the next round. So hold that AWP in forward, because they might go double orbs again.
Tags up against Poddy next. So Awaken leans forward to catch the player. Kill gets gained. It's still left to Juicy in a 1-on-4 situation. Indeed, this will be 8 for OG Academy as they take the lead and take the half on the T side.
Juicy just trying to see if he can maintain that AK. And looking at someone like Sound, only the 3rd highest rated player on Dust 2 for OG Academy in the last 3 months. Putting on a very good showing. Awaken. Jumping about. It's alright. Maybe 9? What do we think? They're going to win another round?
I reckon so.
Yeah.
High possibility, I think. I think ENCE Academy have thrown a little bit in terms of the comeback. I think my big concern is how OG Academy have done overall, I think.
It's all about how much more they can find out of this one. Early long quarter smoke coming down from Oxygen. Doesn't seem like they want to commit out of the longhouse. Instead, throw quite a few players early into the presence of upper tunnels. Juicy and co trying to fight back for it. Realize there's actually no one here at all.
And Nades set in a standard default, set themselves out for OG Academy, particularly in the upper tunnels is where they're going to lean. Oxygen ready to put the flashes out. Execution basis or just a fake. Seems like a fake here. Almost playing a bit close to the entrance. Meanwhile, Marek makes his way up. Gets Henny to drop.
Gonna smoke down towards City Spawn and actually start to cancel. Aggressive player out towards Logs being watched. That's a great default from OG Academy. Just waiting for that over-aggressive stance.
And punishing them for it. 5-on-3 gained. Insertion point towards Long for Awaken, hoping that someone else extends. No one's going to do that here for ENCE though. Rotations are back. Hold their line, spray through close to Menta, catches Server. B site is now open up for business. Kill still looking to get found by Awaken though, still challenging that long presence. Flash over, will gain that control.
Even Morex is waiting for another reaction, waiting for one of those B-side players to move out. He's going to start to soon realize both players are towards A.
Spotted, spray through, that's 2, making it look easy indeed. There will be a 9th round for OG Academy to close out their T side. Half looking pretty stellar for the most part on it. ENCE did bring those 4 rounds back, making it look somewhat competitive though.
It just shows there for ENCE that there's not a great foundation on this map of Dust 2. I think Poddy was the majority of the success, even with it being crazy that he's down there at 6 kills. He was actually very impactful with that AWP towards the mid challenges. Dementa, the IGL, putting on a good showing. Same for Sound. And a 9-6 half, I think, for OG Academy gives themselves quite a lot of room to work with. And come the second half, it could probably be as convincing.
I reckon so as well, actually. CT side now up to task for the OG Academy camp. We know their T halves can be fantastic, but their CT side can be just as good sometimes. ENCE Academy now off to a half that we don't really know what to expect out of them here. You can imagine the potential is being one-sided for OG. Into tunnels, ENCE are going to play. Slow things down to try to look for the opening kills. Instead it's Sound to get the opener. Juicy with a trade back. 2 more CTs on the site to deal with. Flashes and smoke sent up and over. Making their way in. Server checks position. Taps forward to the Glock. Try to look for the kill against that man. Damage has been done towards the T side line. Max with that kill back. ENCE does respond, but Oxygen gets 2. And Poddy is left alone.
just stuck out towards that car position, gonna get sandwiched in from all sides.
Lovely.
And I really like the protocol there from OG Academy. They've got 2 on B, you've got your backpack player there of Sound, just to try and drive some attention forward, to distract some time, but then the flash comes through. Out towards the upper tunnels, you've got a player tight there towards the car, and then even the wraparound from Oxygen, he comes through from lower tunnels so damn quickly, and for ENCE Academy, without offering up a bomb plant, your force buy is going to be limited.
We'll have at least an M4 in for one player, but for Masters SMG, a scout, you're right about the situation being awkward for ENCE at the same time. Eagles in. That one scout on Polly's part. Try to play these hand cannons as best as they can. Oxygen back at the longhouse corner, but no resistance from ENCE up here in this position.
For ENCE Academy, I think if you don't come through successfully in this force buy round, that might be it. I think you're working with a scoreline differential that starts becoming too large. You give early momentum, you give early confidence to the OG Academy side just to start running away with this second half.
Smokes up. Towards CT spawners where they'll hold their line. OG receive ENCE into the short position. Smokes at the ready. 3 of them available. They used 2 of them for the execution basis. Probably a 3rd one for the post plant. Flash in, they get them set up. The CTs will get driven away for the time being. Might concede the bomb plant. Maybe not the round though.
And just knowing that you can force yourself into a retaking scenario, there's no issue there at all. For ENCE Academy, you want to try and maintain as much of this short control as possible. Put pressure onto the long starts too.
Scouting for Poddy. Trying to take some decent shots and will land one of them, but take one back of his own right. Flashes forward from Marix now trying to hold on position here with his teammates pushing forward. Deagles taps on towards Sound, making him low. Henu gets the kill on Dementa, can't get any more than that. Marix and Oxygen with the responses. One player out elbow, caught off by Oxygen spray. Spoke on the bomb, Diffuser gets stuck. It's a player still a Gandalf detected by Marix, he knows what's going on. Here the second player and everything, adjustments are perfect. OG, HAL 11.
And this is where for ENCE Academy I'd actually like to see another buy-up. Yes, you haven't got a massive amount of reset potential, but you've got to look at the rounds. You're able to get a bomb plant there. You've got to work with the extra cash injection to buy it up.
Another one on the board for the CT side, ENCE. What's the play?
Well, they're not going to buy.
Half invest, okay, so going against your advice.
Yeah, it's safe. And I think when you're on Dust 2, when you're down by this sort of scoreline, safe only works when things are comfortable, not with this sort of scoreline differential.
Deagles in for Hanu. Incendiary sent for Oxygen. Work his way in somehow, catch Juicy, and I have absolutely no idea how he managed that kill, but he did. And the SMG in against Marix here towards that mid-control jump facing, catching Milton next, so it's all falling apart for ENCE Academy here.
And they're just hoping that there's more aggressive stances. Even Henu trapped out towards the lower tunnels. The Deeg does come away with another pick onto Dementa, so at least keeping it expensive.
Ooh. Crispy shot starting to get landed here, 2 on 2. Rifles that they can gain as well there. This could actually get a bit more interesting for the ENCE Academy camp. OG adjusting towards the A hit, thinking that it's going to be the play here.
Now, this is very winnable for ENCE Academy. Plenty of time left on the clock. You could start mimicking some over-distraction. Henu still down here waiting for another short peek. There could be a wraparound to come through from the longhouse, and timing's actually going to work out quite well for Server.
Catches Awaken. Now it's an advantage for ENCE Academy. Single man advantage, but a 2-on-1 and very winnable for them. Adjustments from Sound though, for Mars involved in this one. Low firepower potential for this one CT. Spokes coming in against that CT spawn as well. Short's being covered off. Flashes going over and Server. It's a gap there to play with, but ultimately Sound will make his way in from the short presence. That's his attacking play.
Henu's going to be the first point of contact. He's going to try and take the duel straight away.
Mars on for Mars action. And the Famas of the T side wins it. 3k for Henu. That's a steal back for ENCE.
Jeez, where's that come from? That is a round that should never be possible to be won. Henu lands some incredible shots out here with the dig, but you also need to look at it from the perspective there of OG Academy and say, why in a 4v2 are they charging up mid? Why are they fighting out towards that long control? That just got hyper-aggressive from the international squad.
Left it open for ENCE to take a steal, and they walk straight through that doorway. Stuff that you can definitely praise on their own part of things. OG down to their own broken buy here. Sprays through from Oxygen. Some damage. Juicy tagged. Not dead.
And I think some of the mistakes maybe flow more in the anti-eco rounds. I think they'll tighten in the rifle rounds. OG Academy know that this is an important one to win. They know that Dementor's even down to an MP9. Flash around the corner, show some B presence up there from MistGames. See if you can catch off anyone aggressive.
Flash forward for one CT, dealt with by MistGames. Kill found on sound. Second man up there on top of the boost. The point back in his part, just jump facing, looking back for an M4. Holds his nerve here, and the Molotov sent in to the back site. Falls back himself.
But that was actually the right idea there for OG Academy. They realized the weaponry state isn't fantastic. We don't have a kit. Let's get on the front foot. Let's try and see if we can catch them off. And while players are actually retreating down there towards the lower tunnels, it catches a good timing and sound falls.
Now Attention's been drawn away from the A site directly here. Short control established by ENCE. Could walk straight into the site from here and get the plant down. OG playing around the mid presence and long presence mostly here on the CT defensive.
And they're hoping that they can force them into a B split, which is not going to be the case at all. 30 seconds on the clock. Put that util down towards A. Commit with it. Get a bomb plant open for short. That should be round over already.
Utility sent in for Poddy's part. Marix is hoping for something in that tunnels, but nothing's going to get gained. I think you're right here as well. They'll rotate the try, look for the exit frags perhaps. Enu detecting Awaken though, gets his kill, jumps back in against the next man, nades in, sprays down, Dementor falls, and then it should have number 8.
Poddy, good shot with AWP down onto Marix. Even Oxygen trying to hold on to that M4 deep in towards a pit control. This is turning out to be a very expensive round.
One player staying alive, OG. Put a lot behind this. Mr. Kill will get found by Oxygen out towards Longhouse, but now it's been detected, and so going to go hunting from both sides here. Kill found on the first, and the second, not the third. Poddy puts him down. That's 1,900 bucks in the bank here for the Eco.
And outside of the Alyssa Open Season 3 event, we're yet to see a deep run from ENCE Academy. So I think if you're able to trap up here in the opening map, you know, give yourself a little bit of leverage, try and steal Dust 2, go into the next on your map pick, on Mirage, be a little bit more comfortable. Because if you're looking for a deep run in this kind of bracket, you kind of do need to win your opening game. You go down into the lower bracket round 1, and you're going to have a very difficult time to run that lower bracket.
T-side players make their way in. ENCE up here with the 2B. A-site control, flashing against the smokes, Molotovs up. Not much resistance here from OG. It's hard stacking towards that B site. Awaken leaning in. Now look at the kills found. Does find MistGames. That's one rifle. Surely not much more here.
Nah, they might throw themselves in for a few more exits. You've actually got a player close towards T-spawn from Poddy, who's probably trying to see if they can minimize the chances of that rifle being picked up. Not to be. 9th round being gained by the Fens.
Building back in. 2 rounds to catch up to OG Academy. It's been a bit of a slower grind back in this comeback. Ultimately a grind back nonetheless here. OG losing one more player here in Dementor. AK Marek still looking to put the damage on the board, and indeed he does. Again, reducing them down to 2 players on the ENCE Academy side. Poddy's also going to drop. And these kills coming into the bomb side. This actually would have been a very respectable round here for OG. Potentially even a retake on the table, but it's too far away from that angle, so no chance at it. AWP of Henu should stay in. Oxygen, can he grab another rifle? I think he can do. No, he doesn't. So just that one AK, but still 4 casualty to ENCE.
That's an incredibly good eco. Yes, it's not a round victory. Yes, it's not a steal. But you have to consider the idea that there was nothing brought to the table, just USPs, and they come around with quite a lot. You've got to target that T-side economy, get them close towards a reset. It's probably going to take a few rounds. But 2 to the difference. OG Academy focus back on the rifle round with an AWP glass cannon for Awaken.
What's he got for us? Anything at all? Personally, mid control as you would expect. ENCE going to avoid it. So their default's out as passive as ever.
Well, you have to think here for Awaken, he can't be aggressive. If you don't have armor, you've got to be deep. You're going to have to play the long sight lines. You're going to have to be on the back foot, try and hope to bait them in. So this is why we're going to get him in a very passive angle outside of the mid doors, focusing his attention up at short. ENCE Academy, they've put some nades out towards long, but not keen on taking it.
And rotate their way in. Again, slow and steady. T-side default, flashing their way up. Action towards that short control. The AWP so focused on mid. Definitely wants a kill here for Poddy.
They're just trying to see if a jiggle opens up or even a slight reposition from someone towards CT spawn coming out to the doors peak. Dementor's going to be able to come over to his teammate that nothing's crossed. Yes, they've shown the smoke towards City Spawn, but they haven't committed.
Smoke's also shown out towards the tunnel's entrance. The counter one will come through from the CT side. Two-player crossfire on that B site as well. Do ENCE expect it?
This player towards that close left-hand side could be very difficult to check, and Dementor could try and bring distraction away.
I think that smoke actually missed the B doors here. I think it landed back in the site itself. Server gets the kill on Sound, looking in towards the car. Position drops in, struggles with that spray, gets it anyway. Looking with the triple A that Milks is going to steal back. Awaken left in CT spawn. Despite the missed utility of the execution, ENCE still get all the kills, and they should get the round for it.
And that's frustrating for your two B players. You've got Dementor and Sound to work off one another, and both of them just find nothing. No impact whatsoever. Milty's putting some pressure up towards T-Spawn. Oxygen should not come out of this one alive.
And he won't. Awaken now alone up towards top mid. ENCE going to hunt for the 10th round on the T-side board. Started to look rather impressive for them in the tail end few rounds. Awaken does get a couple kills back to return. Responded to by Miltsy, so no players remains alive here for OG Academy. ENCE, one to make up to the OG lead.
And this is where some more concerns come into the conversation of OG Academy. You're up 9-6 at the turn of the half. Things look pretty dominant in the first. You go into the second half, your comfort zone. Okay, this is where you should be stomping them. And they've actually given ENCE Academy a way back into this map. They don't even play Dust 2. It's a map that always gets banned out from them. So this is very worrying as it continues forward, because ENCE Academy are coming closer to tying up the scoreline.
Only one round from doing so, and a half invest to follow suit from OG Academy, so I don't think they're going to resist the equalization here and now. This starts to get very interesting indeed. Hence, opportunities abound, and they know it. They're going to play passive again.
Even out to the B site, there's not going to be much of a crossfire being established at all. Oxygen playing up towards that short control, playing the bait and switch with Marex. That's where the majority of the damage will come through if they can bait them forward.
Smoke sent. Molotov's down for Sound. Engaging. Henu gets his kill back. Responsive not there. The AK responds back in the 4-on-4 situation. Damage was done by Dementor, but Twistie's there for the quick taps to his head again. 3-on-3 situation. Flashes to force one CT forward, but right into the hands of Twisty in the back corner. They don't check it. He gets his kills up. Can't quite make it a triple. And Ultra sees where the bomb is at. Now an AK to play with. And flashes in down the AWP to wrap that corner. M4 also in the blind sprays. Catching him off in the end. Gets his headshot. Gets the round. ENCE are going to equalize.
We can say that these rounds have been incredibly expensive. Yes, they keep coming through, and yes, the streak continues forward here for ENCE Academy, but it's always two players staying alive, one player staying alive. It does feel as if we're getting closer and closer to that reset potential.
Now they've got to follow suit and find that reset. It's the one key concern, the one roadblock that a lot of teams hit. They can do all the damage in the world, but this has got to be the round for OG to actually capitalize upon that damage and get ENCE to fully go down to eco or force invest status here. M4's in for Milty, getting Oxygen already. Got Sound legged out towards the mid control of the AWP face. So not the style that OG wanted.
You just even wonder there for Oxygen, where's the support with the util? How is he crossing out to pit completely dry like that? ENCE Academy just weren't even blinded. 11-11, opening pick granted already. Things look very promising in round 23.
Minute and 23 itself on the clock. ENCE happy to slow it down as usual, playing explosive start, but instantly into the slow default once again for them.
Oh, look at this top mid player too. I think Dementor gets caught off guard here.
Doesn't check it. Potty with a shot. 3 left standing for OG Academy, and surely that should be about all she wrote for this one.
But they've already got to pick out towards long, and they've got to pick towards mid, so they're thinking about shifting that offensive back over. They can leave Henu to sell the fake. He can put some util down. He can indicate that they're crossing the smokes down there towards the A site, one being dropped by his teammate. There is still one on B, though. The issue is it's Sound on low HP.
Marek to rotate in to join the A site defensive, but quickly the execution comes in towards B, ENCE Academy. Now the known entities here. OG, of course, have the counter backstab to work with. Spray through against the AWP player, Awakened to fall. Shouldn't be much left in for Sound and Marex.
I don't even know what's happening right now, Jay.
Yeah,
this is starting to just turn into a real threatening first map. And I think if ENCE Academy win map number 1, this changes the complexion of the entire series. This T-side's looking very rock solid. They're working the default. They're finding a lot of picks. And OG Academy are just not adapting at all.
It's funny, during that first half, you're mentioning quite significantly how there's a possibility that because we haven't seen this map from ENCE, that it could have been a walkover, right? We were seeing that a lot from OG Academy.
Definitely.
Or to contrary your point, and what we're seeing now to the opposite of that from ENCE Academy, that you could also see some surprises that OG were not ready for. They clearly were not ready for how good this T-half has been for ENCE. 12 on the board. They have the lead above OG. And this is where, as you mentioned, things will start to get dicey for the remainder of the half.
Well, I can guarantee that Whitey and Server have come together and said, right, we're banning Inferno, meaning that when Dust 2 comes out, we have to play it. Like, that is just as simple as, we don't play Dust 2, we don't play Inferno, OG's going to punish against us. We know that their Dust 2 is strong. So both of those minds going into this series, you can read the way that this video is going to start, and it shows that they've prepared at least something for Dust 2.
And they're reaping the rewards for that preparation as well. OG have contention, but still are down on the weapon advantage. Deagles in of a half-by round. ENCE working their way up to a 13-11, a 2-round lead for them.
Even Sound's getting aggressive towards the upper tunnels. It might have been nicer to see a teammate with him. At least have 2 players to peek on the contact to try and recover a weapon. Oxygen's hearing some of the mid-control.
Gets the shot for it, handing the drop. Any more for that 4-on-4 situation. Doesn't look like there will be here. Flash is sent, Dementor, Deagle standing. Server does get tagged up, does fall in the end towards that Deagle player. 3-on-3 situation. AK in towards mid. Oxygen going to catch Twisty going dry into that mid control. So Advantage now sits with the CTs, but only for so long. Milty's orb strikes on 1, ready for 2. Oxygen out in the open of the site here. The Deagle facing player on the site is caught off. That's the bomb dropped. Milty with it all to do. Glock in hand, AWP on his back. Smoking to try and buy a bit of cover, but needs to get to that bomb first and foremost, and they're just not going to let him have any breathing room here, OG.
That lurk smoke's not ideal. Didn't go out far enough, so can't work around it. Can't even get up towards the box and give himself a height advantage. Oxygen and Awaken just know. Establish the crossfire. If one of us falls, get the trade.
Awaken leaning in. Doesn't see the man. Now he does. Tap all you require. OG with a steal on that half by 12 apiece.
How much does that mean, though? Like, yes, it's a steal. It's a round victory. We haven't seen much success from OG Academy come the second half, and for ENCE, they've got plenty of money. There's so much cash in the banks. So while you could look at this as maybe a blip on the radar, I think come the next rifle round, this is where we'll see the confidence from the Finns again.
Well, gun buys in for both teams, and you're right about OG Academy's basis here. ENCE, however, the question is, will they buy back? Or rather, will they come back, I should say. Of course, they're going to buy back, as you would expect. Will they return fire, as you mentioned? 12 apiece, OG Academy, an opportunity to swing this match to their favour. Money's not amazing for the ENCE side. Most bonuses, of course, are lost. In towards the mid control, they'll go out towards Longhouses where they'll set up. Again, the defaults are very careful and considerate.
Start rotating that AWP back up towards A. Awaken was up there towards City Spawn and mid. He's now found himself towards a ramp control, and instead is now actually starting to aggress towards the top of short.
Incendiary sent for Oxygen. Man up top of the boost. Molotov sent in as well, sending up towards the CT spawn. Cubby corner. General mid-door area. Incendiary Sentry still not going to catch a single lick of that and find the kill on Oxygen. He didn't see that coming at all.
Why would you? You put the molly around the corner, you think about something aggressive. Murrix does get flash forward out towards CT spawn. There's still a player that they're not aware of on the crossfire, and another one on B.
Orpa rotating back to provide support 4-on-4. The B-side execution inbound from 2 players. Dementor catches that kill, but Sound does not last long. Bombs on site, no support around it, so Server's got to fight, and that's exactly what he does. Advantage now for the T side. They've also caught off damage onto Marix, making his way in, and caught dead to rights on Jewisty's part. Only left on Awaken, 1-on-3 for this clutch.
What did I just say? Yes, it's a steal, but look at the rifle rounds. ENCE Academy come back into the next, and it's convincing. It's working the default. It's being able to crack open that B-side, and as soon as Sound falls towards the back of Plat, pressure starts building on Dementor to hold outside of the doors and be successful with a multi-frag.
ENCE can be well chuffed with what they've done here so far. OG Academy on the CT side have not been able to get more than just these 3 rounds in the second half. You thought the steal might potentially give them something. You're right about the rifle basis for ENCE Academy. They have clapped back in an instant. Can knock the lost bonus back a peg. That AWP important for Awaken. Can drop weapons. I imagine there'll be a force here.
And this is where the conversation continues of it's something missing with OG Academy, because the strength is there. Don't get me wrong. You've got a star lineup behind you. You've got players with a lot of experience, players that have played in top 30 teams on HLTV for not even a couple of weeks, but a few months at times. But right here, we have not seen those deeper runs. We've seen the early exits. We've seen 2 Academy League seasons in a row where they've only made the gauntlet, the play-in stage, have not made playoffs. You come into here in MistGames, and realistically, this should be a fairly easy series against ENCE Academy. Playing them in a best-of-3, they haven't played European teams in best-of-3s. You've got Dust 2 out of all maps in the pool for map number 1, and they had a lead going into the second half. It's still been uncomfortable.
Well, we both came into this matchup thinking OG Academy were our predictions and our favourites overall, and you can see why initially. Obviously now it looks lesser so. I can imagine this pause is tactical for the OG Academy side. That being said, it has gone on for a little bit longer, so maybe not. I wouldn't be shocked if it was, though.
I think OG Academy have just struggled to be able to string rounds in a row. They have not been able to find that key form that we know that they can do on Dust 2. And for ENCE Academy, I think Henu has been pivotal to a lot of the opening bomb sites. Servers calling a very good game, very reactive I should say, on the T side, being able to manipulate those over rotations. And a lot of damage is being presented on lurks. I mean, you even saw what Juicy was able to do in that last round. Boost up towards Longhouse, there's an incendiary that comes through, there's an info play, bang, lose your first player instantly.
You knew it was doing there as well. We saw it from a mile away, right? The fact that he had that position on top of the bed. Perfect positions, perfect kills from ENCE Academy, and advantage gained as a result. OG, they might be in deep trouble here. They need to find a responsive relatively soon. I'd like to say in this next round, really, because ENCE Academy, they're only 2 away from taking the map point. As you mentioned, Greg, OG's map pick, if they take this on ENCE Academy, then this changes the complexion of the entire series.
Maybe it just shows that the recent week of form has been incredibly strong for ENCE Academy. We've seen them being able to do a lot of damage against local teams, 2-0 against FC Otto, 2-0 against Cova, 2-0 against Cockborough, all in the last handful of days. And yes, okay, it is the finish scene. It's not against the strongest of caliber teams, but it's knowing that you've had convincing best-of-3 victories, one after the other. You go into a tough game, a strong team against OG Academy, and we're seeing more of what we saw locally.
13-12. Incendiary's up to Mentor, facing forward, spray through server. He's going to get caught first and foremost. Great start for the OG Academy side. They need to follow it up.
Put those follow HEs further down onto Henu, down to 55. And for ENCE Academy, it's now about how they can react to losing that opening player. They try and send it out towards the longhouse control, try and see if they can beat them with a better tempo and some pace. Doesn't work out at all, and now an AK for Oxygen to see if he can recover and work with.
Start been found, no response from ENCE Academy here. The way up with the AKs, the HGs put down by Marix. Positions established. And walk their way into the short control.
Even Sound continuing to jiggle, just to keep eyes on towards upper tunnels in case there's a lurk. It might have to just be a full commit here for ENCE Academy. Get the cross smokes down, one towards the box, one towards the elbow cross, and just send it.
Possibilities right here. Smokes up, counter nades, incendiaries are well involved here for Awaken. Watching the elbow angle, gets the kill in against Juicy. 5-on-3, OG Academy. 5 flat back against Henry's position. Nades come in, should come in pretty close towards the CT line, do some damage, but no kills found for ENCE here.
Get the bomb plant open for short. There's going to be a peek up from Ramp quickly though.
Flash forward, evaded, Dementor. Leaning up into position, looking towards short position, gets the headshot onto Miltsy. 2 left now for Poddy and Henu. Henu gets 1, but he just wanted to so quickly. And Poddy, wrapped in a pod by Marix, gets a double up, gets the 13th round. OG will equalize again.
It's a fairly clean round coming through from OG Academy. They won out their opening pick towards that longhouse control. They stabilized themselves, and what I like too is, yes, Henu gets the bomb down in the 3v5, but they just don't give any respect. It's very aggressive, it's a lot of pressure, it's just constant fighting in that round.
Even up as a result here for the CT side. ENCE Academy back on their gun by though. What would be their last true one of this position. Probably of the matchup in general here. If OG Academy can take it, this could be the swing towards map point.
The Sound has been legged very early up into the process, so he's down to 12 points of health, leaning out towards that B side. Hold on to that AWP, play it towards the back of plat. OG Academy holding on to the longhouse again. Just working with that utility. ENCE Academy not looking to take the fight at all.
Towards mid-position, Sound watching the tunnel's entrance from backplat. AWP posted and ready to go. Doesn't catch much contact though.
Gets very silent. Xbox smoke being lined up for server. ENCE Academy have got to try and figure out, okay, where's the weakness? Where's the hole? Where's that gap in the offensive that we can start to exploit? Even working down towards a mid-control. OG Academy don't have any aggressive bodies.
Flashbangs in. Players will lean forward. Poddy will grab that bomb. Playing back up to the main T-side aggressive force. They've caught tags on OG already. No kills though.
They could actually end up faking the short control and start working in mid to B. Sound might have a difficult time flicking over to the right-hand side.
He still gets it though. Miltsy drops. Nades in. Suppression involved here from Marix as Parby's waiting for ENCE to give up the ghost on a kills bag. 30 seconds, they're going to make a move.
It's going to be a walkout, but they're going to have to start making some noise. And there might even be that CT individual of Marix aggressing through the smoke.
Damage done. Molotov's against him. 68 HP as server watches for that position. They're going to make their way in. Great incendiary response from OG though. Marix drops the bomb carrier. Dementa comes in against server and that should be round right there. No time left. Henu can try all the trades he wants, but he needs his teammate to come in real quick. 10 seconds. Going for the bomb here. 6 seconds. Oxygen cutting him off. Gets that kill. And that most certainly will seal it if it wasn't sealed already. OG Academy find the lead again.
What an incredible display out there towards the mid-control. That incendiary going down outside of the window position. And then Marix just wasting time. And as soon as that bomb gets dropped, no matter how good these entries are, no matter if Henu double frags, even if he opens up B, you still have to go back and get that bomb. You still have to bring it back to the side. That was some very good utility and cross-placement coming through from OG Academy.
Really, that round was lost when the bomb had dropped as well. ENCE Academy now down the pistols. A force invest for round 28. Stop OG from getting to map point if possible. Relying heavily on that orb to do the damage here of Henu. He's leaning in towards the B site initially. No vision spotted.
This is incredibly risky for ENCE Academy to be forcing up in this round rather than trying to play for OT. OG Academy up against the B pop, flash around the corner. AWP's looking for the opening fight, but it goes the way of Sound.
There's one AWP front of the fight. Finding the kill and kicking things off again for OG. Sound is ready for more though. Boost up with flash support, turning away from it. Scope in, connects Miltsy, triple in. Not quite landed, but there's plenty more players around there. Back up on the site, in from mid can come through with extra support if required. But ENCE are getting picked apart.
It just means the B players can focus their attention in the upper tunnels. Don't need to worry about a walkout from mid. Sound is doing so much work with this AWP too. And that's crippled the round already. This should be it. This should be 15, and this should actually be the map point and map 1 going the way of OG Academy.
Yeah, triple for Sound. Tossing that orb back and forth between Poddy and Juicy. Poddy trying to grab it and do something with it here. Looking onto shore, but you know OG are not going to make a move here. They're going to sit pretty and wait for ENCE to come to them. As you mentioned, claim the map point. Make it look easy.
Awaken. Up here towards Car is even focusing that attention in case there's some pace to go down towards short. And it might just come through because Marix is going to deny them any accountability of coming out of the mid doors.
Sound watches and waits. 20 seconds left. Lean forward, nades in. Doing some damage. The M4 does more though. Kills up. Marix gets them both. 15 to 13. Map point for OG Academy at last when ENCE Academy brought so much in the comeback. It's going to be very upsetting for them knowing they did work so hard on this map up and damn near got it. We were saying for a moment, yeah, there's a chance they could take Dust 2. It looks like it will still go the way of OG here.
I think pressure's gotten to them. They've really made quite a few mechanical errors. I think OG Academy have strengthened massively in these last few rounds and have actually slammed them up against a wall. Even that last round, you consider the idea of maybe saving the AWP is a potential. Bring that big green forward, maybe get hunted after time. That's always something that you have to think in the back of your mind. But going into round 29, the buy's not going to be great at all. And in fact, looks very similar to what we saw in the last round.
2 rounds to make up here for ENCE Academy. Forced back in as you would expect. Henu has an AK. The Eagles on 3 and a MAC-10 for server. So not a lot of basis around that rifle to play with the ENCE side. OG Academy. One more to find. A double op setup to find it.
Just knowing an opening pick could be everything. No long presence whatsoever. Instead, it's a complete regroup in the upper tunnels, which is giving us the idea of a B-pop.
Last plays in, perhaps. Nades up.
They'll actually it.
Not be done here. Playing in Dementa. M4 out, flashes forward here, they come out in the open. There's the kill found for the first player, turning away from the second man. Henry able to respond back, Eagles involved, they will get sound next, so 4-on-3 situation. This fast play is working out pretty well. Marix has brought it back to a 2-on-2 at least, so that's his legacy, leaving to his teammates now to try and clutch it.
Getting that bomb down is going to take a while, even get back over towards our AK. And for OG Academy, look at how quickly they've gotten into retaking positions.
Bomb plant will be secured, they'll know it's down to the backside as a result of sound cues. 2 nades in, back a car, not catching off MistGames, he's too far forward for that, smokes in. It's the T-side line, Incendiary is also at the ready, only flashbangs available for ENCE here. One landing on the window, that's not great for Oxygen and Co. Awaken. His orb not allowed to move forward. Flash at the ready. Smoke will start to clear. They'll make their way in for it. Juicy with support. MistGames gets his pick back. Damage done. Spray through. Oxygen falls. And ENCE stay alive.
That's a good option to go for it. You know you're going to buy next round anyway. So 2v2, put some pressure on. Dementa does well out here towards a car position, but you can just see Sound doesn't find anything towards back of plat over there towards the big box. And ENCE Academy, they've given themselves a slight lifeline.
One more round to overtime. I think our first overtime of the tournament. Hard leg.
If we get there, I don't think we will.
Think OG are going to win this one?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Sound's been late to 10 HP, so that's not an encouraging start. Only an SMG, of course. Even so, ENCE hitting their shots. They have a pretty decent buy of their own. Right, running into Oxygen, though. He mows down 2. Can't quite get the triple. Forced on a reload. Backups there. Poddy's striking back. Can't quite find his kill of his own right. So that's the start here for the OG side.
Just so much damage being presented from one man, allowing himself to multi-frag, getting close towards that utility, so turning away from all of the flashes, playing behind the smokes. And for OG Academy, yes, it's 2 players legged up low, but you still have to consider what ENCE Academy have to do just to bring some picks back.
They can find those 2 players, though. It makes it plausible. 3-on-3 is not that out of reach here for the ENCE Academy camp. Playing in from mid control. Again, they've gone silent across the T-side line.
And they'll even get a resmoke out towards the long challenge. Now, knowing that Oxygen's so low, he could just be a bait and a distraction. Keep jiggling down towards that long control. Set up the next player of Awaken that's got the orb towards car.
Meanwhile, Juicy dropping in. He gets a kill against Oxygen. Now working his way into the long control. That's one pick found. Well, Awaken his AWP backs up a car. Going to try lean forward against Juicy here. Swing forward, baited in, sprayed through. There's Marix dropping. Awakens, no, he's tapped up as well. Now backup robes in towards the backstab. Looks for the man, gets the kill, and just like that, ENCE have got back control.
Poddy can get the bomb down and now focus the attention. They've even heard some sound cues coming through from City Spawn.
AWP leaning, Incendiary is thrown over. Sound drops the Dementa. 1-on-3 situation. Leans in with the headshots. There's the kill. It's 15 apiece overtime for the first time in the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow.
And for OG Academy, just getting reckless in that round. You get a 2-man advantage in from Oxygen towards long. What is Oxygen doing getting aggressive towards the doors like that again? Just double peeking, getting too aggressive. All he needed to do was hang back towards that pit position, play the numbers advantage, and things just get too aggressive. The short players get a free bomb side, focus that attention back down towards long. That should never be a round that's recoverable after Oxygen starts the round off like this.
That's going to hurt them quite significantly there for OG Academy, just when they thought they pulled ahead of ENCE Academy already. Found that one round that they need to finally get to position, and ENCE just bounced back. The 5-on-3 was gained, but it was not held forever. And it is overtime for the first game here in the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. Any thoughts on how this one could go down the way, or is it too unpredictable?
Yeah, overtime's always a tricky one. I think overtime can be a little bit wacky sometimes. You don't always get the same outcome that you did in regulation. I think for OG Academy's point of view, they might be a little bit hard tilted from that last round, because that probably should have been the closer. We should have probably never even been to OT, so I wonder if their mental's going to be affected going into the next couple of rounds.
Something to consider, certainly. ENCE Academy. Weapons up as standard, as you would expect in overtime. Both teams are going to buy down the AWPs, the M4s, the AKs. ENCE, of course, on the T-side start. Molotov sent in initially, as Dementa will try take point for OG.
Just knowing that Oxygen can keep focusing that attention down, make it uneasy for the T's to regain some of this control towards long. Sound jiggling, as soon as he gets contact, he can smoke on.
Smoke at the ready, of course. in his hands, so as soon as he sees contact, put it down. Hold control of the round here. Smokes in against his position as well. Can also reveal where T-side presence is, so there it is.
Just repositioning ever so slightly. Now, they haven't committed off the back of it. They put a flash forward. They might actually try and sell them a little bit more on a fake, that they could be more aggressive out towards B.
Nades up to do some damage. Henu's going to get away. Molotov in his hands. Over. A block off the CT forces, but OG. All their love.
Even Joissi just starting to back off. Indicates to us that there's going to be a little bit more of a B split presence. Bring that bomb back down to the mid-challenge. Oxygen seeing nothing. When this smoke starts to clear, if he gets aggressive and looks out towards the longhouse, he's going to start realizing that there's no attention towards A.
Still very slow for the time being here. Flashes in again for ENCE Academy, and this slow start is to be expected at this stage for them. Flashes over in towards the B side. The Mentor might get caught off, looking for the kill against the first man. Indeed, Henu will end up dropping, but the real hit comes out towards short. Marek will try to put some fire down, suppress them. M4 blinded. Server's been tagged up by 8 HP for him. Awaken and Marek get those 2 kills on Miltzy and Joissi. 2 standing, 1 standing. Poddy in a 1-on-5 clutch. I surely don't think he made much work happen here.
Even getting back to the AWP, he can focus the attention on saving it into the next round. That's a very good shutdown from OG Academy. A lot of success being found up there on the defense towards the short control. And the first round going the way of OG Academy. One of the things that they were hoping to do in regulation, have to do it the first round of overtime.
It's a good start once again for the CT side. OG Academy in control once again, but for how long? We've seen ENCE bounce back from significant deficits, small comebacks into overtimes. Another one right here, perhaps. Flashes forward as they gain position. And again, the default's pretty careful with passive from ENCE here.
And just knowing that Server's just jiggling down, can even flash forward for his players towards the lower tunnels to explode out from the mid-presence.
Flashes at the ready, Dementor swings in. Support Marek's here, and an aid body block damage will be heard there with a follow-up HE as well. Miltzy got tagged pretty heavily alongside Server down to 43. Third HE, in fact, there's left in the CT spawn. Fire put up on both sides, will try to suppress them. Flashes over, will try hold back the line.
And look at the way that OG Academy haven't rotated off of their post. You're still holding the crossfire towards car and out towards that long control. So while there was a lot of nades and there was a lot of action towards the mid doors, they actually haven't moved off at all.
Nades on, smokes up. Meanwhile, long control established for Oxygen here as M4 sitting pretty waiting. Sprayed through, gets 2, not quite the triple. Poddy able to respond back. 4-on-3 OG Academy. 1 player tagged up on ENCE's side of things. Miltzy, 6 points of health. Henu down, gets 1 good kill into Marek. So advantage sits with OG here.
It's still going to be a tough one. Poddy's got to try and focus the attention on getting that bomb plant. And without another smoke to the cross, even getting the bomb over is going to have to be a run boost.
Flashes in, Awaken. Falling back, Poddy's AK. Looking back sight as well. Nades on to the short presence. The bomb will go down.
And that bomb plant's not even open for the NWP. So once Miltzy's playing out here from long, there's nothing that he can do against the short players.
Incendiary and Flash. Supportive position for the time being. NWP now boosted up, sound, watching. Waiting towards the backside. Poddy's been goosed up. 9 HP, dead. Miltzy left alone, out towards long with it all to do. Baited shots, peeking. Gets the kill on Awaken. Needs to get on the diffuser now. Sound is holding it. And he'll keep it. 17 now for OG.
I explained it just there. Do you know what I mean? What are you going to do? If the bomb plant's not for you, you try a lucky wallbang. Hope to try and see if you can get a headshot through the box. Anytime that bomb isn't planted for you and you're the last player towards long, it's a miracle if you're going to win that round. And for OG Academy, they read it well. They realize, right, he's out towards long. Just get on it. That's it. We win the round.
Sad there was no attempt there, but you are right. It was unlikely from the start of things, so...
How else can you attempt it?
I know, but... Hail Marys at that point. And we could be working on a post-plant positions there for ENCE Academy. Haven't seen many issues with it in that case. It, of course, cost them the round, and the follow-ups will be no better. Oxygen with 2 picks, responsive from Server, brings it into a 4-on-3.
even boost that AWP back up towards the A site, try and put Murex down with that incendiary towards short, start any counter reaction in there with pace. Server's going to be able to try and bring more presence out towards long, and Murex actually falls to Milty in mid.
The Manta gets back in against Milcy's part, and Sound drops Henu outside of the tunnel's entrance. Server alone, 1-on-3, and OG Academy have sprung back into life with overtimes commencing. 18-15 surely should be the score. I do not see Server getting a clutch into this one. He'll try, because he has no choice. I see it being map point for OG again.
It's looking that way. OG Academy have got a lot of breathing room now to close this down. Server, even a slight off angle towards a B-side player, might not aim here at all.
Tap. That's all you need. 3 to the goods here. ENCE Academy. Potential still in something on the CT half, but we saw how dire the CT half can be. ENCE need to also get 3 in a row. One mistake will cost you.
It's the death of 3. No one wants to be down in that sort of position, no matter what the half, no matter what the map. Anytime you are down 0-3 in overtime, it's a death wish to be able to respond back. Can't make any mistakes. You play very defensive. You play very percentage Counter-Strike. You just felt there for OG Academy. It was refreshing to see how successful they were in overtime. And now moving into the second half of the first one, this should be able to be them closing it down, taking the scoreline through successfully, and moving into map 2, 1-0 up in the series.
You just need one. You just need one for OG Academy. Molotov sent, flashes at the ready for Awaken. Smokes also in hand. Alex start the walk forward into the tunnel position. The AWP and Milty sees oxygen though, gets that shot, Poddy follows suit. And ENCE Academy, well, they have the start.
Now, both AWPs could be very aggressive, out towards mid, out to the short control. They start to strike off one another, and look at the way that they're still peering for more. They want another fight.
They're gonna get it on Henu's part. Awaken responds, but Henu gets 2. Awaken left now in a 1-on-4 situation. Poddy's AWP leaning towards the man. No scope shot lands a leg. It won't last long here against Poddy's position. Henu provides assistance with damage being done by that AUG. And there's one back for ENCE. 2 more.
Nah, I probably don't think so. You just look at the idea that both of those AWPs found a lot of success. I don't know if ENCE are going to be able to have that confidence to make it 2 rounds in a row. To have Milty aggress down with that AWP, to have Poddy to do the exact same thing. 2 rounds to bring it back to another overtime. OG Academy going to be working with Murex down here towards mid. Everybody else is actually trying to see if they can come out towards a long control.
Quick in for them as well. One player at the corner here. That's Milty's AWP. Molotov sent in. Site control trying to be established. The AUG watching for Henu. Did see the player at Suicide. And gets the kill against him. Marek's first to fall once again. Flashes forward. Back up at the CT side. OG Academy continue playing the long control.
This AUG has been very proficient the last couple of rounds with some of the longer range duels. Oxygen's keeping his eyes towards top mid, going back to get that bomb control. And I think you just keep it very basic here. Cross smoke down, leave Awaken out here to the pit control, and just start charging up to A.
Flash at the ready. Awaken. Up with the smokes down towards the site itself. Flashbangs in. Incendiary's back. Henu engagement damage has been done. Lineups are so perfect for Henu. Makes it a triple, and OG Academy falling apart at the seams. 17 for ENCE Academy. All 5 alive. They look damn good.
This is quite a few rounds now that we've seen OG Academy up at map point, not being able to close it just yet. Henu found himself up to 32 kills after that quadra in the round. A lot of impact coming through from one of the more experienced players in the team.
Very well known across the finish scene, of course. ENCE relying on him as a cornerstone. The AWP Poddy will also be out in full force alongside Milty's doubles. Pause taken by OG, I can imagine here, because they have hit a brick wall in the second half of the overtime, and we could be off to another one.
ENCE Academy just realised, keep it tight, not give them any opportunities. AK to be saved in for another round here for Juissi. For OG Academy, coming back out with the buy. It's not ideal. You've got a MAC-10 in for Sound. You've got a Scout out for Awaken. Yes, you've got the 3 AKs, but there is limitations on the buy.
To bring this buy together anyway. OG need to do a mountain of work. hold the lead. But for how much longer will ENCE equalise again? Will they take us to a second overtime? Only map 1, by the way, this best of 3 Dwayne, so there's plenty more of this to come if it keeps up. And for OG, we talked about how important Dust 2 is going to be for them. If ENCE can take the victory here, this could change the whole series and turn it completely upside down. So no quarters will be held by either side.
Now looking at this veto process, both teams have to take their map picks, have to try and dive it to a third. Poddy going to be here on the charge to maintain the long control. Instead for OG Academy, there's actually not much long presence at all. You've got 3 players with the bomb here in upper tunnels and a couple of individuals waiting out towards top mid.
Smokes in, the nade sent down. Till you throw in, the flash is going over here for Awaken. Leaning in for the T-side line in the mid control, but ENCE are going to be backed up passive in there.
Knowing that Awaken can get another boost up, another run boost for that scout. Get as much impact out of him as possible and be reliant on the other riflers to do the heavy lifting.
Twissy all in possession here at the edge of the longhouse. Of course, Smoke's coming in from the T-side. Meanwhile, they'll flash their way in towards the mid doors. At least they'll flash their way to the mid doors, but they won't make their way in that position. There's short control established by OG.
Miltsy with the AWP, focusing down, not seeing anything at all. And the first contact from Poddy could actually be vital as he repositions, gets a little bit back passive, ends up playing towards ramp in this round.
Smokes in, 50 seconds. Miltsy's watching Zorp. Posting out towards the mid doors. Smokes in. Flashes to counteract. Trying to catch OG. 40 seconds to the clock though for them.
The unfortunate nature here is that AWP's going to be nowhere in play. OG Academy are going to commit out towards a short take and leave a late lurk in the lower tunnels.
30 seconds. Time's ticking. OG better make a move. There comes the Molotovs. Flashes at the ready. CTs to hold their own. Scouts in. Sound gets a pick back alongside Dementa, picking up Henu. 5 on 3. Here we stand.
And this looks to be the one. Even the B rotators coming through, being caught off from Marix. This is just wasting time and making the round more expensive, more deadly with the kills.
Server and Juicy now standing with Server alone in the 1-on-4 situation. OG Academy one step away from doing it, and finally it has been secured. 19-17, their map Bigger Dust 2 goes their way, but what a battle it was, Dwayne. We had ENCE written off multiple times over the course of that game, and they still were able to bounce back, even against all the odds.
Yeah, it's true, but at the same time, you have to look at the result. Yes, they bounced back. Yes, they put on a good performance. For ENCE Academy, it's just another day in the office. You didn't steal the map. You didn't come through with the map victory. So, okay, good showing in map 1. Let's focus up on our map pick now.
You mentioned the importance, however, of how important both the map picks are for both teams. The fact that ENCE almost stole it from me, and the fact they look so good and competitive on this map, does seem to indicate some positivity for the overall future of the series, especially when you consider that having now their own map pick coming up here, they've kept it close to OG Academy's side. I'm not going to say there's a steal involved in terms of how they could take it on the OG camp of things, but it's still been a close affair from what ENCE have been able to do.
Yeah, they'll be happy with the performance so far. I think for their sakes, knowing that Dust 2 never gets played for them is the first time we've seen it. They had an overarching, simple game plan. I think they played their defaults really nicely. That double AWP setup between Poddy and the likes of Milty was actually very successful for the majority of CT rounds.
If it keeps up like that on the second map as well, it could prove to be positive for the ENCE Academy side. It is their own map pick and Mirage after this short break, so do not go anywhere as we return with map 2 after this. Well, a hell of an affair there for ENCE Academy, doing well enough to take us all the way to overtime on Dust 2, but not enough to win OG's own map pick. They do manage to seal it in 1917. It did feel like it was going to go to a second overtime though, Dwayne, so I have a feeling that maybe there might still be some more competition as this series rolls on, especially as now we go towards ENCE Academy's own home territory of Mirage.
And Mirage has actually been a decent map at the same time though for OG Academy, and that might bring a little bit more into the fold of, okay, we're expecting to go to a third map, but we're also expecting OG Academy to put up a fairly decent fight against Offense.
I can imagine so, yeah. Look, anytime you see a map that goes down to the wire as much as that one did, right, with the idea of how close this affair has been in the past in several other matches. Again, we've mentioned the two best of ones from Academy League in prior months, and obviously that whole sort of factor plays into the fact that we've seen a close affair from map 1. Again, I feel encouraged that ENCE Academy have done so well on map 2. The fact of the matter is that this is their pick. They can, in theory, dominate their way forward, but that's only in theory, right? Again, OG Academy have brought the fight back to them all the same.
One thing that we saw from OG Academy a couple of days ago was that best of 3 against Astralis Talent, one of the strong teams we saw in the previous event in spring. Now, Mirage was actually picked by OG Academy, getting away with a 16-7 result. So we know that it's actually a map that doesn't mind getting picked in best of 3s, and on occasions can actually come through quite nicely depending on the team that you're playing. So for ENCE Academy, this could be a tough affair to actually get it over the line to a third map.
I guess so, yeah. Again, I'm sort of thinking about the map pick basis, right? The fact of the matter is again, it is Mirage, it is their own map pick. So I'm wondering, as you mentioned before, like you were saying that both teams need to win their map picks. So in theory, you should take a look at this and say that they should win their map picks, right?
Yeah. The issue I have, even with map 1 being incredibly close, is I have to look at the best of 3 record and say for myself, I look at ENCE Academy, they've played 4 best of 3s, all of them are against Finnish teams. Only 2 of them have actually featured Mirage as a map pick. So with that in mind, there's still a gut feeling inside of me. Even though I do think we're going to a third, I still think there's still potential. I still think that there is an opportunity here for Mirage for a 2-0 for OG Academy.
But look, OG Academy definitely have the individual basis to sort of play from in that sense, right? Again, those stars really shone through as time rolled on. We had some great moments again from the ENCE Academy side, but I don't think there was a true definitive individual that you can put in and say he was the impact man. He was the guy that was able to take it so close. As for OG Academy, I think there was at least one player you can look at and think that, yeah, there was a lot of potential in the way that what Marix was able to do for me.
You don't think there was like one player that stood out there for ENCE?
Not explicitly, no.
Really?
At least not from like the flashy basis, right? From the eye test alone.
Oh, I disagree completely. I think Henu had a fantastic performance. And I think without him doing as well as he did with some of those multi-frag rounds, I thought he was really proactive too on that city side. He was taking a lot of control away. He was aggressing down towards lower tunnels, up towards top mid, always trying to be on the front foot. And for me, his performance dropping nearly 30, well, over 30 towards like the regulation into OT, he was a difference maker, and he was the reason that they were able to get so far.
Okay, I mean, definitely you've got to look towards some of those guys like that and hope that they can do the same thing in the second map as well. However, I have a bit of a suspicion that the lack of foundation from ENCE Academy might have left them out to dry a little bit.
I think Milty oftentimes shows us some good performances out Mirage. I think for Potty too, that AWP had some decent moments, and I think we'll see some double AWPing, to be honest. I mean, Dust 2, Mirage, it's a couple of those maps where maybe you get one to be the window con play, get another one out towards the B anchor, where Milty likes playing. So there'll definitely be opportunities on the City side where we'll see double AWPs again.
Okay, well, we saw a number of those, of course, over the course of that last map, even on the T side, right? When they had a lot of confidence going, especially on the towards the tail end of that thing, right? The idea that double AWP setup can be so effective in the course of Mirage, especially, right? Dust 2, it's a possibility. Mirage has that same 3-lane setup we talk about so much when it comes to Counter-Strike map design. So having that potential right there for double AWPs, especially on the CT half of things, where OG Academy, of course, will start, I feel like that might be a bit of a plausible setup for them from not like the early game, but certainly as time rolls on, maybe towards the mid portion of the half is where things will come together for that double AWP setup.
And this is going to be a big wake-up call for OG Academy as well. Yes, okay, you can look at the best of ones and say, it was a few months ago, but they were quite close to those 16-13s. You have come into Dust 2 being a map that never gets played for ENCE Academy and get taken to OT. So I'm sure going off of the back and going into Mirage, it's about strengthening. It's about making sure that they minimize those small little mistakes, because they probably could have closed it out in regulation. I think that they were maybe too aggressive in man advantage situations. That's something I'd like to see being fixed going into Mirage.
Totally agree on that one. I don't like it when you have to get too aggressive, or when they try and get too aggressive when they're at those positions, right? Like we talked about it in the previous series, talked about it in this matchup as well from that Dust 2 pick. So that might be something that could be exploited on that side of things. And I fear for the worst case if that ends up being a major problem for them.
Just knowing that for ENCE Academy too, Mirage has been a map where it's had a lot of game time, even in best of ones. Like, yes, okay, they've picked it in a best of 3, but it's like a middle of the map pool kind of affair when they play it in certain formats. 5 wins, 5 losses, where you compare that to an OG Academy side, same win rate, but only played 4 times, not as much game time.
Yeah, again, you've got the difference of ENCE Academy competing in the national space as well to sort of bolster those numbers and that play time as a result. Whereas OG, I don't think they're playing any other tournaments right now.
No, this is it at the moment.
This is it. Okay, so they're not really having the same sort of basis of results outside of this and Academy League in previous months.
I will add though, like Mirage was only played twice in that regional event, so actually a lot of it does come through from the same events that the OG Academy are playing in.
All right, then. Well, definitely a better basis for them in that side, in that side of things, to use this map as a contentious point in this best of 3 series. That's Academy's pick on Mirage. OG up by 1, but only barely by 1 as they get to the CT half of things to start things off on the second map of the best of 3. Execution inbound from ENCE very early to the apartments.
You can see the way that there's already a jump spotter out towards that van angle. Try and set up the crossfire. Very quick on the util.
Flashes Molly sent in. Henu quick out of the gate onto the side. Checking jail. Getting first blood against Oxygen. Marix will drop towards Juicy 5-on-3. Henu makes it 2 now. And ENCE Academy just storm the site, storm the plant, and should storm the pistol.
And Juicy continuing that pace further down towards the right-hand side. More aggressive approaches in towards market means that Sound's going to be left alone in a 1v3 clutch just to see if any magic's going to be capable.
Give it a shot. One shot's all. Server needs to put him down. Headshot gain, in fact. There's the pistol for ENCE Academy.
Now, Henu playing his 99th map on HLTV right now, trying to see if they can get to 100 when he goes into map number 3, if, of course, they're able to push it that far. That was a great entry from him, and again, he was my impact player when I think back to that last map of Dust 2, came out with a double entry already, and that was what really opened up the bomb site. That initial kill out there towards jail, another one down towards the market window, just allowed such an easy take of the B site.
Start gain for ENCE Academy, of course, and OG Academy. A number of frags involved against Sound and Dementor start of things. Of course, pistols pulled out. The force investment for round at number 2. You've got Sound getting the kill against Server. Milty will also drop. Marix also follows suit on Potty, and just like that, ENCE Academy have fallen apart.
What a force buy. Oh, wait, there's bomb control. I mean, there's even more, isn't there? You've got all the rifles being picked up towards top mid. There is a player down there towards underpass that's walking back up to the apartments and a walkout on A. Juicy might have to try and see if he can deal with Marix at top com before focusing his attention back to mid.
And he leans in, try to grab that bomb back once again. Will be heard there by the player that's pushed up. No overextensions from Sound, though. He will start moving as he recognises what's going on. Juicy, meanwhile, bides his time out towards the A play. Gets 2 kills to open up the bomb site. Looking for the third man. Oxygen's Deagle faces up. Tags away, doing damage, getting the kill in the end. Now leaving it all to Henry. That bomb's been picked up. I know he's on his way up here as well. Sound heard the footsteps. You get the spray in to just about clutch the steal for OG Academy.
And that was a little bit too close for comfort, considering the idea that they had couple of weapons picked up, 4v2, but they get the job done. I think that's the important factor there. ENCE Academy work on Juicy on the walkout. You got a player close towards that ninja box. Juicy just sees him, then walks over towards jungle and top con and continues putting some damage down. The reset does come through, so back and forth with the force buys.
Only a Galil in for Henu here, though. It's only one rifle to play with for ENCE Academy, of course. It only took Deagles for OG Academy to steal their last run, so don't count ENCE out because of the lack of the rifle basis. Can they clap back? That is the question.
Juicy hoping to see if he can force an early duel, an overextension out towards a palace control. Notice the way for OG Academy, there isn't many risks being taken in this round. There's no aggressive sight lines towards palace, out there towards a ramp, up into the apartments, because they know we win this round. We get ourselves set up really nicely. You know, we start getting some momentum, we start getting those opening rounds, and we can start establishing a lead for ourselves.
All in the early game. OG Academy. Receiving ENCE's very slow and passive default. Seeming to be a staple of their game so far in this series. T-side speciality right now for the Finns. Start prodding out towards mid control right here. OG, of course, have two players set into the mid crossfiring connector and the sniper's nest. Sound gets one kill. Henu with a responsive Oxygen now waiting for them to make their way in from short. Receives one with Marek getting a kill on Henu as well. 4 on 2. Poddy and MistGames will not have an opportunity to do much here for the ENCE Academy side. Locked out of the site, facing upon by other CT players. Oxygen gets his next kill in the round. There's one player left on Poddy.
And Dementor's hearing these footsteps down here towards mid, towards the bottom of underpass. Nice hold coming through from Oxygen, and he's always been a player that's caught my eye as maybe being overlooked in some of the previous iterations of the Bulgarian scene when he was out there on Skate. Very strong anchor player, good game sense behind him, always able to reposition, to adapt, so watch out for him towards the B side to just be very consistent.
Was one of the key leaders in that last map as well for the OG Academy side, alongside Marek's, of course. AKs, SMGs in. Pistols found, but ENCE Academy's part of things. Molotov sent. Flashes coming over towards that mid control to enable players to peek in initially. You got Oxygen, Incendiary set, HGs at the ready server, prodding forward, and ENCE Academy, it's just prods for them. No execution and no kills.
Now, while we've seen a lot of success for Bulgarian teams, I think we've seen a shift in the last year or so with quite a lot of them looking to go international. I mean, same conversation could be for someone like Marek too. You don't get many teams from that Luxembourg region that do all that much, so a lot of the time you've got to branch out, you've got to dive at these opportunities on the international teams.
Is he from Luxembourg or from the Netherlands?
Marek's, he's from Luxembourg.
Okay. See, I can never tell the difference.
The flag's
flag
quite
is
similar,
exactly
yeah.
the same. It's just a slightly lighter shade. And it depends what screen I'm looking at, you know.
It's a small country, Luxembourg.
Isn't it like twin, or like not twin, but like mirrored, or like not mirrored? What's the thing where it's like next to the country? Neighbors.
Borders?
Neighbors. They're like, you know, border neighbors.
We got there in the end.
It's been a long day, okay. I'll answer that question later. Right now, ENCE Academy's focus is all upon the rifle round. AK's brought out for the T-side line. The Mentors caught aggressive. SMG against Juicy. Juicy wins that fight.
And Marek's is still maintaining that ladder control, even smoking off the bottom of Connector, making sure that ENCE Academy can't start work in that area of the portion. Allow themselves a split down towards A. A very aggressive opening pick being granted outside of A main. Allows OG Academy to start stacking up the A site. They need to find a response, though. Another info play from them.
Passing that bomb back and forth, back in that one kill. Not much else being seen here. It is very slow. Smokes out. Up towards the execution basis. The jungle and connector positions. Player back up the stairs. We're not seeing anything. Molotov sent from server. Waiting for that split to come through from MistGames here.
It's all about a matter of timing, hoping to try and drive that attention forward. And even a pick onto Sound. No, gets caught off guard with the flash.
Dives away, spray back in, just towards MistGames. Spray through the smoke, there's so much damage to the next player back, but Server bails him out. Doesn't adjust towards Barracks though. Kills found against 2 players for him. The 3-on-2 making it 2v2 now. 1v2 for Juicy. Brings it back to a 1-on-1. 1 headshot gain. 3k in this round. Can he make it a quadra? No. Mareks holds the line, but only just.
How upsetting. Is that connector stance in there for Milty? That's a sitter. And he actually just gets hit so hard on that flash. Sound is able to come through with 1. Marek's into the mix. And what I love is that cheeky position here from Awaken. Pulling distraction, pulling time away. And then even the reposition from Marek's. He doesn't play it passively. Doesn't waste the time. No, bang. I'm in here for a kill. I want to get up there towards top stairs, and it's not giving respect. It's putting that pressure continuous round after round.
ENCE Academy not even getting away with a bomb plant in that one. Man advantage gained at the start. OG Academy clap back, execution basis in very early for these pistols. The half invest. Gonna try and get a bomb plant out of this one. Dementa back up at CT, drops server first and foremost. And back up around the corner. Sound comes in with a kill one towards Juicy. Dementa doubles up. Doubling up for the ENCE Academy man advantage. One player left standing in potty. Can just about get a kill on towards one, but it doesn't matter here. OG Academy look confident in the anti-half buy.
And this is where the focus has got to be back on returning, allowing a rifle round to be successful. Try and get as much out of the individuals as possible. MistGames, one of the higher rated players for ENCE Academy on Mirage, have not seen him finding impact at all in these first few rounds.
0 and 5. Towards him and do some sort of damage here for ENCE Academy camp. OG on the CT half of things. Certainly looking like they're in an encouraging position. Nades up, incendiaries hell. MistGames on the rotations back. Smokes in towards that mid-control base. This ENCE Academy will try play from.
The server can think about putting the flash forward to clear out the room out from Connector. There's still another player towards ladder that's going to be able to drive more of a pick forward and more of that pressure down.
Molly sent, sound in, smokes at the ready. Block off the incendiary stone there and the Molotovs from ENCE Academy. Flashes forward, sound fall back. Marek's a little bit of support towards the aggression in towards the apartments, which has worked out well for OG Academy. Have one player that they can exploit from ENCE. Meanwhile, in at the sniper's nest, sound engages one, doing damage, taking some back of his own right, but overall gaining an advantage for OG.
And knowing that he's now escaped, this actually allows a peek forward into that window position, a lot of map coverage to come through. Now, I'd like to see a B split here from ENCE Academy with a late wraparound to come through from that window angle.
Smokes in. Pressing on the angle here for Henu. Molotov sent towards the back of the balcony position as well, so this one CT aggressive forward might not be detected, might not be accounted for here for ENCE.
This is a tough setup. Even being watched out towards market, this first player towards the chair could be super difficult to deal with.
Smokes in, spray through. They do back off and do a lot of damage towards Henu. There comes the kill for server. Oxygen down. They don't check the corner position here at the balcony position. Sound holds his nerve, gets a kill. But Polly with a responsive. They have walked right past that AK, who doubles up, makes it a triple on the flick. And MistGames now left alone in mid here, one-on-one. Marek knows exactly where he is, but there's no time left for him, so he's backed up. Jump phase, trying to get out of the way. Loses time at this stage. You're right, Doig.
Did you not see that camera that Marek's had on his face?
I didn't see it,
oh,
no.
mate, he gets the triple and he's just staring at the camera with his thumbs up.
I didn't see it.
Oh, that was class.
I was so focused on the timer, I didn't even see him. I didn't even see him, man.
Clip that. That was unreal. The round is still live, too.
Well, some people are enjoying themselves, clearly. Certainly not ENCE. They're not enjoying themselves right now. Force in for MistGames, the hero AK around the half investment. T side line doing damage, or CT side line with the HEs doing damage on towards server and Henu. MistGames got a little bit of that himself. And Oxygen gets the opening kill. MistGames can respond towards Marek. Server took some damage for that. 4-on-4, making it 3.
Just the aggressive approach going through towards window, allowing themselves to build up some tempo now. They've got plenty of options. You've got workability towards A, you've got ladder control too, so they can start mimicking quite a bit of time here, try and force another mistake. There is an info play out towards ramp, so there could even be a backstab to top mid. That might drop the bomb, to be fair.
MistGames is back turn towards Awaken though, so that makes the AWP shot pretty easy here. Gonna back up towards CT spawn, be wary of potential of a backstab from ENCE. Coming into the site itself, though, so as they check the apartments, they'll realize that nothing's out here. That orb has left it pretty open. It's a free bomb plot for ENCE.
It's what they can do after the fact. Even the rotate back towards CT spawn gets caught off guard. Another good kill there from Juicy.
Great kill. ENCE Academy. Plant down. Server. Watching the murder hole. Damage being done to Oxygen. Not quite the kill found itself. Smokes in. Mental leaning from the backstab, of course, made that info play towards spawn. Now come in for the wraparound play to the ramp control. Not exposed there on the ENCE Academy side, though. He's got to find a man in at the right moment, sees the player at ticket booth, spray through. Juicy drops 2-on-2, half the time a tick by. Second man also in the pallet control now, becomes the lone player left of the CT basis. Dementa spotted, Deagle stands, tap him down 3 times and bring in a second for ENCE Academy.
It's a good effort there for OG Academy. They probably know themselves things aren't great. We're in a 2v3 and one of our teammates of Oxygen is literally trapped outside market. He can't even come through the murder hole. But they've got so much money, so go for it. Try and make it more expensive. Juicy, though, very impressive in this round. The first kill that he was able to get towards Window, and then, of course, on that kill towards Awaken at City Spawn. Without that double, I don't think that round is a steal.
4 rounds to the good, OG Academy. Hold their line in the advantage still. ENCE Academy doing well enough to hold something heft in this T-side line. Rebuys, of course, to be seen by the CT forces, and the LWP Awakened so ready. Doesn't fall for the shoulder bait, gets the kill on Henu.
Consistent with this AWP here in the first half. A lot of picks from him. And now Server trying to take back some of this mid-control. It's still an aggressive stance towards that short angle.
Molotov sent. Server swings, engages one, unable to get the kill against him though. There's Juicy instead, Awaken the drop, 4-on-4 being found. Server and Niltzy combine. Mark's forced to trade it back, 3-on-2 that favours ENCE Academy here. They've lost the A site control and all.
There is a player towards top of connector that might be able to do some damage. 5 being landed towards the top of stairs too.
Damage being done, Juicy gets his kill. Marik's the 4-1 from Oxygen, it might just be a save right here. Yeah, backed up in towards C2 spawn. Look for an angle back towards the stairs, but certainly not to beat the round.
You could just feel as if now for ENCE Academy, they're starting to build up some tempo. They would have been disappointed losing that first pick to the AWP, but they're responding kindly. And I think for OG, there was maybe just too much going on there. You win that first pick towards underpass, you get aggressive towards A main, you get aggressive up there towards short. They end up just taking too many fights and losing it out, not being able to deal with the trades at all. Finds Oxygen in a saving position, and now money's just crippled.
2 rounds in a row lost. Economical deficit being done to the OG Academy side. It's fortunate they have that M4 staying in for Oxygen and provides an option. But I don't imagine they force around it though here.
Nah. Play it easy. Play it safe.
Damage done in that mid phase, of course, for ENCE Academy. Allowed those trades to come together. When Juicy spotted that last man at the edge of the smoke, you could see the round was over and done with. 2,400 bucks for OG though, so money is starting to build up on the loss bonus basis. So yes, just pistols being brought up now.
Couple of upgrades. What are you going to do with it, though? Some P250s, get aggressive, charge out towards the palace control, and actually set up the M4.
Decent bait and switch. Oxygen kill found. Back up in the round for the man. However, a kill presented towards Henu instead. Staggering himself, now leaning in for more. Jungle control. Damaged by the AK-47. He speeds that man. He knows he's out there. Molotov sent. The kill gets found. 2 left in the round.
Henu focusing more of that attention down there towards the jungle presence. Milty could get trapped out in the open. A little bit of a bait setup involved. Starts taking some damage, but still on 70.
Plan will be secured. OG Academy, best they're doing, looking for exits here. Number 4 for ENCE Academy and OG. Well, again, look towards their guns in the next round. That's the big focus.
And just looking back at the most recent Mirage against Kova, 16-10 result. We saw 9 rounds up on their T side in the first half. This time around, they could still get to 9. OG Academy can't let this streak go on for too long. Answer back with a rifle round. Might even see another glass cannon coming through with Awaken. That's one of the I guess, crutches that we see with him, is that he actually doesn't mind going with that AWP without armor. He's done it quite a few times.
Glass cannon potential. What's the call here? Will he commit to it? No, he won't. M4s across the board for OG Academy. ENCE putting knives in the back of Henu. Not great for Milty. Fortunately, it's a left click, not a right click, so that's okay. Still small HP differential there for OG Academy by default. Incendiary sent H's at the ready. Execution comes in very fast here for ENCE though. Flash is coming over. CT's forced back. Sound there, cover off the mid control. Does grab Server, so that's 1 kill found in the entries. But Poly Juicy's come back with 2. Oxygen with 2 of his own. Looks in with the triple out towards the apartments. Knows that he suppressed those T-side players. Will sneak forward ahead of that smoke. Here, 1 player dropping. Swing back towards him. Grab that kill. Henu now alone versus 3. He's caught the first at least.
What an excellent hold. Once again from the B-side anchor there. there of Oxygen. And now even for Sound, play it passively, work the crossfire, try and mimic where Henu actually is, work with that info.
AK watching back sight, watching out the apartments, thinking there might be a backstab from OG. He's wrong. Find that out the hard way here. Taps the AKs on both sides, of course, reveal position on Henu's angle. Where does he go with this here? Utility picked up, bomb can get planted.
Very clever. So Dementa takes contact, jiggles down towards short, and actually repositions. Both are coming in from market now.
Spray comes through as Sound gets the pick back. Can't deny the bomb plant, but that's fine. It's 7 to the board of OG. They have the round.
You could just see there for ENCE Academy, that clutch was always going to be a difficult one. And I've got to praise Oxygen again. You think about the idea that he's alone towards that B side. He's lost his teammate of Awaken very quickly. And it rests on him to do the heavy lifting, to do the work, to be able to find as much impact as possible. And towards the back of the site, he comes through with 3.
Nicely played indeed. OG hold their defensive line, 7-4, 3 rounds to the good, of course. Rebuy comes in from ENCE, though. They got a bomb plant bonus. They can afford this. AK's in, AWP out for Poddy. Still no AWP for OG Academy, but 2 AKs, like you mentioned. Firepower to play with on Sound and Dementa.
Miltsy getting out of mid quite quickly. There's a player down there towards a connector stance. Even Henu trying to show some accountability out here to the apartments. The spam close towards the balcony. Doesn't catch any damage of Oxygen towards a van.
Smart to dive out of the way here. Line sprays back in ahead of the flames, but won't be able to catch anything. Henu. Flash is going over as he tries to hold his nerve server. Holding his AK out towards the sniper's nest. CT control established. No further press in from ENCE.
Just a back jump spot coming through from CT. Marek peeking through into the open, deals with Miltsy, and knows that there's another player down there. Server's going to try and do his best to try and keep him back, allow that reposition to not come through. So much damage actually through that molly.
Marek's on 9. Not dead yet. ENCE won't know the specifics of how much damage they've done. Players tagged and forced away from the ladder room. In fact, the second incendiary comes up. Force him away.
Now, they've only got 1 molly. I do wonder, is that molly going down towards under balk? Because that's where an individual's hanging out there from Dementa. And if there's enough distraction, he might actually be the closing entity of this round.
Well, there's options. I don't think that they're going to put it up here, though. Actually, yes, they will put it up there. Dementa's going to get forced out of here. Smoke down immediately. Sound in. Engagement found. Server caught to a 5-on-3. Or bail out against his teammate. Double up against Juisi next. Henu will find Dementa back at the dark position with 4-on-2 situation. Sounds tapping heads though. Looks for his quadrant. That's what he'll get. Wonderful stuff for OG to take the half.
A very impressive round coming through from Sound, and this is his actual first international break. I think back to when he was playing on the Game Agents, playing over on Nexus, and of course the All-Stars, all 3 of those being Romanian teams. The first opportunity he's had to get a little bit of taste of what it's like in a European lineup.
Half advantage for OG. ENCE. Potential on the buy here still, actually. It could force the issue. I imagine the tactical force is coming in to discuss that
100%.
at this stage, yeah. To have a moment's respite, a moment's discussion, because they are on the back foot on their own map pick, and OG are up by 1 map in the series.
There's a very good chance here we see double digits in the first half for OG Academy. Looking at 8-4, knowing the way that the rifle rounds have panned out, knowing that Oxygen is doing a lot of performance out there towards the B side. Sound has been very consistent over on A, and then Marek's towards the short and ladder control just seems to keep getting these mid picks.
Well, 3 rounds to go in the half. ENCE. Mac 10 in, server being the weakened element. The AKs, of course, will look for the necessary picks back. Sound just aggressive towards mid, catching server with utility in hand. Baits a player to go aggressive. Flash support in will blind the man off, so Miltsy can't get the trade back. Poddy can have a short control. The nade out, however, able to respond back. Miltsy will drop. 4-on-3 scenario.
This is just relentless. They want to take every aim duel possible. They want to fight so much. Even Dementa up here towards Palace is going to win out into Juisi. ENCE Academy, I think that's the issue where they can't catch a break. Anytime you're trying to make that stance towards top mid, start slowing the round down, OG Academy are just fighting you from everywhere.
And they're winning these fights.
Well, they're confident, aren't they?
Indeed they are. Talk about confidence being a key defining factor in the last couple of series we've played so far today, and certainly no different here on Mirage. ENCE Facing in towards the site, got Poddy and Henu. And that supportive element smokes down against the Poddy. Trying to just get some sort of vision blocking, try and stop OG Academy from directly into the bomb site. Henu's going to catch at least the kill back here. The Incendiary will force him away, 6 HP. Dementor gets Poddy, Oxygen will look for the last man. And surely he shouldn't win this fight.
Henry might actually back off and just save. But even that, he might get hunted if he does. You have the idea that there's 30 seconds on the clock. They know that he's in Palace. He's going to get sandwiched from both sides. He might have to just keep fighting.
20 seconds. Henry trying to swing. As the inkling of the CT that's out there. Spotting him. Spray back. Forcing the fall back and now run for the hills. Molotov even supporting his escape. Indeed, he will go for that save, and OG going to stack up more and more rounds here. 9 on the board. Every one after this fact, there's going to be more positivity to the international squad.
And this is where I start wondering, where is Henu? I think back to the first map of Dust 2, 32 kills, 24 deaths, 100 ADR, and a 1.30 rating. The next one down was Server at 22, so that's already a difference of 10 kills between your highest fragger and your second highest. We're looking out here on Mirage. Yes, he's up there at 10 kills, but it doesn't feel like that X-Factor potential. It doesn't feel like we're looking at him to try and drag it along. Even Juicy, the second lowest rated player on Mirage in the last 3 months, is up there at the highest.
Awaken now lands on Server to kick things off, take him out of the fold. Boost up attempted, but ultimately going nowhere for ENCE Academy. Henu has that AK trying to get him G'd up here with the rifle, but ENCE... damage being done to the T-side line. Finally, Henry does get one back on sound, so 4-on-4 scenario.
How much does that answer, though? You got to play it towards Connector, being spotted out for Dementor. Slightly awkward with the spam, and now even up towards Palace, he knows exactly what's going on.
Incendiary's up to force him back away. Dementor pushing forward in towards that ramp control. Jewish are going to try and rejoin the ENCE Academy side, and they're going to lean even further forward towards this. In the corner, Dementor holds his nerve, gets a kill, is forced to the reload, jumps out of dodge, sees that second player, already aware of the man in Palace, so this should be a closing in for OG Academy. Backstab's also being found up here by 1CT. Being suppressed, sprayed down, blinded. There's no way out for ENCE here.
And he's going to try his best with this AK, try and put some pressure on. They've got to start brute forcing some jewels and even oxygen. Knife?
Potentially.
I know you love it, Jay.
Hoping for it. I'm hoping for it dearly. Oh, no, kill just for the spray through. Headshot gained. Dementor comes up with the AK. No knives. Sad.
Disappointing, yeah.
Sad days. Try and make my evening if possible, but not to be on this occasion. 10 to the board of OG Academy, regardless. It's making their evening to do this well on ENCE Academy's own map pick, and this is something I was worried about, right? The idea that... sorry, I was worried about in the other direction, I should be more specific, right? I was worried about the fact that ENCE might be able to dominate their own map pick because they took it so close on OG Academy.
Yeah.
That's not happening here on Mirage, though.
And that's why I think mental game is so important. You could definitely feel as if OG Academy have come into Mirage with a very strong game plan on be positive. Take every fight possible. Always start charging. Do not give respect forward. And we've seen it in so many rounds where ENCE Academy, they don't have time to get comfortable. They don't have time to take map control, to slow it down, to dictate peace on the T side, because there is so many challenges and AKs just consistently being saved forward too.
Spray through, Marix has caught Poddy immediately, casualty taken. Man down to start things off here for the CT forces. Niltzy trying to get a trade back in Connector in the midst of the fire and the smoke. Does not see the CT get out there. He heard the tag though. It spreads far enough, gives him a chance. Second adjustment's not there. Dementor in his sandwich gets Juicy back. 4-on-3, provides some support and no scope from Awaken. Locks it down. Dementor gets involved in the round, and Header's left alone to also fall to Awaken. 11-4 at the turn of the CT side. OG Academy looks great.
And all we could just sit here and say is a disappointing first half from ENCE Academy. When you play like they did on Dust 2, yes, it went all the way to overtime. There were some very good glimpses. I thought we saw some very good comebacks from them. And you get started on your map pick. You win pistol, you lose the anti-eco, or the anti-force buy, I should say. Okay, you get reset, let's focus up on the next rifle. And instead, we just have not seen success at all in this first half. So limited.
Well, if there's one silver lining,
Go on then.
that statistically, both sides generally, or both teams are generally pretty CT based, right?
That's true, but 11-4 is quite a big scoreline.
It is quite a big scoreline, but it's easily closed by a pistol round, 11-7. When you get back a rifle round, 11-9. Suddenly it's not quite as undoable. It's Sonic's Law, after all.
I'm not a big believer in that. It might be the law, but, you know, it's whether you believe it. It's a
One of the
myth
greatest,
to me.
one of the greatest coaches in the world sets the law. And,
yeah,
you don't
but
even
just
wanna...
because one person says it, you know.
Well, ENCE Academy will try and prove the law correct. Enforce the law. The pistol basis that Juicy will land the first kill onto Awaken. There's the kill found. Glocks leaning in. Sound going to make his way up. The bomb should be planted for it. Advantage sits with ENCE at the moment. OG Academy have gained the bomb site though.
I like what OG Academy are doing here, taking that map control, pressing their way forward towards City Spawn, server out in the open towards top con.
Server backs up. Marix is nothing going to extend him forward. He will go ahead and do so. Damage done to Milty and Juicy will end up dropping. Poddy with an instant response to that P250. Henu headshots gain on 1 and 2. Last man left is Dementa. Henu struggles to stay alive with that one. Dementa gets 2 kills for it. Damage on the third man. Smoke down. The bomb's being covered off out towards this danger box. The headshots gain against the wrong player though. Server's held the defuse. And that is step 1 of Zonic's Law established by ENCE Academy. Pistol gained.
And that's still everyone dropping though, and this allows the side of OG Academy to buy it up instantly, to get those Galils forward, even get an AK up for Dementa, force buy in that next round, try and force that reset immediately. That's a little bit unfortunate. You get the kill through the smoke, maybe you think it's the diffuser. It's not the case at all. OG Academy though, looking to respond in quickly, and notice the way that there's actually a lot of M4s. There's only one SMG of an MP9 for ENCE Academy in round 17.
OG also going to force it back themselves here. AK drop first and foremost though, and these rifles are paying off in dividends. 2-for-1 responsives, of course, ENCE in control.
Even the pick from Poddy towards mid now starts elevating some further damage out towards Palace. The server back here with the MP9 could just continue to jump spot out to the apartments. ENCE Academy shaping their way up for an early couple of rounds to lead off the second half.
OG slowing things down again. Where do they go with this? We're considering the apartments. Options towards middle as well. Lean forward for Marix. Presses up with that Galil here.
Juicy just consistently jiggle peeking, allowing information to flow for the two A-site players. It's all whether they can catch a timing. Can they open up one of those areas of the crossfires? Because there is no one watching Connector right now.
Prodding in slowly. Awaken. Smokes in, the flash is over, coming in for that man. Lead the charge up for the OG Academy side. Poddy, however, puts down the bomb carrier. Marix will drop oxygen, left alone, picked up by Juicy. ENCE connect the conversion effectively and efficiently.
And now the focus can probably not be on the next round, but the follow-up onto the rifle. We should see a couple of upgrades, maybe some upgraded digs. Give yourself some leverage when it comes to the impact. So for ENCE Academy, it's about just allowing round after round. Server, a decent chance for him to get that MP9 in for some farm cash if there's a B hit come the next round.
Pistol play in from OG Academy. Seems to be the Palace dive, I think. Overwhelmed Juicy, get the bomb down. We've got plenty of backup out towards the jungle, which reminds me a bit more concerning. He lines up a triple in the end, so no major concerns in the CT side. Oxygen only one pick back. No bomb plant game by OG Academy. That's fine. Guns back in play for the T side regardless here. Be lacking in the AWP department. That might be more than fine at this stage, but like I said, 11-7 and better than 11-4 right now. It's Wagon has potential to go even further for ENCE Academy.
Well, it's good to see that Juicy's performing well. One of the guys that we highlighted at the beginning of the best of 3. I think he's a very impactful player, even if the stats don't always prove it. He's up there to nearly 20 kills now. He's been involved with quite a few multi-frags. He's been involved with quite a few round victories. So it's whether Juicy can keep that form forward going into a couple of the early rifle rounds. You've got some nades being dropped from Henu out there with the HEs towards the window area. So maybe when they get smoked off, he could put the HEs up to top mid.
He didn't have a great dust 2, did he?
He didn't.
Like I said, but at the start of the game, right? It's not always consistent, but when he looks good, he looks really, really good, right?
He can win a map and he can win a series by himself in occasional games.
Right now, he's going to have to do that right here and win this game for ENCE Academy. 19 frags, leading the charge, top fragger in the server. It's Henu, however, that strikes first on Marix, so man advantage gained. The other side of the map, Awaken, though, comes back against Henu.
That's a lovely tap, and even Milty getting some pressure up here towards the top of Connector. He's going to get a smoke in for a teammate and actually hug the smoke.
Milty was looking above it, trying to hope for some decency here in that position. The bomb's going to get picked up and committed. Meanwhile, Server's going to commit towards aggression in the apartments here. Not going to extend so far as to go out towards the apartments entrance, so tension in which OG Academy could get baited. ENCE leaning in, MistGames with a kill found, Demento trading, Drissi responding back, 3 on 2 for the ENCE Academy side.
A big gap towards that top of connector position. You can just see the way that Drissi's holding it down. Does eventually get punished. There's only one towards A. They can sandwich him in. And actually, Potty loses the fight towards CT Spawn.
The server's closing the Pincers now towards underpass. 1-on-1. Where's Oxygen? Needs that rifle back here for server. Molotov sent with flashes. Support in with the smokes down. Pressing his entries as he tries to wrap around. AK in. And a CT wins the fight. ENCE Academy barely clutched the rifle.
And that's well played there from server. He realizes that Oxygen's going to be out there towards A. Okay, I'll smoke off bottom con. I'll put a molly forward towards window. And you just want to try and create that space. Get up close and personal. Give yourself the advantage. Oxygen does so much work onto Potty. And it's just the timing. I think that Awaken was going to start moving away from underpass. He was focusing the attention of putting some nades up there from window and just gets backstabbed. That MP9 winning a 1v2.
Still don't believe in Zonic's Lord Wake?
Nah, don't believe it.
OG, half investment pistols, probably a rush tactic into the B site. Staggered rush, execution basis with the Molotovs being put out there by server. Incendiaries to follow suit, Henry the same. Flashing their way forward and making their way ahead of the damage. Balcony not checked. Engagement does actually go the way of Oxygen. Dementa gets his pick with a Tech 9. 4 on 3 rather, I should say. Potty's caught one trade back on towards Sound. The bomb plant will be secured here.
Oh, this looks good. This looks very promising. 2 rifles recovered in even a boost up out there towards the ninja box. Potty's hoping for a swing out to van, out to bench. Nothing is coming through at all.
Dementa gets Drissi next, 2 left standing on the ENCE Academy side. Potty and MistGames. Where do they go with this? Nade sent. Yeah, I think you're right about this. Backing away into the A site. OG will find their first in the half.
And knowing it's a steal, that's going to encroach quite a lot of confidence here for OG Academy that, oh, okay, we've done this on an eco round. And I think the crossfire, unfortunately, just couldn't even work off one another. You find yourself in a position where it's a drop down, you maybe get caught off guard, you're not expecting a pop play. You've got one of the B players out there towards the balcony receiving quite a lot of flashes, and another player down towards the archers. It means between the two of them, they can't really work off one another. They're not in a position where they can at least dual crossfire.
So speedy there from OG, and ENCE just got caught flat-footed.
And it got checked this time. Remember, in the first half, it didn't get checked out towards balcony.
OG applying their 12th round and now are only 4 away from the 2-0 victory. ENCE in a bit of a dire spot here. They've got to fight their way back out of this corner and try and work their way in with these guns. M4s on 3, AWP, 5-7 also involved in this one. Broken investment. They've got to play with it.
This is do or die for ENCE Academy. You lose this round, you lose the game. Simple as that. A lot of pressure comes down to coming through successfully in this round, hurting the T-side economy once again. You've got Henu down here towards connector, putting some more incendiaries out towards underpass, making sure that that map control cannot be taken. Even MistGames with a flash can peek up towards top of mid just to see what's going on.
Underpass player as well in from the CT forces. They will fall back. OG will challenge that position as well. Start to gain it away from ENCE Academy, who they themselves have fallen back passive in their default.
Awaken with that AWP, very back passive up here towards top mid. OG Academy are starting to lean their way forward towards an A split, and that's where there's a little bit more of a hold right now. Dementa's bringing a lot of distraction here towards connector, and MistGames actually capitalizes.
Frag found. Advantage gained for ENCE Academy for now. OG responsive, and losing Dementa is a pretty significant loss as well. Top fragger in for the T-side line, so Impact has been lost on his own part in this one.
Awaken can put that volley down towards the short control, help the cross out towards the top of connector. They're going to have to deal with MistGames at top con though.
Turning away from flashes, they don't quite check him. Sounds getting caught attempting bunny hops, but Oxygen and Awaken come right back into control, get their shots to connect. Zero has come back into a short position. They get a 2 versus 2. Got another T-side player who's offering himself up. Now Marix is all alone here, engaging one, bringing it back to a 1-on-1. 17 HP to win this, and Server knows. He's brought the 5-7, even swaps to the M4 here. Looking out this back line, nades in. This should get the kill. This should do the damage. And indeed it does.
Server with another clutch. Damn, this is close. This is very down to the wire. And while they're winning the rounds, you do have to give the credit to the scoreline differential. You've got to think to yourself, this is too close to comfort. This is two 1vXs that Server has won in the space of, what, 4 rounds, 5 rounds? It's unreal that he's been able to clutch that many times in such a small window of rounds that have been played.
You can just see what the damage was done to ENCE's economy state in the previous buyout, right? They had a 5-7 in their Server's part. The fact he had to recover that AWP, put it to effect in that clutch position. And OG Academy, working off the lost bonus, working off the bomb plants, can continue buying ENCE Academy. I can imagine their own investment's going to be completely broken here. Let's have a look at it. Okay, SMG on Jewish is not terrible, but you can see the savings. It's not much.
No, there isn't at all, and they know that they're going to be on a very harsh reset. As soon as they lose a round, they double eco. They have to force buy. The Server does get flashed. The HE does not go deep into the apartments.
Double eco status as well for ENCE Academy might end up meaning a 14-9.
Even further than that if they lose the round, isn't it? It's 3, isn't it?
Worst case scenario might be the case scenario. ENCE need to avoid that as best as they can. OG Academy playing the defaults again. Underpass and apartments control.
There seems to be a B-split coming through from OG Academy. You can have a walk coming through from Sound, try and bring some more attention back over towards that underpass control. 2 players out towards the B site. They are baiting quite a few nades from Server that's playing out in Van.
Smokes for Marix, Awaken, a flash in hand. Ready to make the move for OG. B site hits were successful when the pistols came out, the rifles involved. Cancelled by resmokes and HG's on from Henu could do a lot of damage. It does, and it sails right past them.
Oh, that volley forces Server forward. Now he's got to try and fight behind the smoke.
Stand damage done. Jump face forward against one player. Blind spray doing damage to the next man. AK pulled out. They're going to run right past him. Eventually get that kill back. miltzy trying to hold his own. Lining up. Getting a double. Dropping that bomb. And Nate to send them packing out of the way for the OG Academy side. 4-on-2. I think it might be a safe call here, Blake.
They're going to get backstabbed out towards TV. This could be even more damage. Juicy coming through with the MP9. Marek's here for the trade, but holding on to that AWP. He's going to be by himself. More of a hunt comes through. I think he'll be able to save it, though.
Spam damage, and one aggressive player was able to dismantle the whole round there for OG Academy. ENCE are back on track. A 10th to the CT board. This is still on.
The issue is the money, and I think it's always going to be the money in whether they can start making more rounds on the comeback possible with more players staying alive. Give themselves some more security. Now, for OG Academy, they've been on max round loss bonus for a while. There'll be another buy black. No problem whatsoever here in round 23.
Money in the bank, buy on the table. Khalil on only one of Sound. Singlieri sent up towards the top position. Set piece set up here for OG Academy. Going to go in towards the A here.
Marek's with that flash over the top. This is going to be quick.
Smoke's in a little bit late for them. They come down towards jungle and connector though. Marek's leaning forward. CT's suppressed. Rapping, there wasn't a ticket move. There comes at least one kill. No one on the site though. Juicy only called that one frag. 4-on-4. Bomb should go down.
There's still a lockout on B. Look at what's happening there from Dementor.
It's going to be a little bit of time before he gets here though. OG Academy have their line marked up. 3 players set towards the defensive Awaken, keeping his eyes on the backstab though. That's not where the CTs are inbound from. Look towards Ticket, my son, because that's where Dementor's going to see them only get damage on Henu. 10 points of HP, no man advantage for OG Academy yet.
It's all about time stalling, all about putting that attention back forward. And for ENCE Academy, they need to try and dive someone on the bomb here.
Incendiary's working, but Oxygen gets the kill on Henu. miltzy trying to lean in, engage one, trying to look for the second. Amerix trades it 3-on-2 on the defuse. They're on the defuse. The cover off from Poddy. He's still alive. He's still alive. Oh no! OG Academy had that round in the palm of their hands, but ENCE inserted themselves, hid them off on the defuse, and held it down for the full 5 seconds. That is an 11th now for ENCE Academy.
Unbelievable. That's another round that probably should not be coming through at all. Poddy, great defense with that AWP. You can see they were trying to hunt down that last player that was defusing the bomb.
Beauty.
Poddy ends up with 3 with that AWP. OG Academy know they're close. They know they are so close to being able to break it and pull this through as a victory. ENCE Academy are coming through with the thinnest of margins right now.
That was a perfect defensive from him. Fantastic stuff. ENCE pressing upon. Juicy holds the defensive line with miltzy on the crossfire. OG forced the issue back, but the rifles are getting picked apart. ENCE have found their full confidence here.
This has got to be one of the best rounds from them yet. Very nicely done. Good shutout towards the A side. And for OG Academy, this is where you've got to open your eyes and say, geez, things are getting out of control now. Yes, the rounds have been very competitive. That was a whitewash. That was very, very fast. And it was over quick.
And now the economy's broken for the T side. Max loss bonus in, sure, but that's not enough to get a full buy here. Exhausted all their savings in the previous, so it's Tech Nines and Deagles in. OG Academy, when's the pause come through? When do they discuss things? Is ENCE about to take the lead again?
And knowing that ENCE Academy have worked so hard from the deficit, it's been some close affairs, it's come down to a couple of clutches. Can they get a steal out? Set ENCE over towards A again.
Smokes down the connected jungle and stairs this time. MiltZ nades in the way, damage done to Awaken. Juicy swings and sees the first. Sound down, tap burst through against the next man. Not quite as successful there. Smokes on towards CT, but either way, the rifles and the crossfire work well against these pistols. At least the Tech 9 of Marix gets a bit more damage in, but not enough to deficit the economy of ENCE Academy. 13-12. The lead has been gained by the Finns.
And when we saw the game between OG Academy and Astralis Talon only a couple of days ago, 9 rounds was offered up on the T side for the international squad. Unfortunately, not seeing that same level of success. And for their sake, they could sit here and say, oh, well, the rounds have been very close. We've been coming narrow and narrowest of margins to be able to take it through. You still have to look at the scoreline and think, well, we've now given the lead forward to ENCE Academy. We now have to jump back with a round success, not another one of these close ones.
Giving the lead away to ENCE Academy, getting a single round in this half. This was 11-4 up for OG Academy at one point. Well, I talked about the silver lining there with the CT side, better side in this, right? 11-4. Not enough for OG at this stage. They still have a lot of work to do to try to bring it back. ENCE didn't see a tactical pause against them, so OG are going to press on with their defaults once again.
Another resmoke from Potty down there towards the bottom of Underpass. The B-Pops have not been all that successful from OG Academy. They've struggled to actually come out of the bomb site itself. The server just jump spotting, trying to give himself the pixel angle. You've got a lurk in Palace, a couple of lurkers towards Underpass. It's going to be them trying to grant the mid-control.
Smoke sent up towards TopCon. Oh, that Incendiary gets blocked off by that smoke down there. Nade, however, doing its damage. OG have been tagged. Sound on 1, Dementor on 33.
Not ideal before you could even take a contact. Even a player up towards window and of that jungle control. First player to fall, trade is there instant.
4-on-4 gain for it. Awaken gets his shot back as well. Advantage now sits with OG Academy here. Oxygen working his way out of Palace. There might be backs turned towards him, in fact. Sees the head, gets USC, and now we're down to 2 players on ENCE Academy.
They've just got to close it, Jay. That's all they've got to focus on in this sort of rounds.
25 seconds on the clock. Plant should be secured. ENCE. Oh, damage was done. The kill came in a little bit late there. No denial of the plant. Will they commit to the retake?
They might as well. They've got a decent amount of money behind them. At least look for exit frag, see what presents.
Set in with those guns. Silver checking around the corner here at the jungle position. Does not see the T-side player. Will not see him at all. It seems Oxygen about to swing. Look for info on the bomb site again. Engagement. Servers down. Potty now to do it all on his lonesome. No backup around him. It's 13 apiece for OG.
Now, hard work finally pays off there for OG Academy, because if we're going to be honest, if we replay this second half here of the T side of OG Academy, I'd say 10 times, they've probably won it already by now. Like 9 times out of 10. I think it's just showing in this sort of case, there's been quite a few close rounds. Servers come through with a couple of clutches. Most of the time, OG Academy would have been able to close it down. We've still got a battle on our hands. And now this is one of the swing rounds. Both teams actually don't have a crazy amount of money in the bank.
It's 13 all. That could lead to map point for the winner of round 27. Match point in the case of OG Academy, of course. Pace forward, the nades being put back down. Suppression sprays through. Nothing fouled.
Awaken. Been very impactful with that AWP when it comes to some of the mid-round picks over towards the top of connector, to be fact. ENCE Academy have got 2 towards that connector stance, 1 out towards CT ticket. ENCE Academy looking like they want to shape themselves up for an A-split again.
Smokes are ready for Marix, putting that up. For Potty. Smokes on the position and try to block off bottom con, make sure OG cannot get control.
Dementa's going to put the molly down and just continue to face more of that attention. Walkout from Palace gets spotted already.
MistGames gets 2, in fact, for it. Sound's got to swing back for a quick kill. Needs a double up, and he doesn't get it. MiltZ drops him. Bomb now in the open, and Marix and Dementa, last 2 players left caught out in mid and connected control. MiltZ looking for a swing. Incendiaries are sent back here. They'll stop them.
Just try and waste some time. OG Academy have got to take so many fights just to try and get back to the bomb control. There should be no way in this round.
Damage done to the next man, trying to jump face forward, make some noise. 24 seconds, a kill found, but Dementa servers dropped 2-on-2. Got to get the kill at ticket booth though, 18 seconds, bomb plants are not an option. Play out towards that short control, also going to be a big concern. OG Academy trying to act quick here, suppression involved. Swing back, 10 seconds, they're just hiding. They know what to do, keep themselves alive and win the round by that basis. Marix will get caught. Dementa actually sneaks in the plan, but no more than that.
As soon as he aggressors forward, as soon as he starts to take map control away, he just gets denied. Now, the bomb plant will help with the money state. You got money in the bank for Dementa and Awaken, the extra cash injection with Sound 2. There'll be another buy on the table. ENCE Academy, as soon as they tie up, they allow themselves to take the lead back.
14-13 as a result. ENCE are back in control, back in the lead above OG. As you mentioned, the swing basis could prove to be quite pivotal for them, but the bomb plant bonus with the loss bonus from OG means that they can reinvest here and they could find the counter swing once again.
Oh, this is very pacey. This is going to be very quick out of the gate for a Palace dive.
It does halt itself. I think that was the Incendiary thrown out there towards the ramp control that stopped them, but here they come very quickly after it burns out. Juicy holds his nerve alongside Pony's kill. Oxygen Awaken down, Sound tapping his way forward alongside Dementa's kill back to a 3-on-3 situation. MiltZ and Dementa are the 2 tagged up players here in this position, trying to work their way into the bomb site.
Now, rotate towards City Sport could be effective. They've got to try and get the bomb down, and they're actually trying to see if they can start some map control taking up here towards the top of Con and out to jungle.
Bomb trying to press, trying to get on the site, needs to go down relatively soon here. Swing back with the HEs, Henry gets 2, and Dementa is all that remains. Last man standing to map point for ENCE Academy.
1 more to go. And for OG Academy, unfortunately, while there was a lot of competitive rounds at the beginning half of that second half, we have not been able to see much success towards the tail end. They're able to brute force a lot of those jewels open. Poddy has been so consistent with that AWP. Henu in that round out there towards jungle just strikes with so much impact of that AK. And for ENCE Academy, it's been one hell of a comeback to even get into this position.
But for OG, it's a disappointing T-side. 11-4 up, only getting 2 more rounds after the fact. ENCE abusing that CT basis pretty effectively right now. Execution inbound one last time. Try bring it back at this particular stage. The flashes going over Awaken with the last man in. Poddy's got the kill against the first player. Henry there with a crossfire alongside Poddy. One's going to burn. Marix alone, 1-on-5. Dead. 16-13. ENCE Academy will take us to map 3 in this best of 3. And, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I could have seen this coming to a certain extent. The fact that them taking a map pick, of course. But the truth is an 11-4, right? That's the issue that we're talking about. OG choked an 11-4 lead.
I have to disagree with that. Like, yes, I know it's like, how can you disagree with that with an 11-4 when you only get 2 more rounds? But you have to look at those rounds and say they just got incredibly unlucky. You had rounds where... How is Server winning 2 1v2s in the space of 4 rounds? How is Poddy hitting some of those shots with that AWP? Again, I think if you replay that second half 10 times, 9 times out of those 10, OG have won the game. They played very well, but in some of the late situations, I don't know how ENCE Academy able to come through with some of those rounds.
To flip it on its head, right? Every 1v2 won by a certain side is a 2v1 lost on the other side of the board. The same sort of situation. Again, it's a difficult one to weigh up. I understand your philosophy in that sort of sense, and certainly I do agree with you on that sense. 9 times out of 10, it might have ended up working the way of OG, but we're in that 1 time out of 10 where it goes the way of the ENCE Academy side. And of course, this being their map pick, I feared that we might see something similar in terms of one-sided potential, but it looks so great at the start of things that I honestly felt like OG Academy needed just a few extra rounds to close it out, and it felt like to me they just kind of bottled it to me.
No, again, I disagree with that. How can you bottle it when you think about how competitive those rounds were? There was, what, 4, 5 rounds where they were on the brink of double eco. That one round wins you the game. And unfortunately for OG Academy, they just couldn't quite get past that barrier. I think towards the tail end there, Potty was playing incredibly well. Henu was able to step up big time with the AK in a couple of rounds. And even Juicy, I think he got them out of trouble in quite a few of those A-lockout defenses.
I mentioned it during the start of the matchup, of course, how Juicy was a guy that we have to watch out for because when he gets on form, he looks like an absolute lights-out player. Certainly was there. 29 frags dropped in that map. So I have to agree with you on that, how well he did individually, and certainly is going to be to the detriment of OG Academy being forced to a third map in this best of 3. Arguably, they shouldn't have gone there, but they're going to go towards Ancient, Dwayne.
And moving into Ancient, we know that this is a map that actually gets picked quite a bit from OG Academy in best of 3s. We've seen it be quite successful for them, so yeah, I'm quite keen on this.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Because I think we hoped this would be a 3-map affair, right?
Yeah, we did.
I didn't expect it to be a 3-map affair from what we saw in the first half, but that's the end of the day, how things are going to go down. And with OG Academy still biting for their chance to claim their favoritism against ENCE Academy, the opportunities here as being the favorites in this series, I wonder whether that pressure is going to mount up towards them or whether Ancient will end up being just as difficult, I think, Blake.
I think we've seen some very competitive scorelines, map 1 and map 2. Yes, there's maybe more context and there's more of a general understanding of why both of those maps were as competitive as it was, but the scorelines tell us that we probably have a quite close affair.
We're going to head towards a short break and come back with our third and final map of the series, the decider of Ancient between ENCE and OG. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this. Let's go, let's go. It's Ancient, the final map of our best of 3 between ENCE Academy and OG Academy. It has been a brawl from the start and a brawl surely towards the end. Dweg, the last map of Mirage, went pretty down to the wire. Not quite down to the wire as map 1 and Dust 2 went in that overtime basis, but still a 16-13. Can't disrespect OG for bringing it close, but ENCE Academy do push it past to our third.
Yeah, what a ripper day we've had already. You can pair the idea of what yesterday was like, some one-sided affairs, some 2-0s. We come to today, we got some 2-1s, we're going to another third map here of Ancient, and for OG Academy and ENCE Academy, it has been quite a contentious best of 3 already.
I believe yesterday you were saying this won't be like this all week, right? We won't have 2 zeros every single week, and now we've had the complete polar opposite today. It's been a very long stretch, but we are in the end is in sight here. Ancient, our final map of this best of 3. How do we rate this between the two squads?
Well, we actually have not the best of track records on Ancient for ENCE Academy. 3 losses in a row for their sake, only 1 win and 4 losses in the last 3 months, whereas OG Academy 3 wins and 1 loss. So just off the basis of recent history, I think it's a little bit more to a detriment to ENCE Academy, and they're looking to try and see if they can respond.
Indeed, yes. I mean, look, a lot of their matches have been in the Academy Leagues, right? And mostly in particular for the ENCE Academy side, OG have got a little bit more experience in the international space during CCT, for example, so they've got a little bit, I guess, lower level squads because it's not exactly like I think it's the close qualifier is where those results came in from. So we've got that sort of basis to work from overall for the ENCE Academy side, understanding the competition level might be a little bit higher, so you can sort of balance it out in that sense, but you are right, the results are there for the OG Academy camp. So does that mean they're favourites in this final map?
Well, ENCE have actually had some shockers locally when it comes to Ancient, losing to Conqueror, only getting 7 rounds against them, and losing to XN Esports 14-16 on Ancient. When you start losing Ancients to some of the low-level Finnish squads without the likes of a Kova or like a Harvu or an SJ, one of those lots, that's when it starts putting a lot of question marks on what this map's actually going to be like.
And I've just been asking the question, right, how relevant are the local results here for these teams, right? Because we keep talking about them for Void, and it's like then you can't translate it over. We talk about it for
Flames? Or Atlantic?
Atlantic, for I mean, Flames as well. You could also argue in that sense, and both teams not quite able to translate it over in their opening games. ENCE, maybe they don't translate it over at this stage, right? And the fact of the matter is that they haven't got the great results on the national stage, so what's the basis to work from here?
Well, for their sake, they've at least played it quite a bit. We mentioned that they played it a lot in the Academy League, so they've got some match experience under their belt, and I think they've got a very familiar playstyle with OG Academy now. They've seen how the past couple of best of ones have gone down. They've now got a feel of how map number 1 at Dust 2 went down, how Mirage is. So on to Ancient, I think that they've got a good feeling on how they want to adapt themselves.
Well, I think a lot of that clutch potential might be very handy for them in this final map, because you mentioned, Dweg, that if we repeated that, then a lot of those clutches might have gone the way of the OG Academy side on that Mirage, and could be done with the 2-0 series if that ended up being the case. So I wonder if you can rest on that for ENCE Academy, whether there's going to be that potential of relying on the idea of clutches over the course of this matchup. Is that a thing?
No, I don't think so. I think you can't ever be reliant on clutches, but they could be a helping hand. They could definitely be part of the game plan that's going to assist you, get you closer towards the end goal of course, coming through with a victory. But it can't be something you rely on, because it is one of those intangible elements that it's only there in the moment rather than trying to set it up before the game starts.
What I hope they can rely on is Juicy, I think. He was fantastic in that last map over for the ENCE Academy side. Again, nearly dropping the 30 bomb, not quite able to go past that all-important 30 marker, but ultimately 29 kills, top fragger in the server, looked lights out. Very impressed with how well he's been able to do. And again, we highlighted him during the pre-match because of what he can do when he steps up, right? But again, it's inconsistent. First map was not that great. Second map was fantastic. Third map, what are we thinking? Yeah,
well, we have a looking at Ancient. I think Juicy, it's actually one of his best maps in the pool. So that's actually bringing quite a bit of confidence forward, knowing that Ancient's very successful for him. I think Potty really caught my eye. Maybe the kill counts weren't all that high in Mirage, but my goodness, I think back to when they stuck the defuse, when they put the smoke forward towards the bomb, and he gets 3 quick kills from City Spawn. There was one of those rounds. We saw it out towards the B site as well. So some very good AWPing out of Potty. So maybe between Potty and Juicy, we get a good double, good duo team going out into Ancient.
There are a couple of players that we can discuss over on the OG Academy side as well. Marix right now is putting himself up for MVP performance in my eyes at the moment. Whether he continues that here on this matchup is about to be found out. ENCE Academy taking on OG Academy for the final time today. It's the pistol round of Ancient, our last map up of the day. ENCE with their pistols pulled in and upper upgrades on Poddy and Henu. USP's in with the utility out for Oxygen Dementa over on OG.
They get the nade around the corner, allow themselves to press quite aggressively. It's actually a bait and switch setup. Will they check the close left-hand side?
Yes, they will. Oxygen gets the first and the second. Nice and effective. Wrap in for the triple and the quadra, perhaps. Back up also in that bomb. Going to commit first and foremost. Oxygen does take his face up. Doesn't quite get the kill for it, though. Juice is going to get forced back as Sounds Julies now make his way in. Catching a shot. Milty with a responsive. 4-on-2 for OG here.
Both players out towards a long control, peeking off one another. Can they deny the bomb from going down?
Indeed, they cannot. It goes back in the end. Juicy with it all to do, but he's getting the headshots. That's a triple. And wrapping in for the quadra, he's detecting Marix. He's got the read and he's got the headshot. He's got the clutch for ENCE Academy.
Oh, look at the smile on the big man. That is a huge round coming through from Juicy. And just when we wanted to see him, just when he comes out to Ancient, look at what he does on the pistol. A quadra to start things off. You've got to feel for Oxygen, though. The double entry, the double play out towards Cave, dealt with, beaming through, and then Juicy just gets the job done right at the end.
Dominated them so hard they got Mirage flashbacks, Twig. Beautiful stuff from Juicy, honestly.
Wow.
Oh, dear.
What an ending.
Man alive. What a way for ENCE to open things up here. I got to look at that and think to myself, that's already a fantastic pace setter for Juicy to carry on from that last map. Already starting things off with a quadra in this opening round and forcing the pistols, the Deagles forced back in, half brought back in actually, from OG Academy.
Just looking to see if they can put some damage down, focus their attention back onto the next rifle round. OG Academy would have felt as if that round was probably theirs. Not to be again, and I wonder if that is a detriment to what we saw in Mirage now moving forward into Ancient. A couple of these close rounds.
OG Academy again are going to start things off by facing in those pistols. Henu's going to get caught. Juicy, M4 in, engaging, spray through, trying to do some damage back. Miltsy brings it to a 4-on-4. Oxygen goes down.
Could just be an explosion out of this cave control. Just try and get the bomb down immediately out to B. Juicy's fighting between two positions, even trying to take some map control away towards the bottom of ramp.
Rifle just checking corners. Slowly leaning up and should be able to read the fact that there's nobody out here. Miltsy does get caught. Spray through, still gets the double up for it in the M4's position. That's one rifle that can get picked up at a T-side line for service. So ready for an SMG. Sprays down two, grabs the rifle, grabs the round.
Now, ENCE Academy have a fairly good city side behind them when it comes to Ancient. Round win percentage of 62% in the last 3 months. So we're normally expecting, 8, 9 rounds, something around that sort of marker. OG Academy, though, all their attention's going to be back onto the rifle round come the next.
And here come those rifles. AK set. Falls in from Masters out the potty. Himself holds his nerve with the flashes going over for Juicy's part. Miltsy leaning in from the window position, turned back out towards elbow as ENCE try and lock out the OG side. Couple of good kills on Oxygen and Dementor. This time this started with ENCE Academy.
A lot of impact down there towards the bottom of elbow. Even a one-way smoke being presented into the action. Juicy aggressing further down. Trying to take some more risk when it comes to the aggressive approaches. Put a molly out towards that pit position. Nothing being seen. The last couple of T-side players are hanging back behind the door.
Awaken trying to force out something. Marix is low HP here. Emphasis on that one. AK swinging. Juicy's caught him. And doesn't quite get Marix. But Marix, pretty impossible for them to get this 1v5 together overall.
And Miltsy coming through from the backstab, so should be nothing that Marix is able to do. Maybe one more kill. I'm going to give him another drop at least most. I don't think anything else will get granted, though.
No, probably not. That bomb being open definitely helps things. Miltsy spots him. Gets that shot together. There it is, 3-0 on the start for ENCE Academy. Good positives from the start of the CD side. And usually you want to see the CD side go well on Ancient here. Again, going back to statistics, it tends to be one of those maps that's more CD side based for ENCE Academy. So, again, positives to open things up.
Henu now playing his 100th map on HLTV record.
Ah, yes.
Whereas for Oxygen, he's going into his 576th. So being able to come through with a best-of-3 victory here, I'm sure the experience can pay off into quite a big factor.
Oddly specific number there, Dweck. Does work, though. Contrast the difference of experience, again, as we mentioned before, from this OG Academy side. They're going to use it to try and force out some kills against ENCE Academy, but just can't run through the brick wall that is the rifle defensive from the CT side. 3 AKs to hold their nerve and not through the pinch for that rush tactic. Guns are back in now for the OG side.
And knowing since the inception of this lineup for ENCE Academy, which was back about 4 months ago, this is only their 5th event to date. They actually don't play many events at all. So being able to get started with an upset victory against OG Academy in the first round of the upper bracket could be huge to the whole situation and where the team sits in World Counter-Strike.
Molotov's in, sent up Marix. Holding his nerve here, the flash over to try and force down a mistake from ENCE Academy. The counteracting with nades though. Not much damage being done to OG here though.
Potty putting that flash out towards a ramp position, just double scoping in towards a white box in case anything's aggressive has come through. Henu playing around that utility. Demento has a slight gap in front of that smoke.
Jump face looking for the wall banks here. Back up as well, nades down, doing damage. Henu hoping that they backed off passive, they haven't. Stuck around towards that cheetah entrance. And a shot from Poddy connects Awaken.
Now, Poddy's been the more consistent out of him and Awaken when we think back across the entire best of 3. Flash out towards that mid-control. He's going to reposition out to the top of candles now.
Molotov's also sent Marix holding. Juicy M4 stands, sprays alongside his backup. Double up, found, lockout for ENCE Academy once again.
And sometimes it shows just how important starting on the city side of Ancient can be in a best of 3 when it's the 3rd map decider rather than a map pick.
Kill found on Henu, at least gets one responsive in for Marix. He doesn't last long though. Juicy trades it, Oxygen left alone. 1 on 4 for him. OG indeed gets lost on Poddy's position. AWP landing his next frag. It's 5-0 for ENCE Academy. You're right about that CT side start of things. Working wonders for ENCE here.
It's a very positive attitude from what I'm seeing here from ENCE Academy. I mean, I can even look back at that last map and think, maybe I'm getting caught in the moment. Yes, I can look at it and say, I think OG Academy with a better team, but you've got to pull through. And knowing that you didn't win Mirage, you didn't get that 2-0, you come to a 3rd map and you're being banged. You're down 0-5, the success just isn't here, and I think it shows for ENCE Academy they want it. They really want to compound down here on Ancient. They're putting in a good performance.
Well, hero rifle set up here for OG. Flashing against them, and Henu just to mow them down. He'll get his wish as well. At least on sound, not the next 2 players. They are tagged though.
Miltsy and the likes of Juicy are putting a lot of numbers forward. And for Henu, there's no point getting too aggressive off of the basis of this. Even Poddy could put a re-smoke down towards elbow, flash forward for his teammate.
Able to face, and Oxygen does get that 1 kill. Poddy responds though, 4 on 3 for ENCE Academy.
Marix trying to see if he can create some space, show some impact with that AK. Now it has to be the full commit towards top ramp.
Smokes on, burst through, Awaken down. ENCE Academy have their control, and Juicy finds Dementa. Marix now left alone, standing to fall towards Juicy's part of things. 6-0 for ENCE Academy. OG need to bring some guns out soon and get a round on the board because this one's going down fast.
I want to ask you this, Jay. Would this be the first upset of the tournament? Because both of us have different predictions on the last game. So I don't know how we look at that. To me, it was Eternal Fire being favorites just off of the basis on the head-to-head.
I mean,
but
that's the thing. It's like, you know, for me, even picking the other side wasn't really like a confident, like guaranteed. Like, I said 2-1 because I thought that it was just like a slight difference in terms of its ability, right? It wasn't a guaranteed sort of position. That was more of a coin toss match. This one, I guess you could argue, certainly would be the first upset. OG Academy had all signs pointing their way in this game, in this series, and just generally in this tournament, like you mentioned, right? Possibly in the top 3 conversation. And here they stand, potentially falling apart to the ENCE Academy side in their opening matchup. Spray through for Silver, catching Awaken off guard. Marix does find the trade back now, needs to lead the charge into the A play.
Start putting more of those nades down towards that temple control. Just try and see if they could offer up a bomb plant. Rotates are coming very quick.
Flash forward, AWP set for Poddy. Gonna watch the backside. Miltsy gets his kill. Dementa trades it back. Henu responds. Marix gets back in with a double. Smoke set, 2v2. Bomb should get picked up and planted down by Sounds.
It's all a matter of timing. CT still edging their way forward. Sound is not going to fake it again.
Waits to smoke up. More pin for Poddy. Pump on them in. But you won't see anything right now. Just backed up in at Temple. Sound. He himself is not making a sound. No one really is. Finally, engagement found. Juicy falls. And Poddy will drop with him all the same. There you go. OG Academy break the streak relatively early. Still 6-1 up, however, for the ENCE Academy side.
And there's going to be a money back, so there's going to be another buy on the table. I really like the post plant that OG Academy find themselves in. It's just stalling for time, like you're not overextending at all. You could see that angle towards a big box. You're not exposing yourself towards CT line or there from Temple. So no way that AWP can find a pick off. And even Sound, he's working off of the basis of, okay, let's establish the crossfire. OG Academy and stabilizing in that 2v2 to find their first round.
Guns are back in for ENCE. The AWP for Awaken being the biggest highlight weapon of that side. Poddy's AWP also set in towards mid control. Doesn't see the man just yet. Flash in to another peeks forward. Two other CTs there to try and hold the crossfire. Nade send them back. Those will start to clear back here towards Cheetah as well.
Henu's finding quite a lot of proactivity out here towards Cave. Beautiful entry coming through from Sound. Juicy just holding too tightly towards a long control.
Frag to start. Part as well. Going to see the incendiaries get thrown back. Molotovs in the ready for Marix. Boost up to enable them to look over the boost angle. And the site they'll look. AK in. Flash forward. And a shot almost lined up to the Poddy. He'll get two in the second phase regardless. Advantage now for ENCE.
Lovely sequence coming through from Poddy. And look at what that's doing to the T side. They're being driven over to Donut now.
Lean in, spray through, server court. 3-on-3 scenario. 45 seconds on the clock. OG leaning in. Miltsy. Spray burst up, catches a kill. Can't get the second man though. Marix and Awaken. Down by a man, but up with a bomb plant.
Now, Henu could have actually flashed his teammate in. Instead, it seems like they want to war contact it.
Molotov on Miltsy. Well placed, well timed. Count the smoke back would extinguish those flames though. A gap generated by the position. And the AWP looks away for Awaken. Needs to lean back in. Catch the man at the right timing. 2-on-2. Back up now to support the site offensive. Here they come. Poddy lands on Marix. It's low HP for Miltsy though. And Awaken with all the work in the world to do. Peeking with the orb. Sees him. Catches him. Brings in 7 for ENCE.
Mate, Poddy's playing really well. He is playing at a super high level right now in this best of 3. Really turned it up in the last couple of maps. And you could just see the discipline that is in that round. Because they know that Awaken's back there towards Donut. They go, okay, we got time, we got the kit. This is what I want us to do. The M4, walk up aggressively to the right-hand side. And as soon as you start making noise, I'm going to swing on the contact. Beautiful couple of kills in from him, close towards that cave angle. And then this last shot from him is everything to get the round.
What a round from Poddy. Continuing his AWP prowess from the previous one, you gave him credit. Miltsy and Juicy taking the top frag positions as well. OG Academy have not had a look in so far. That one round is more of a red herring than an actual basis to work from the CT side. It's all ENCE Academy at this moment in time. Leaning towards the main control for OG. Got to find a play here.
A server playing out towards a big box. As soon as he starts hearing any of the footsteps, he could just smoke off to the left-hand side and retreat back towards A main. Instead, he's going to tuck himself in for the one for done position.
Flashes up Marix Molotov. Send it to the backside. Or send it to Temple. Server undetected in this one. Poddy's AWP was also going to draw attention back. That shot blinded, connects it, and that M4 just waits and baits. Sees several, gets the kill against the first man. That's the other player. Cross back, Oxygen working in the center of the site. We'll get that bomb plant here.
The spam comes in close. Oxygen ends up getting off it, and Henu drops Sound in the process.
2 players left as Oxygen falls to the hands of Juicy, and Awaken drops the server all the same. That's the half gain for ENCE at 8-1 on the board.
And this is where we always talk about taking your chances, taking your moments. We saw OG Academy not taking their chances, not quite delivering with that 2-0 in map number 2. And you've come out on Ancient and it's been rough. There has not been any success here on the D side at all. Marix isn't quite showing up. Awaken's not delivering with that AWP. Oxygen's been very quiet. Sound the same. ENCE Academy, this is already a winning position. 8-1 in a best of 3.
This is not looking good. Have to wonder as well with that 11-4 half that they gain on the second map of Mirage, whether they lose this handily, whether or not it'll end up being a question mark of whether or not they could have won this series on that 2-0 if that was the only option they had to win this game. 7 rounds, going to extend to 8 in the lead here for ENCE Academy because OG's pistols have been picked apart, ripped apart. Left with nothing for Awaken's part.
There might be a bomb plant, though, to be fair. I mean, you've got the B player of Henu that's taking map control away, getting quite aggressive out towards the top of windows, so there's actually no one on B.
He's not pressing it, though.
I might miss the timing.
Oh, actually,
Maybe a DC.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Unlucky.
No bomb plant, Dweg.
Yeah, it's alright, though. They'll buy this round.
Yeah, and match Bennikin, I think, to get the money back together for him, though. I think DC might affect that, so... Small tech pause before we go any further. Let's maybe a momentum reset against ENCE Academy to a certain extent, because for OG, they need something, anything to get back into this game here. They have been wrecked, and I know it's CT side, but it's even something we mentioned there on the last map, right? 11-4 was a deficit half. You thought that was going to be enough for OG to take it. If it goes potentially 14-1 here, there's such a little amount of breathing room that OG need the most magical CT comeback in the world to even have a look in to getting a comeback there.
Well, I'll put it this way. I think they've already won the game.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they've been too solid. I think that's all it is. Yeah, you can theorize with score lines and the percentages, right? And the idea that yes, any comeback is achievable. But the way that ENCE Academy are delivering on the city side, the idea that Poddy has been very consistent, that Juicy and the likes of Miltsy are putting in good numbers, and you're up 9-1, I just can't see OG Academy coming back into this at all.
I mean, the only way I see them coming back into it is to be able to bring back a 9-6 half at this stage. Maybe 10-5 could be workable. With the way that they're playing right now against the ENCE side, I don't know if that's actually going to happen here. Difficult. Very difficult to say.
Even Server, who's the IGL and the A site anchor, he's now running double AWPs. So you've got AKs and double AWPs on the city side to defend.
OG have got a lot of work to do. M4 swinging. Miltsy wins it. Sound, first man down.
Even more nades can go over towards the candles position, try and get themselves out of elbow, but the damage has already been done. OG Academy, they're still going to have to fight up against more.
Kenny just bursting his way for the headshots, get the double and a triple. Milts actually steals the last one away, but not like it matters. Awaken, 1-on-5. 10-1.
It does look that way. And this is where, I mean, someone like me, Jay, I actually do love numbers. You know, I love my percentages and all my creative context that can give us a direct solution or even an answer to how things go down. Oftentimes, you have to move away from that and look at the present, look at what you're looking at, and it doesn't matter what the scoreline is, ENCE Academy are romping them. There is not chances at all being taken. You had Miltsy aggressing up there towards the top of window, he wins out an opening man advantage, Henu then does the same from that window, that same angle, and it's just showing for OG Academy, nothing is adapting. Nothing is finding them success.
Let's see, finds the 10th. You want to introduce stats and statistics into this one, Blake. Give me your percentage chance of OG bringing a comeback at this stage.
Oh, it's 0. I mean, I've already said
zero?
that. Yeah, pretty much.
Don't even think there's a single opportunity. Not even a tactical pause and an emotive speech to bring them back in at the any given Sunday. No.
It was, the chance was on map 1 and map 2. And you even have to look at it from the perspective, how do you get an overtime in map 1, a 16-14 in map 2, and yet a 10-1 on map 3? Like, it's not parallel to what we've seen in the series.
Look at this fast Henu. Kill found on Dementor's back 10, at least bring something back here. Sound forced to trade on to Juicy. Bomb on the site, should get picked up and planted. Going down, AWP for Poddy, lands it. Awaken to drop. 3-on-2 for ENCE Academy here in the retake.
He's just hitting everything right now. Poddy might even get overextended again. Another peek towards long, of course he grants it. Marek's even up towards the top of ramp, might fall to that AWP. Back 10 in for 1, but there's just too many players. There's CTs all around. Poddy with some beautiful flicks there with the AWP. 18 kills and 6 deaths for him on Ancient.
What else do you say at this point? Like, Jesus. This is a little bit far gone at this moment. OG Academy, best case scenario is 11-4. And even that seems like it's so far out of the possibilities for them. As time goes on, I'm slowly coming around to the idea. I'm still holding out hope that OG might find a resurgence, but just it just looks worse and worse as the rounds tick by, right?
And knowing that this is one of the games where it looks as if there is heavy favoritism. I think we've had a game maybe just before, maybe even the Mouse NXT and Flames Ascent side, where it hasn't felt like there's a massive favoritism going into it. There was in this series, but it's not showing that on map 3 at all.
Ooh, Henry burning a little bit. 4 HP down for him. OG getting a slight advantage on the HP bars by that sense. An easy pick to find. Or Potty. Pressing. M-Force and Incendiary sent back. Aggression being held. Jurissi's heard those footsteps. Swing with the spray. Get to 2k. He doesn't make it look any easier than that.
And just knowing that they respond off of the basis of Henu taking a lot of damage, Sound trying to walk through it out towards Cave, does get away with one. He needs more though. Needs to really crack open this bomb site.
Smoke up. Spray through the wall bank, trying to catch this player, but just can't seem to find the bullet connection. Oxygen now leaning in. Looks like Dementor, and they do get Juicy, so that's a 3-on-3 at last. Henu's still low. Backup is backed up into that long control, so Plant can be secured. I imagine the retake, however, will be coming in thick and fast for ENCE Academy.
He's got a backstab coming through from this window position to straight into the answer of Cave. Even the spam onto Dementor puts him down low.
Meltzy dropping him. 5 HP. Backstab's also inbound. I believe it's being watched here by Sound. Yep. AK involved, smoking against him, however, going to line up in position back into the corner. Spray through, he gets out of there. Oh, he catches the jumping headshot. Meltzy responds, though. 2-on-2, and now Server moves closer, playing silent, up close and personal. Kisses Dementor in the cheek on the way out of the round. Oxygen now, winning the one frag back to a one-on-one situation, but can't tap his way through against Server's position. It's 12-1 for ENCE Academy.
I think Server might actually get the record today for the most clutches in a best of 3 in this event. I mean, he's been mental in 1vx's.
You want to go and verify that?
I'll verify it after today. I actually reckon it's possible.
Okay. I look forward to your Twitter feed then.
It's got to be 3 or 4 in one best of 3. It's very rare you see that many clutches from one player. Like if we were talking a team, it's a little bit more understandable, saying okay, they were very good in clutches, but it's Server again.
A bad time to be OG Academy. Server doing work, everyone doing work. Server's not even. Server's the bottom fragger of the board, and he got that round. Meltzy at 19, Juicy at 15. Numbers are utterly ridiculous. Even Poddy's all responding to Awaken, catching Server off guard, up close and personal. It's brought back to a 4-on-4 so quick it might not even have mattered. Prod out towards the site, throwing flashes and smokes. They're getting nothing here on the team basis. Poddy reads him, Dementor's down, Juicy's responded to.
And they have lost Juicy out towards that B site, and even Henu could get picked off towards Elbow.
Spray through against the one player that's out there. Forcing the man back, the bomb plant will be secured here.
And that was very aggressive in from Juicy. When the A site has done so much on the defense, this is actually going to be a tough retake for ENCE Academy.
Awaken out towards the B door angle. Going to be watching out for Henu and co. Smoke off against him. Block of vision. Shot's going to ring out. Flashes forward. What can he get for it? Blind firing, getting nothing. Henu on the site now, ahead of the Molotov that was posted up. Sees the player at long. Adjust. Kill found. Sound. Henu and Poddy come up good regardless. P250s and M4s. Henu on the site. Holds his line. Holds his nerve. And it just gets worse and worse for OG Academy.
And do you know what? The more rounds I see like that on Ancient, the less belief I actually have on Mirage of it should have been a game for OG Academy. The one thing I'm noticing is there's weakness in post plants. There's weakness in late rounds from them. It showed it on map 2. It's showing it here on Ancient.
Just consider the grand scale of what we're seeing so far in this matchup, right? ENCE Academy pushing OG all the way on Dust 2. Mirage with the comeback, they've gotten the map victory, and here they stand on Ancient. Right now, I take a look at those scorelines and the way those matches played out, and I think to myself, man, this has really been ENCE Academy's game. They have been playing far better than OG at this moment. And they'll rightfully deserve the victory if they push it past the finish line, which at this point they certainly will. Oxygen, first man down here. Barracks, taken back by Meltzy.
And just knowing that that lurk out there from Elbow just gets disallowed so quickly. Sound looking to try and see if he can get a response up here towards the top of ramp. Nothing being presented.
2 left for OG. Mentor, one of those individuals striking back. Henu knows exactly where he is. Blind firing. Molotov might burn him, but he still gets a kill. And Server there with the AUG to close out back towards mid. Awaken to fall. 14-1. It's a wake-up call for OG Academy going into the CT half where they need the impossible comeback here.
And normally this is where I'd be ripping in to someone like OG Academy and say, man, like this is embarrassing. This is a slaughter. But I'm actually not going to do that. And I'm going to give a lot of praise forward to the ENCE Academy side. The AWPing was unreal. So consistent there from Potty. I felt as if Jawisi with his multi-frags up there to the B side was just so on point. And then even Milty, he was aggressing mid on so many of those rounds, down to elbow, up there towards window. And he took the breathing out of so many of those rounds. That was a sound performance from OG Academy with a bit of spice towards the end there, a bit of X-Factor potential.
It was a sound performance.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of it, but I mean, Sound won't be happy about that. They're down 114.
And certainly will be at this moment. T-Side needs only 2 rounds. The Mentor able to crossfire with Sound, get a triple, and at least get a start up here for OG.
And that's going to help Brim some confidence. You go down aggressive, you try and control up against the bomb towards that elbow position, and you come away with quite a bit of success for Dementa. But yeah, it's only 1 round. ENCE Academy, that's all right. Focus up on the next. Just block it. Look into the next rifle round. No worries. No issues.
Plenty of buffer between them, and of course the OG Academy side. So, as you mentioned, just take it as an eco. Go towards the rifles, shut it down early, go for 16-3. Close it down without a hitch.
ENCE Academy, just trying to make sure they don't get farmed. Don't want to be able to give too much of that kill bonus over to someone like an Oxygen or a Dementor with the MP9s. Fast rush out towards A.
Spray down, Awaken gets 3 kills actually. I thought you only got 2. That's fine though. Sound picks up 2 more, trades it back, holds on to the M4. And now the rifles are out for ENCE Academy. Here come the AKs.
And this is where the fear is going to be pushed back into the eyes of OG Academy going into the opening rifle of the second half. Now, they do have to keep it as a bonus round because you got to be thinking about getting money under your bank. You can't just be thinking about, okay, let's just upgrade those MP9s. Let's try and get some rifles forward. So many rounds the difference. ENCE Academy only needing a couple.
Henu tagged, still swings in mid. OG Academy. Wayne with the flashbang on Dementor's part. A peek forward from the rifle. Incendiary set up. Take position. Right back against ENCE Academy, providing covering fire and nade damage done.
Being able to take a lot of map control away, more damage to Henu and to Jawisi. Things looking very promising in the round. Oxygen doesn't know about how many mid players have actually exposed out of this elbow control though.
3 smokes on. Need to hold lane here. ENCE. Away in from the spawn. Out towards the A rotate. Still got Server in at mid. OG just held on the defensive.
Top Gandal smoke coming through from the T's. Proper slow. Really dictating a lot of slow pace in this round. Flash over towards Cave, indicating more of a B influence. And even Jawisi just driving attention away. Him and Silver working together.
5-on-3 found for it, and Sound goes down to Henu. The slow passive into an explosive execution, the take on the site. We do get a couple picks back on Marix and Awaken here, though. 3-on-2. Have they got any more out of this one? That Famas is still trying to edge closer and closer towards Poddy's position. Now him and Awaken backed up, ready to go for the retake here.
Even Jawisi finds himself on an off angle. Everyone can peek off one another. Smoke down a Cave.
Flash in, Awaken caught, Marix. Last man standing, M4 in his hand, trying to check the back sight. Look around the corner, catch off one. There's the kill. Is there a clutch in him? Is there a way back into this round? He's got the kit. He's running out of time though, needs to isolate his player on the bomb site directly. Sees him, no he doesn't. Potty in the open, gets his spray down. It's map and match point now for ENCE Academy.
Well, they didn't have much of a lifeline, did them? You give him a pistol, you give him a Glock round, and you get into the opening rifle, and that crossfire just saw Server and Jawisi down there from the top of lane in towards the bottom of ramp control. And then for Murix, you have to go for that. There's no way you're going to be saving in that round. See if you can get the clutch together, not to be. 15-3, 1 more to go. Even for OG Academy, there's limitations. No AWP, MP9, even a Deagle to back up the M4s.
broken position, OG. Have their angles set. Dementa be part of the A defensive.
Yeah, stop call there.
Okay, that seems to be the case. All right then. So, I was wondering if there was anything going on there, but clearly there has been some sort of issue. I'm not sure on which side. We'll find out very soon, I imagine. But yes, not live at this particular juncture.
Yeah, OG Academy being an absolute miracle. Just knowing that Dust 2 was so competitive, the Mirage probably could have been taken by them. You now come out towards Ancient, and it's been a rough day. And this is where the conversation strikes further of what is missing here for OG Academy. How are they a team that have so much experience with the individuals? How have they not been able to have deeper runs? How has it been 2 Academy League seasons in a row where they haven't made playoffs, where they've had a couple of closed qualifiers and CCT not even made it to the main event? They're coming here in MistGames that they should feel as if they're a top 3 team. They're up there with the Mouse NXT. They might even push themselves higher than Mouse NXT. Like Fnatic Rising, okay, you can leave them up there at number 1. But knowing that OG Academy played Mouse NXT only yesterday, that was a super close series.
Yeah.
We had a 16-13, we had a double overtime into the action for map number 3. So OG Academy have got to have that belief that we're maybe the 2nd or 3rd best team here in this event. And if you go down into the lower bracket after one game, the opening game of the tournament, that does not speak volumes to how deep you can go.
Against a squad that, by chain logic and all accounts, outside of the national and local circuits, shouldn't be a favourite in any context against OG Academy, right?
Absolutely.
I don't think that's a controversial statement to make.
Not at all.
You don't disagree with it,
No.
so I guess I'm on the right track there. I just don't know, like, are we applying too much expectation to these guys? 'Cause obviously, me and you, we've been around the Tier 2 space for like 2.5 years at this point, and we know who Marix are. We've seen Oxygen, we've seen Dementa, we've seen these guys play, and we have high expectations for them as a Tier 2 squad. Maybe we're just overestimating things? I don't know, what do you think?
No, I don't think so. It's not even the players, it's how long the lineup's been together. You come on, what was it, the 24th of May, which was when everything came together. So we're getting on close towards 6 months now, and they've made one change. Shark went out, Awaken came in, that's it. We haven't had a full reshuffle. We haven't had players coming in, players coming out. It's been one change in nearly 6 months, and still the results aren't telling us the big picture.
It's less of a big picture, more of a big puzzle. Because honestly, I don't know why this has gone down the way it has done for OG Academy, not only in this matchup, but just in general for the team. Broken by set for OG still. AK's in, 2 charge forward, 2 kills found, 5 on 3. The end is nigh.
Even Sound looking to try and see if he can get a response through. Does aggress in from Cave, and they've gamble stacked towards B, but there is actually alert coming through from the Candles position too.
Mars out, sprayed down, there goes the bomb. Second player swings, actually does lose his life all the same. 2-on-2 situation. Henu's low and now dead to the hands of Marix, but that backstab continues to come in from Poddy. Backed up passive, I think they've read it as well.
And maybe needed to see the ramp players go in slightly later. Didn't need to be as aggressive, knowing that Poddy has taken so much space away. Marix and Co could just work off one another, establish this crossfire. Should not even be a way that that bomb gets planted.
Molotov now reveals position. Poddy. 55 seconds to the clock. Sounds with the AK. Burst and spray through the wood. Backed up. Marix holding. Will not engage here. Going to wait for ENCE, or the last ENCE player, to make it into the bomb site. Get that pick when necessary. Close it out, win the rounds. Make it look easy. With that said, though, Poddy has caught a kill onto Sound in a one-on-one situation. Marix leaning in. Poddy, check position, turn away from it. Still leans back forward, jump face, hearing the footsteps. Poddy, where does he go with this? Back to the A site rotate? Oh my god, this is going to be way too close.
Oh, get that bomb down, try and fight out immediately, and Marix isn't moving away. He's thinking he's being double planked, thinking that it's going to be a play over towards B. Instead, for Poddy, he can reposition anywhere. CT, Temple, Donut, A main.
Where does Marix come from, though? CT spawn, it seems to be. Poddy checking the back site. All the way in at main. Marix No defuse kit, no utility. Needs to win the fight. He knows. Waits. Bomb tapped once. Trying to force him back out. He expects a CT spawn play, but Poddy calls his bluff. Jump faces, checks the side, jump out, spray through. Poddy can't quite get a kill. Marix holds it. Marix holds it. Poddy to swing. Poddy to get the kill. And there it is, 16-3. ENCE Academy look dominant, awesome, and uncontested in that best of 3. Yes, it was a close first couple of maps, but towards the end there you could really see these players shine. You could really see this team come together and do some amazing work.
That was a super impressive performance, and I've been able to get a chance of watching quite a lot of ENCE Academy, and I'll tell you, this was the game that really opened up my eyes. They put in a very good showing out there on the first map of Dust 2 to come back from 4-11 down on Mirage to play like they did out on Ancient.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, you have to take a look at the grand scale of the series, right? And again, we're taking a look at how Dust 2 went down, the fact it was pushed all the way to overtime, the fact that the second map was a comeback, essentially, from ENCE Academy, and then to come so far forward as to make decent work happen on that third map, make it look one-sided. Again, I feel like when you take a look at those numbers alone, you can say that ENCE Academy had a hell of a series.
Yeah, they did. They got tested. They got absolutely pushed, but you can understand why. You're going up against a strong team, a strong, cohesive team of OG Academy. Yeah, maybe we can break that down a little bit more, but you are going up against a staple in the Academy scene. You're going up against a team where the core's been together for a very long period of time. You know you're going to be in for a tough game, and I think for their sake, we saw a lot of the good pieces come together when it mattered most.
Yeah, this is a team that had a lot of potential, I think, coming into the new season, right? And again, playing an Academy League, they were starting to show off a little bit of that potential, but with a victory like this in a best-of-3 environment against a team that, of course, tried to take it close against Mouse yesterday, that's a hell of a victory, I think. You know, they've had some very good situations come their way, and they finally seem like they capitalized upon that and done some decent work to make that first victory happen. Again, neither of us looked at ENCE Academy and said they're going to be favorites in this matchup. And it comes back to that conversation we were having a moment ago, right? With the OG Academy side. What is missing? Why have they let this happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is only something that could be looked back at the team. Is it something of like a disciplinary factor? Is it maybe protocols? Is it maybe not so much the team? Because I look at some of those rounds on Mirage, I look at some of those rounds that we saw in Ancient, and my goodness, the late round, the post plants, just looked abysmal. You're getting rounds where it looks like you got all the advantages in the world, they're not being won out, and just a disappointing showing towards the tail end there of the second half of the second map, and of course all of Ancient.
Well, not abysmal for the ENCE Academy side. Let's talk about MVPs of this one, because you've got quite the candidacy to pick from overall. We've got guys like Juicy, who of course had some up and down matches. You've got some of the other guys who of course held consistency over the course of the match. So who are you looking at mostly as the man that takes the MVP today?
To me, there's one player, and it's Poddy. I think his AWPing ability was unbelievable, and if he didn't perform to the level that he did, I don't even think they would have won Mirage. He had some incredible moments with that orb. Out there on Ancient, he was hitting everything. You could just see on that first half, multi-frags, quick flicks, impact, opening man advantages, and for Poddy, this young man, this young AWPer for the ENCE Academy team, only 18 years old, put on a hell of a show in this best of 3.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with that per se. There were a lot of candidates involved, I think, for the ENCE Academy side. So I don't blame you for picking into Poddy. I don't blame for anyone picking into anybody else at this particular stage at this moment in time. But that they have it, they have control, and they have the victory overall. So now we're going to speak to, I believe, Henu on the other side of the line here for Server. Excuse me, I've got it completely wrong. So he's joining us right now here in the commentary box. Welcome, my friend. Congratulations to you for the victory. It looks so dominant towards the end there. Did you guys expect much resistance from OG? Because it felt really easy at times for you guys.
Thank you. Well, of course, always when we play, we expect to win, and today also we were with the mentality that we are going to win, but maybe we didn't think that at least Ancient would have been so easy, but it was in the end.
I want to ask about Ancient, because I think it's a map that you guys have been playing quite a lot. I've even seen locally that there's been some maybe disappointing results on Ancient. The wins aren't quite coming. What changed today? We saw a lot of impact from Juicy aggressing down from ramp. We saw Miltsy as well, you know, aggressing mid. Was it more a game plan on the City side of be proactive, be on the front foot?
I think like we are quite an aggressive team, and we know how to do that. But it's usually like about our mentality in the game, that if we are like hyped and stuff, we are just like yelling all the time, then like it doesn't matter what we do in the server, we just kick ass all the time.
Kick ass definitely seems like it's the right way to describe it for you guys. You kicked ass on Ancient, right? And I kind of wonder, like, how things kind of fell apart for OG at the same sort of time as you guys, right? Because you look so confident. You guys look so confident on Ancient. Is that a map that you've been really working on behind the scenes?
Well, yeah, we've had quite many like theory sessions on it compared to other maps maybe. So I think like we have at the moment we have a like good understanding of that what we want to do like on the CT and T side, and like we have like so much stuff, but that we haven't even had time to like go over all of them. So I think we are quite confident in it. Yeah.
And I'd like you to explain to maybe the audience about what the relationship is between you and Whitey. A lot of people are probably maybe a bit confused, a little bit uneducated on how that all works, because obviously you're a Finnish team, you've got an English-speaking coach. What's the relationship like? Is it English comms in certain games? Is it the preparation style of things? Where does he find the impact with you and the team as an overall pitcher?
Like usually, when we're just like practicing normally, Whitey is always like with us, and we speak English. Like when we're not playing in game, like in theory, and if we're just chatting about like anything, we are usually keeping it in English because we want to have like, of course, as great relationship with him as possible. But in officials, we speak always Finnish because, of course, every one of us wants to win. So it's like easier for us to communicate in Finnish, but also in practice sometimes we like do that we practice in English, so then Whitey can also have more impact on our strategical side and have a say in some rounds and stuff.
Certainly a side that's had impact, I think, in this particular series. I'll admit that me and Dwayne had OG as favourites in this one, so you've upset them massively in that sense. It deserves all the congratulations in the world. But now you move on to the upper bracket semi-finals, where you take on Eternal Fire Academy in a couple of days' time. So give me a quick couple of thoughts about that matchup. What you have, any sort of ideas of how that one's going to go down for you guys?
I think it's gonna be very easy for us, like always. So easy for ends, nothing else.
I like that notion, easy for ends. We'll be singing that on the way home, and certainly you'll be singing that right now tonight. For now, congratulations to you guys for the victory. Good luck going into that match, and hopefully we'll speak to you soon, my friend.
Thank you, brothers.
Brothers indeed. There you go, Dwight. Looking fantastic, feeling fantastic, sounding fantastic. It's just fantastic. Again, I have to be stunned at this point because I had my doubts, you know. Again, I was looking at ENCE, I was seeing the potential, it wasn't coming together. Similar story for OG. I thought they had the experience there, and ENCE just blew them out of the water, and credit to them.
Yeah, it was a good map 3. Again, they tightened up towards the tail end there, and I think they'll be very impressed with the way that they performed. I mean, anytime you come back from 4-11 down on map 2, drive it to a third map, and then perform the way that you did, you're going to be pumped. You're going to be really excited about the end of that series. So for ENCE Academy, it's an upset victory. It's them moving forward to another day, and looking at the way that they played, if we can get that on a more consistent basis, if we can see more best of threes like it was in the second half of Ancient, like it was on Ancient, they then might start putting themselves in the conversation of a potential threat in this event.
And certainly got to look towards some of those higher end squads as well, right? Obviously, they have a focus on Academy Leagues. Maybe victories like this might aid their position in the Academy League overall. It's the same caliber of competition, so it's an argument to make there for their own right. For now, the victory certainly sits here in the MistGames series of tomorrow as we update you with how the bracket currently looks in our tournaments. Of course, the first 4 matches completed. Fnatic Rising, MOUZ, NXT, Eternal Fire, and ENCE Academy have progressed on towards the upper semi-finals. In the lower matches, Void, Flames, Ascent, Atlantic, and OG Academy fighting for their lives. At least one of those names, surprising to see them in that position, Dwayne, although I do think they're going to have a better time against the Atlantic side.
Well, I'll say this. If OG Academy don't make top 4, roster changes are happening. So
I'm with, if I'm the GM, I'm slightly saying that.
Yeah. So they're going to have to win quite a few games in that lower bracket to get them closer towards the lower bracket final, get themselves as far towards that grand final as possible. So lower bracket run right from the beginning for their sake. As for Fnatic Rising and MOUZ NXT, I think that's quite a cohesive game, one that a lot of people should be watching out for. Eternal Fire Academy up against an ENCE Academy type. You've got 2 very new teams in that one, so that could be quite a cool affair.
Yeah, the battle of the Academy squads in the upper bracket. Of course, that's in 2 days' time. Today, or tomorrow rather, I should say, we're looking at the elimination games. Void versus Flames Ascent, which could prove to be very fun indeed. And again, Atlantic versus OG Academy, which if OG Academy bottled that one as well, I think I'd be shocked to say the least. Even though they haven't quite done as well today, that should be a match they should be able to win.
And that that is a matchup that they've got to come in and they have got to be confident. They've got to be looking at that saying, we can pump Atlantic in that series. That's got to be the mindset, at least. Whether that actually happens, it's a completely different story, but you are the heavy favorite team in that one. Even Void versus Flames Ascent, I think that there is upset potential from Void. I don't think they've been able to show us how they've played locally, so it's about bucking the ideas up, playing with a little bit more positivity, and showing everyone we just had a tough draw. We had Fnatic Rising in the first game. That's a team that everyone is expecting to win the whole thing, so with that in mind, now we can prove what we can offer against a winnable team, a winnable matchup.
And we'll see how winnable that will end up being over the course of tomorrow. For today, that's all we have time for. You want to get some quick final thoughts from you, Dave, to wrap up the day, and we can head over towards tomorrow afternoon.
I think you can't underestimate any team in this competition. I think it shows that, yes, you've got your favorite teams, you've got your Fnatic Risings, you've maybe got your MOUZ NXT, but the gap between 3 and 8 is very small, and it does mean that teams will upset one another, and that there won't always be heavy favoritism to come through successfully.
Maybe some more upsets tomorrow. Certainly some tears will be shed in our elimination games for the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow in tomorrow's proceedings, 5 PM CET, same time, same place as per usual. But for tonight, that's all we have time for you. So we bid you all adieu, and we'll see you back here to continue our hunt for the Heroes of Tomorrow.